This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 566 Storm, Fire and Lightning Part 2. Unexpectedly. Lost night. Ingwell actually responded to my call and, at the critical moment, helped me to block the combined attack of the fat and thin god skin apostles. Afterwards, he went straight to the thin god skin with a long axe. In this case, then I'll deal with fat god skin first. I used the Holy Grail Devil to quickly recover, and then I picked up the Night Fire, and rushed towards fat god skin, who was accumulating power to pierce. Combat skills, Hound Step. I dodged the attack, and swung my sword, and chopped on the opponent's big belly. Seeing this, fat god skin immediately stepped back, and at the same time, he swept his sword in front of him, trying to force me back. Of course, I won't let him go so easily, and the Hound Step followed closely again. I slashed with my sword, pulled him directly from his side to his back, and then turned again, and continued to slash. It was like a flash of lightning, wrapping the opponent, gripping the opponent tightly, making it impossible for fat god skin to escape. Blood splattered everywhere. Fat god skin couldn't keep up with my speed at all, and was constantly beaten like a punching bag, so he could only gather his strength suddenly, and swelled up like a balloon, and bounced me away. I pulled away at a safe distance, and took the opportunity to glance at Ingwell and thin god skin. The two men seemed to be evenly matched. The thin god skin twisted like a snake demon, lingering around Ingwell, but facing the whirling hurricane, this guy had no way to attack, and when he got a little closer, he was beaten back by Ingwell's long axe. However, Ingwell alone was not enough to break the situation. As long as he slowed down his attack, the thin god skin's curved sword saw the gap, invaded the gap in the storm, and hit the dragon directly. Sorry, Brother Ingwell, I am sorry for wronging you. I will definitely give you a full promotion later. The situation between the two people was in a stalemate for a while. The thin Shimpy could not attack for a long time, and happened to turn his head and glance at us. Seeing that the fat Shimpy was already wounded, he quickly used his curved sword to roll up a black flame tornado, forced me to retreat, and quickly retreated to the side of the fat Shimpy. It was not easy to deal with two people at once. I also retreated cautiously for the time being, and met with Ingwell. The two Shimpy apostles also noticed at this moment, if they were to scatter rashly, as long as Ingwell helped me hold one side back, they would most likely be defeated one by me. So we didn't dare to attack rashly for a while. We watched each other with eager eyes for a long time. Suddenly, the fat god skin suddenly bulged, and after the outer periphery of his body expanded a circle, he used his wheel rolling move again, and rushed towards Ingwell and me. I quickly dodged the attack, but Ingwell was eager to try. He rushed forward with an axe in both hands, and swung an axe at the rolling fat god skin, as if he wanted to pry him away. But, bang, Ingwell, he flew out, incomparably cool. The small obstacle made the roller wheel of the fat god skin turn slightly, but it just happened to roll through the altar in the wall. Attracted by him, Ingwell and I noticed that the other thin god skin occupied the center of the church, and began to roll his curved sword blade continuously. The black and white flames danced with the hurricane, and the more they swirled, the bigger the flames became, almost engulfing the entire church. And he probably had the same intention. And, after the fat god skin rolled through the storm, he even brought the flames onto his body, and continued to roll towards us. And even where he rolled, there were black and white flame trails. Ingwell and I only dodged a few times, and were forced into the corner of the church by the expanding circle of fire. Even if we hid behind those altars, resist the storm. But as long as fat god skin comes, those places will also turn into a purgatory of fire. Damn. What should I do? Why not try to force through the firestorm of thin god skin, and go straight to the core? But it seems a little late. I failed to break the trick of thin god skin at the beginning. Now I have to go deep into the depths alone. Not to mention the difficulty. I will be blinded by the storm, and hit by fat god skin. No matter how much blood I have. I can't bear it. Just when I was a little hesitant, Ingwell came in front of me. And like the thin god, he began to roll up his long axe. As expected of the lost knights, the wind seemed to be their dependence and privileges. After a while, a strong hurricane rose around Ingwell, barely blocking the spread of the black and white flames. Seeing this, I no longer hesitated and prepared to support Ingwell. Combat skills. Fiery hurricane dance. Oh no! That god has rolled towards us. As long as he tears through the storm, the black and white fire will surely engulf us. Don't hesitate. Don't retreat. 0. Ingwell suddenly shouted at me. The storm will never succumb to any force. Although this doesn't make sense. I was inexplicably encouraged. That's right. I can't succumb here. Pray. Land Shanks's dragon protection. Red lightning. Descend on me. Pray, beast vitality, beast power, bless me. At the same time, I summon my old friend, Knight Starfire, from the blessed light, holding 2 swords in both hands, and face the fat god Skin who was rolling like a landslide. Please lend me courage, Ingwell. I couldn't help but tighten my weapon. Ingwell understood, walked to my side, the long axe gently touched Nightfire, and the red thunder passed through the metal to his body. The storm seemed to respond to his power, surging up from under my feet. Rumble, rumble, rolling like thunder, as if it was constantly tearing and grinding my heart. But this feeling has come to me countless times, and I know that if I want to stop it, there is only one way. Come on. Godskin Apostle. Ingwell and I rushed towards the boulder blocking the way ahead. With our double swords, long axes, and all our strength. With the power of the whirlwind, I slashed at the fat god's skin. The storm surged, and the red lightning that Land Shanks gave me was also unconsciously involved in it, transforming into an ancient dragon flying in the clouds. Bang! Storm against storm. Blue fire against red thunder. White light suddenly appeared, thunder and fire splashed everywhere, the powerful force of the aftermath of the conflict. Even the altars around were blown to pieces. Ah! But the power of our combination will never lose. Ah! Ingwell and I roared angrily, releasing all our strength. The momentum of the flames began to decline, and the power of the gust of wind seemed to be pushed back by us. Get me! Get out of the way! The blade swung out. The fat god's skin was indeed forcibly broken up by us in midair. He couldn't control his body at all, and fell back to the thin god's skin, which also killed the storm of fire. I couldn't help but breathe a little slower. But Ingwell didn't show any slowness. He picked up the long axe and walked towards the 2 godskin apostles. After all, they were ashes, and there seemed to be no physical limit. As for breaking the strongest combination of the 2 godskins, the ending was self-evident. Great enemy felled. Chapter 567, Reunion in a Foreign Land. What? Senior Ingwell, you mean the golden tree at the border is burning now? No way. What happened outside? Is Stonewell still in the hands of the Golden Man? No. The current Storm King is a fated one. This is really unexpected. Nefri Lu? I have some impression of this name. Oh, could it be the descendant of that person? Holai Lu, the man who defeated the king. In the main hall of the Dragon Church, a group of lost knights surrounded Ingwell in layers, like the old ladies at the entrance of the village, asking him about all kinds of things that happened outside of Famazra. I was like a sardine in a can, squeezed among this group of iron lumps, acting as a translator. You heard it right, a translator, or a diplomatic spokesperson. After it was not easy to deal with the 2 divine skin apostles, the black and white flames that sealed the exits also disappeared, and the lost home knights guarding the area rushed in immediately. Of course, I was going to use the hound's pace to run away, but I didn't expect that Ingwell would stick his axe into the ground, hold his hands in front of his chest, and stand in front of the lost home knights with a look of one man standing against 10,000 men. They were confused and hesitant at first. And then one of them asked tentatively, "Are you Brother Ingwell?" Once, one of the king's wings. So, Ingwell raised his head a little more proudly. The lost knights immediately became fellow countrymen, with tears in their eyes. After asking, they learned that they were also knights of Stonewell, because they could not find their true homeland, and were taken in by the Storm King. However, at that time, Stonewell still respected beasts, and the Storm King was also on good terms with the ancient dragons. The knights worked diligently under his command, treated Stonewell as his second home. Unfortunately, the Golden Cavalry still came. Gufule led the powerful army that had not faded, marched into Stonewell, and fought against the Storm King. In the end, the Storm King was defeated, and a large number of lost knights had to leave their hometown again. Among them, only a small number of people returned to Stonewell under the call of Greg, but that is a story for later. And the people of Famazra, it was at that time that they came here. Originally, they were only following the king's order to seek help, but they never thought that before they could return, Stonewell had been conquered by Gufule's army. Everyone, once again, lost their hometown, and with nowhere to go, they stayed here to help the ancient dragons guard the Dragon Church that was about to collapse, which was also a way to repay the kindness of taking them in. Therefore, when the knights saw Ingwil, they were extremely excited. But they could not help but sigh. Excited? Of course, because they did not expect to meet an old friend in a foreign land. And he was a famous knight known as one of the Storm Wings. They sighed, because they all recognized that Ingwil had now turned into a wandering soul on the border, and turned into ashes. This meant that they could never go back to the land they once protected. However, for everything that happened at the border, the Lost Knights were quite interested and kept asking questions. However, Ingwil was a guy who didn't like to talk. He just stood aside with a majestic senior attitude, facing the questions from the Lost Knights. I had to answer them all. He just nodded, and those knights thought that he had turned into ashes, and only I, the summoner, could understand his words. Forget it. Because of Ingwil's reputation, the Lost Knights didn't seem to want to trouble me anymore. So I didn't bother with him. Moreover, after the Godskin Apostles were defeated, some of their runes turned into blessed light. So it was not difficult to keep the ashes summoned nearby. I just took it as a temporary rest, chatted, and collected some information. By the way, I seem to have heard one of you say before. Is this Famazra the only one who has been around besides me recently? Did another fated person break in? A sword and shield lost countryman nodded. If I remember correctly, that person was wearing a silver-white armor, and there was a woman behind him. Moreover, his ability is probably not inferior to that of Brother Ingwil and you, and he even had a strange weapon in his hand. Many of our brothers felt that once the weapon came into contact with them, part of their power would be swallowed up, and they were unable to stop him. Swallow the scepter, after launching the combat skill. It can take away the health of the surrounding enemies. Sure enough, Bernal brought Melina and passed by this road. What about the time? Brother, do you remember the specific time when they appeared? I asked hurriedly. This Famazra is isolated from the world, and there is no longer a distinction between day and night. So it is difficult for us to tell the specific time. But, from my personal experience, it should not have been too long. Sword and Shield looked at other companions. One of them nodded in agreement. It should have taken about 10,932 revolutions for the central storm to arrive before you. Brother Fated came. 10,932? I was confused. Can the storm in the center of Famazra be used to count time? The other party even nodded again with confidence. The storm will probably rotate once when I count to about 40. When I have nothing to do, I will habitually count the number of revolutions of the storm. Don't be fooled by the wind that seems to be changing its shape all the time, but if you observe carefully, you can find fixed rules from it, which is quite strange. Think about it. The real wind should be completely invisible. But this knight is obviously a fan of the central storm, and he talks about it. The other knights seem to be numb to it, and they all show expressions of here we go again. I also half admire it, and half sigh in my heart. How boring are you? However, assuming that the knight remembers one number per second, and one lap takes 40 seconds, then these 10,932 laps would take about 5 days? Did Bernard and Melina also pass by here in about 5 days? Speaking of which, after that person, before you came, it seems that someone else broke into the altar hall of the church here. A man who lost his homeland with 2 swords suddenly said, "Oh!" However, that person's movements were quite secretive, and none of us brothers could detect him. Only the 2 Godskin Apostles were disturbed, and they sealed the altar with black and white fire. After Shuangji and Shixiang finished speaking, another sword shield followed up and said, "Hearing what you said, I also remembered. At that time, it seemed that there was a turbid yellow flame, which burned the seal of the Godskin Apostles and rushed out directly from here, just like the silver white knight. However, the flames of the Godskin Apostles went out quickly, and I didn't see anyone. The direction in which the other party fled was also the location of the group of orcs. I can only give up. The turbid yellow flame. Mad fire? Sure enough, in addition to Bernal, Mengit said, perhaps Tron, who has touched the 3 fingers of mad fire, has also arrived here? I couldn't help but frown. Speaking of which, is it really okay for Ingwil and I to defeat the Godskin Apostle? You won't be held accountable by the ancient dragons. Right? The knights looked at each other, then they all smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. The ancient dragons are sometimes too lazy to meddle in other people's business. They assigned this church area to us. As long as we don't have a large-scale conflict with the foreign countries, they won't bother to show up. Foreign countries? They should refer to those dragon orcs. I really didn't see the lost knights mingling with those orcs. It is said that the ancient dragons don't bother to meddle in other people's business? Then why did I and Yajla receive such a warm welcome when I arrived? And even Fam Yazra almost couldn't come up. Another lost knight continued, and to be honest, we don't get along with the God-Skin Apostle. They are so mysterious and cunning. Originally, even if we entered here, we would be attacked by the God-Skin Apostle like you. After all, we are also people of the Golden Age, and we are originally hostile to the subordinates of the goddess of the night-colored eyes. That's good. No need to worry about being backstabbed. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the exploration of Fam Azra can be carried out with the Dragon Church here as a base. And Ingwell still stood up straight, silent, just humming and nodding beside me. Chapter 568, Reinforcements Meet. Wait, something seems a little off. Are we heading this way? A few steps after leaving the altar hall of the Dragon Church, just as the Lost Knights said, we met the Dragon Beast men who had nothing to do with them. These guys are not as easy to talk to as the Knights. Also, I don't have the ashes of the Dragon Beast men, so I can't communicate with these howling monsters at all. In addition, as I said before, because the memory of Fam Azra is too old, I seem to be a little lost. The periphery of Fam Yazra are all floating islands of fragments that are a combination of caves and classical buildings. They all look a bit similar. In addition, Dragon Beastmen keep popping up from various corners. They throw boomerangs with red arcs as accurate as intercontinental missiles from nowhere. They stand far away and strike me like a bolt from the blue. What's even more annoying is that, after suffering a few losses, these guys realize that they are no match for me in a head-on fight. They cleverly chose to play guerrilla warfare with me. They would move to another place after firing a shot, and would cover each other and escape when they saw me approaching, instead of just staying there stupidly like in a game, waiting for me to come over and kill them. For a moment, I was so confused by this tactic that I couldn't stop at all, like a headless fly in the broken ruins, looking for a way out. Got it! There is a sealed fog door with a stone statue imp on this side, so hidden it should lead to the Black Sword. Malachus's side? Since this place is located in a remote place, the Dragon Beastmen dare not break in through the only door and fight me head-on. I summoned the stone sword key from the blessing backpack, unlocked the seal, and took the elevator inside all the way up. It must be right. I remember that in front of the bridge leading to the palace where Malachus is, you also have to take the elevator. When I reached the top, the bright light from outside illuminated the entire elevator room. I stepped forward and lit up the blessing light here. I walked out with big strides. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In front of me, I still saw a desolate floating island. Before I took a few steps, the skeleton scattered on the ground began to stir, gathered into shape, raised the long blade of the bone spear, and rushed towards me with fangs and claws. Oh, I made a mistake. These are all dead borns. And, if I remember correctly, in the corner of this floating island, there is an ancient dragon resting. Touch it once or twice, and it will run away. Combat skills, hound steps. I dodged through the swords and spears, and once I saw the specific scenery, the path I should take also emerged in my mind. I passed through the group of dead borns, who seemed to be dancing in a small square, and ran to the right from the road in front of me. Sure enough, in the corner of the trees, I found a pale ancient dragon lying on the ground sleeping. Just ignore it anyway. I'm not going there. And the lost people also said that most of the ancient dragons are lazy. If you don't go, you'll cause trouble. They don't bother to care about you. After being chased by the dragon beasts and dead borns all the way, I jumped onto a rock platform and continued to run to a house that was tilted and almost collapsed. This side is also full of various ruins, fragmented, and each piece of debris is connected by some beams and stone pillars. In the game, I remember that at the end, Atue will meet. Warrior Pot here. Alexander. Let's duel. Of course. I can't find Hugu now. Speaking of Hugu, I remember that he seemed to go to the hero cemetery of Jameer Volcano with Leia last time to help me collect dead roots. Suddenly, a strong dragon-shaped dead born suddenly emerged from a pile of rocks, raised its axe, and almost split me in two. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and braked in time, so that the opponent's attack missed. I kicked the dead born on the waist and kicked him out. Then, another dragon-shaped dead born appeared from the corner, raised its head, and suddenly spit out dragon breath at me. Damn it. You are all so stupid. Aren't you afraid that the fire will burn you all? I summoned the storm and jumped violently, flipping over the other person's head. aiming at a floating debris below, jumping down, and then jumping down again. Finally, I landed on the ground. I have seen the blessed light in front of me. Oh, this is the terrace next to the tornado at the exit of the Beast Cemetery. Oh, I will just look for someone on the map. I should go back to the Dragon Church first. Oh, in the tomb next to the terrace, a dragon orc noticed me and immediately roared and brought a group of brothers and chased me again. I quickly ran towards the Dragon Church as planned and looked back from time to time, using the gaps between the floating debris. I gave the pursuers behind me a fiery storm slash, causing those who were chasing too closely to fall off Famizra and get sucked into the storm in the center. As for the rest of the journey, it was naturally the same as the way here. Facing the double teaming of many Deadborns, I parkoured all the way and returned directly to the intersection of the altar hall of the Dragon Church. Brother Zero. We meet again after the central storm has turned 1,785 times. The lost knight who is obsessed with storms greeted me. 1,785? Have I been running for most of the day? I am exhausted, let me take a breath. It seems like there is something going on over there? The lost knight looked in the direction I came from. I turned my head curiously. On a large fragmented platform in the Dragon Cemetery, a red rose with red flame suddenly rose up, causing the bones of the dead born who chased me in vain to fly away, the big tornado in the center. Could it be, there are invaders again? The lost home knight picked up his weapon vigilantly. Brotherling. Please tell the brothers inside, I'll cover them here. I don't think so. I think I know those people who are here, they are here to help me. I squinted. Next to the rising rose, I also found the storm with golden lightning. After a while, several familiar faces, as expected, came from there, appeared in front of me. I was wondering, why did those orcs suddenly run away one by one? It turned out that they were chasing you, Zero. Nephili jumped over. Alexander brought Roderica with him. After coming over, he said cheerfully as always, Hey, Brother Zero, long time no see. This whole city can actually float in the air, and is even gradually collapsing. It's the first time for me. Iron Fist Alexander. To see such a mysterious scene. Long time no see. I also smiled and bumped fists with Alexander, and then asked curiously, This is the first trip. Are you the only three here? Why? Isn't it enough that we're here? Are the opponents here so tough? Nephili put her arm around my shoulder. Not really, it's just that this area of Famizra is bigger than I thought, and it's hard to find people. I told the truth. Nephili also smiled and said, Don't worry, someone will come. However, in order to increase the speed of blessing transmission, and come to help you as soon as possible. The finger which brought us who were there at the time first. Rodlika kept looking behind her. Seeing this, I asked curiously, What's wrong? Rodlika? I remember that there seemed to be a Deathborn knight who came with us. I don't know where he went. Deathborn knight? I was confused. Alexander also crossed his arms and recalled. It turned out that, is that the one who is the Deathborn? He was wrapped so tightly that I couldn't even notice him. Nephili also continued. He claimed that he felt sorry for you, Zero, so he asked the witch to bring him along to help. However, none of us know his origins. Since he has become a Deathborn, he has not lost himself, so he must be a noble warrior. Everyone turned their heads to me. But the Deathborn who feels sorry for me? I have no impression of him at all. Rather, I don't have a good impression of those guys, who only want to eat flesh and blood. Maybe, they were sent by the sleeping girl Fia? Well, there are also many Deadborn in this Famizra. As one of them, his situation may be safer than ours. I gave up thinking, and said to the companions who came to support. But, it's a good thing you are here. There are many dragon beast men behind this church, and I just happen to be a little lost, so I'll leave it to you. Oh! The guys all look very motivated. With more people, it's time to completely control Famizra in our hands. Chapter 569. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Ha! The storm rolled up golden lightning, blocking the dragon orc's boomerang. Nephili, holding two axes, jumped up, and roared as she chopped at a burly dragon orc holding a broken sword. Boom! Red lightning suddenly fell from the clear sky, forcing her to dodge. And I found the guy hiding behind the stone pillar, who quietly released the dragon thunder prayer, and immediately performed the hound step, charged forward. The opponent saw that he had been exposed, and quickly jumped down from behind the stone pillar, trying to escape and change his position. But the Iron Fist, with scorching flames, suddenly soared into the air like a rocket. Alexander's rising dragon fist hit the dragon orc in midair, causing him to fall directly out of the broken corridor and be swept into the storm of Famizra. Looking back, Nepheli had completely killed the orc, who was exactly the same as the boss in the Jinlin cave. The 2 axes chopped him down. Even the guy who threw the boomerang from behind was forced into a dead corner by her. He fell to the ground with golden arcs all over his body. In this way, this area is cleaned up. She picked up the axe and walked back. There should be one more. Oh! Any more? I nodded and took Nepheli, Alexander, and Roderica to the corridors of the Broken Dragon Church. I walked to a terrace. There, the pale ancient dragon was like a stone sculpture smashed to the ground, its head and neck broken into several pieces, and fell to the ground. In front of the dead ancient dragon, there was a sword and shield furnace, also standing like a sculpture, motionless. The last time I passed this terrace, I also remembered that. It seemed that I had to jump down from the right side of this terrace to find the next blessing point on a roof, and then follow the road here. Only then can I reach the Black Sword Malachus. However, I was still fighting guerrilla warfare with several dragon orcs at that time. If I went forward rashly, I would be trapped by the Crucible Knight and the orcs from front and back, and I would be in trouble. Maybe it was the shadow left by the game. Every time I met a super tough dog like Sword and Shield Crucible, I was inexplicably scared. I didn't expect that. Famizra, there is also a Crucible Knight? Nepheli was also quite surprised. However, unlike me, she carried 2 axes, strode into the terrace, and asked loudly, I am the warrior Nephri Lu. May I ask the knight's name? Like a robot, the knight turned around, raised his sword and shield, the lightless sinner. Are you here? You dared to touch the flame, burn the holy tree, and trespass into this forbidden place. You are unforgivable. As he said that, the sword and shield forge raised the big shield, rushed forward. I quickly protected Roderica behind me. Be careful. Roderica, the situation is not right. You just find a place to hide for a while. Alexander laughed. Ha ha, you really want to fight again? Alright. Alright. I am Alexander the Iron Fist, an ancient knight. I hope you can teach me. After saying that, he even passed through Nepheli and ran forward. Hey, wait a minute, brother who, maybe he knows Herdic and the others. After all, they are all furnaces. I thought maybe we could have a good talk. And Roderica carefully pulled my shoulder strap, and said, Lord Zero, the knight still has the aura of fire on him. He may have been bewitched, or not. Fire? Mad fire? The mad fire has indeed been here. Nepheli also sighed. Then, there is no way. Let's make a quick decision. She raised her double axes, and rushed forward. There, Alexander, bearing the 100 phases of fire released by the Crucible Knight, raised his arm, and suddenly punched him. The opponent naturally put up a shield to block the attack. Nepheli's double axes were already flashing with arcs of light, like a golden thunderbolt, stepping over Alexander, and falling straight down on the opponent. Roderica, be careful. I no longer hesitated and raised the night fire. Summoning Lansanx's Dragon Thunder protection, I quickly dodged to the side of the Crucible Knight. While the opponent was still resisting Nepheli's attack, I launched the Hound Step, and I was like a thunderbolt, slashing with a sword, and flashing past the side of the Crucible, making the golden light of the rune on his body splash. The opponent also raised his foot, and suddenly collapsed on the floor, causing the surroundings to shatter, and also shook. Nepheli and I rolled away. Alexander was even more powerful. While standing firmly on his feet, his fist condensed the flames of Mount Gmir, and he directly threw a charged rising dragon punch at the Crucible Knight. Seeing this, the opponent quickly stepped back, avoided the attack, and at the same time unfolded the wings of the 100 phases of the Crucible, and soared into the air. After slightly adjusting the direction, he raised his straight sword and rushed straight at Nepheli. But Nepheli had no intention of dodging at all. She took a horse step, standing firmly on her feet, and then swung her double axes, summoning the storm and golden thunder, and directly met the opponent's dive attack from the front. Just when the two sides were about to collide, Nepheli turned her body, avoided the opponent's sharp blade to the extreme, and then struck the side of the Furnace Knight with a heavy blow of double axes, and directly chopped him off, and crashed into the feet of the ancient dragon's corpse. Well done, Nepheli. I couldn't help cheering. At the same time, I had already taken my position and jumped high. Combined combat skills, Red Thunder Blood Moon Slash. The Scarlet Blood Moon, with the power of thunder, hit the Crucible Knight, who had no time to dodge. This was my strongest attack, which directly shattered his breastplate, and released a large amount of golden rune light. Malachus, I'm sorry I couldn't. The Crucible Knight dropped his arms, and his whole body turned into ashes, dissipated with the wind. Relieved, I put away the night fire, and said to my companions, Come, go this way. Jumped down from the side of the terrace, and found the blessing point on the roof of the Dragon Church. Continue forward, and in my ears, I suddenly heard the sharp cry of an eagle, and several guys as big as humans flew out from some corner, raised their sharp claws, and were about to scratch people. But we have the current Storm King here, so don't underestimate him. Nephili and I rolled up the power of the storm at the same time, causing these flying eagles to lose their balance in midair, and fall to the ground, and I easily killed them with a slash of my sword. Lord Zero. There. Rodlika suddenly pointed forward. Perhaps it was the restlessness of the storm eagles that attracted the attention of others. On the overpass opposite us, there appeared a figure that I could not forget. Lord Zero? Melina. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. The wind blew up her curly hair, and in her golden eyes. As expected, she was surprised and happy to see me again. Great. Melina is fine. It's still not too late. But, right behind Melina, that annoying figure appeared as expected. You are here after all? Zero. Under the messy hair, her red gold eyes were cold and indifferent, without a single ripple, as if everything was already within his expectations. Bernard. I gritted my teeth. At this moment, in the sound of Famizra's wind, a heart-wrenching roar was faintly heard. Roar. 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 Chapter 570 Chase. Ah! In the gusts of wind, Famizra's heart-wrenching roar startled the nearby storm eagles, as if they had a premonition of a natural disaster, and flew away from the floating city. This sound doesn't sound like the roar of an ancient dragon. Nephili actually broke out in a cold sweat, which was rare. Even Warrior Pot Alexander couldn't help but be a little shocked. What is going to happen to this broken sky city? Almost everyone was confused by the sudden tearing roar. But all this had nothing to do with me. I only saw the actions of the man named Bernard. His current location, that is. In the game of the Ring of Magic, Bernard would be on the overpass where Famizra invaded the player 80. If I remember correctly, you have to go back from the entrance bridge of the temple, where the Black Sword Malachus is located, and then you can go around from there. However, what is Bernard doing there in reality? I remember that there seems to be only one magic enhancement, Ancient King Amulet, that can pray for a longer duration. It is impossible that he is responsible for guarding there. But it doesn't matter. My only goal now is to take back Melina. Wait a moment. Melina, I'll go there now. I shouted loudly. Master Zero. Melina looked a little relieved. And Bernard also withdrew his gaze from the direction where the roar came from. It's time to go, witch. As he said this, he put on the beast-gathering helmet, carried the world-devouring scepter, and looked like he was going to leave there. Wait for me. Zero, if you want to take back your witch, come to the temple of Black Sword Malachus. I will wait for you there. After Bernard finished speaking, he also disappeared from the bridge. And Melina looked at me with a complicated expression, as if she had many words to say, but she couldn't tell them clearly at the moment. I could only follow Bernard silently. I wished for it. I also quickly quickened my pace. Now that we are here, I remember the next road very clearly. Just follow the main road, and you will reach the temple where the Black Sword is. But you have to hurry. Humph, but Bernard probably doesn't know yet. With the help of Mr. Mungert, I have convinced. Beast Priest Skulon, in other words. Black Sword. Malachus is on my side. Going there to meet him, wouldn't that be a trap for him? But then again, although my attention was on Bernard just now, that roar was indeed worrying. Ah! Ho! 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 It came again. Indeed, just as Nephili said, this roar, it didn't sound like the voice of the ancient dragon. Then whose roar could it be? I led everyone to run towards the temple where Malachus was, but just as we passed a relatively empty square, suddenly, there was another roar above our heads. Then, a huge black shadow descended from the sky and covered us. Be careful. It's the ancient dragon. Nephili shouted to remind us to avoid it. The ancient dragon fell, raising a large cloud of gray dust, making it difficult to see the road ahead. Nephili and I quickly used the storm-fighting skill to disperse the dust. And then we saw the ancient dragon holding its head high and roaring at the sky again. Ouch! Red arcs of light spread out from the ancient dragon, turned into thunders, and kept falling in all directions. Seeing this, Alexander pounded his fist twice, and rushed towards the ancient dragon first. I am Alexander the Iron Fist, the master of Famazra. Please allow me to come and ask for your advice. And Nephili also raised her double axes, and said to me, Zero, you take Roderica and go first. Leave this to us. Go and rescue your witch. Thank you very much. Nephili. What are you thanking me for? Let's go. As she spoke, Nephili also stepped forward to help Alexander, and blocked the ancient dragon's footsteps. Roderica and I looked at each other, dodged the red lightning, and hurried through the edge of the square. Aohuho, we were getting closer and closer to the direction of the roar. It can be said that I was sure that it came from the direction of the black sword Malachus. Could it be that? Is there anyone who has been fighting with Malachus, trying to take the death rune from him? It's not me, nor Bernal, so there is only one candidate, the son of evil omen, who has touched the fire of insanity, Tron. Boom! Just as I was thinking for a while, suddenly another thunderbolt fell from the sky. Luckily I reacted quickly enough, and stopped. Around, several more dragon beastmen poked their heads out. They seemed to be disturbed by the roar from Malachus. They became quite violent, drooling, and slashed at me with their swords in hand. Roderica, come closer to me. I drew out the nightfire, and at the same time, a storm was created. Combat skill. Fiery hurricane dance. The blazing flames blocked the dragon beastman's steps. And the next second, in the raging fire, red lightning and thunder struck. The sharp sword light almost wiped across the dragon beastmen's necks before they could react. And the wilderness was covered with flowers of the other shore. At a time like this, don't come out and get in the way, I complained casually. Ah! The roar from above was louder, but it didn't sound like a fight. If they were fighting someone, it should be a more passionate and shorter roar, only at the moment of exerting force, with a power from the bottom of the throat, not like now, continuous and full of pain. Lordling, this voice, could it be the shadow beast of Queen Marika who sealed death, as the Jez said? Roderica had already guessed the source of the voice. I also said frankly, well, it should be him, but I don't know what happened. Oh, stop here for a moment. In front of the bridge built by the collapsed pavilion, I stopped Roderica's footsteps, and sure enough, a dragon beastman rushed out from the opposite side, swinging a boomerang in his hand. If I were crossing the bridge, it would be annoying if he hit me twice. Combat skills, Thunder God killing gun. Luckily I was prepared, and hit the opponent's forehead with a red shot, making him fall back without a sound. That person seems to be suffering. Roderica's feelings were indeed the same as mine. By the way, before we set out, Sir had something for me to give to Lord Zero, saying that if it was you, it might be useful. Sorry, because the various scenes here are too amazing to me. I forgot it before. It's okay, I'll go up from this side later, and there will be a little blessing and guiding light. When you get there, give it to me. After that, I made a shushing gesture to Roderica. We came to the door of a building that looked like a church, which had an elevator leading to the bridge in front of the temple, and the ground inside was covered with water, and the two dragon orcs' prayers and an orc-elite monster were guarding it. Using thunder prayer in this environment, I don't need to tell you, is it disgusting? Let's make a quick fight. Combat skill, Hound Step. Before the opponent finds me, I rush forward quickly, raise my long sword, first pierce the neck of the orc in front, turn around, there is another prayer in the corner, preparing to release thunder. No prayer. I turn around and use Storm Slash, interrupt the opponent's posture, and then quickly approach the opponent. Two swords took away his life. Roar. The orc-elite monster came, but it was too late. After dodging the opponent's swings, I found a flaw. Yahuo brought a red arc of electricity, and killed the opponent with one sword. The miscellaneous soldiers along the way finally cleared them. I took Roderica to the elevator in the room behind the church, and went straight up, and came to the blessing point beside the bridge. Okay, what does Baiji want to give me? Roderica? I took a short break and asked curiously. Roderica glanced at the room where the blessed light was falling, and said softly, It may feel a little small here, Lord Zero. Please make room for me a little. As soon as she finished speaking, I saw the blessed light respond to Roderica's call, and suddenly took out a huge helmet from her backpack, and squeezed me into the corner of the room. This is the mirror helmet taken from Lord Eg. After learning that Master Zero had convinced the Beast Priest, Master Sir speculated that, if Black Sword Malachus was the same as Master Blaze of the Kalia royal family, perhaps you could use this thing. Roderica explained to me. And outside, the roar of the black sword became louder and louder. Ah! Ho! 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 Chapter 571 The Unpredictable Man. Kaliaz. Half-Wolf. Night Blaze, A shadow beast given to the godman Lonnie by the finger is dedicated to protecting his master, and is also the tool for the finger to monitor the man who controls the god. When Lonnie was trying to leave the border and explore her law of the night, she went to find the finger who intended to control the fate of the godman, and broke off with him, and Blaze, as her shadow beast, was also controlled by the finger's mind. He fell into madness. Black Sword Malachus, the same is true. He is even the shadow of the Lord of the Borderland, Queen Marika. After seeing the huge EG mirror helmet brought by Roderica, and listening to her explanation, I naturally guessed the reason for Malachus's painful roar. I am afraid that, after listening to what Monget and I said, he was willing to hand over the death rune to help us, and his fingers behind him sensed it. That's why I tortured this beast like Blaze in the game, and drove him crazy. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling again. By the way, did Sir Baiji even foresee all this? He is indeed an old fox. However, for me now, the most important thing is not the problem of the death rune, but Bernard. He just agreed with me to meet on the bridge in front of the Black Sword Temple. I guess after that, it will also be a deadly battle. I couldn't help but summon a broken and discolored forging stone from the blessing backpack, sharpen the blade of Nightfire a little, and calm my restless heart a little. Melina, I'm here. Let's go! After everything was ready, I put away the mirror helmet brought by Nightfire and Roderica, walked out of the blessing room, stepped onto the stairs, and headed to the bridge just above. Master Zero, did Master Bernal really get involved with Mad Fire? Roderica asked behind me. Well, I saw with my own eyes the guy and the Mad Fire cult, killing the big snake in the volcano mansion, and then, writing the virtual image of the flame in the giant cauldron of the snow mountain, he went to the sky city of Famizra. His eyes are already the color of Mad Fire. I tried to keep myself calm and replied. But Roderica was silent for a while, and said softly, but the color of Lord Bernal's soul doesn't seem to have changed. The star beside him is still protecting him. Lord Ling, after you meet, please let me talk to Lord Bernard for a while, okay? If he is willing to return Melina to me. Stepping onto the last bridge of Famizra, the surging wind makes my cheeks hurt. I have a premonition that this place may witness the true fate of the borderland in the future. I walked towards the Temple of the Black Sword. Here, the person the guard was waiting for was not the dragon-clad tree guard, but the traitor Bernal. You're here. From under his helmet, his eyes seemed to be burning with fire, but they were unusually cold. Of course I have to come. I walked forward, and drew my sword. Give Melina back to me. Bernal remained silent. Ah, what an annoying attitude. I looked at him, and while thinking about how to attack, suddenly, a call from behind disrupted all my thoughts. Lord Zero. I turned around in surprise, and saw that Melina was standing behind me safely. She took off her hood and smiled slightly. Long time no see. Melina? I was extremely surprised. When I came to my senses, I had already embraced Melina in my arms, holding her tightly, fearing that she would suddenly disappear like before. Holding her tightly. Great, you're fine, it's great, Melina. Melina seemed to be shocked by my action, but she still reached out her hand, and hugged me back, patting my back gently, and comforting me. I'm sorry, I made you worry, Master Ling, but I always believe that you, and the connections you have made along the way, will help you get here. Thank you for coming to me, Master Ling. My heart was beating wildly, in her embrace, in the gentle words that I hadn't heard for a long time. I gradually calmed down. I couldn't help but laugh. Hey, what are you talking about? You are my finger witch. Turning my head, I found that Melina was already in tears. Her golden eyes were shining like bright gems, reflecting my equally outrageous face. How could I abandon you, Melina? I tried to smile, wiped away the tears on her face. But at this moment, a certain man disrupted the atmosphere on our side. Let's wait until everything is over before having a touching reunion. Zero. I turned around, subconsciously protected Melina behind me, and pulled Roderica over, staring at Bernard with a fierce look. What do you mean? The man in front of me fell silent again. I have no idea. What is he trying to say? He had kidnapped Melina from the cauldron, but now he let her go so easily. To be honest, I was ready to attack him when he said, if you want it, you have to come and get it yourself. This time, I was really confused. Bernard did not answer directly, but changed the subject. You should be able to feel it. Zero. That guy is here too. That guy? I asked, speculating. Are you talking about the Mad Fire? Bernard did not deny it, and then said, his purpose should be the same as yours. If you want to attack the beast, now is the best time. I frowned. In my eyes, Bernard is like a fog, making it impossible to see clearly, and I can't believe anything he says. However, when it comes to the Cauldron of Fire, he also killed Mad Fire Ailing with one blow. Roderica just said that the color of Bernal's soul was the same as when he was with her. Perhaps this also means that Bernal himself has not changed his beliefs. Of course, when the warrior broke into the house, I didn't see Bernal's intention to destroy the world, although he was always quite depressed. Eohuhu, the roar brought a hot wind, which made people feel a little painful and interrupted all my thoughts. After entering Famyazra, in the ancient dragon's temple, a giant beast jumped down from a thick stone pillar, knocking down the dragon-clad tree guard with both the man and the horse. Suddenly, a black and red sword energy burst out from the guard, making him unable to support himself and turning into golden ashes. Drink, drink, drink. Black Sword Malachus panted. His cloak burned with black and red flames, and it dissipated with the wind like the rune of the tree guard, revealing the true face of the beast. Is this already the second stage? Bernal clenched the world-devouring scepter and said coldly, Beast Malachus, let me end your suffering. Chapter 572 Rampage. The wind was raging, and the black and red flames were burning. In the temple, Black Sword Malachus covered his head with one hand, gasping for breath, looking exhausted from dealing with the noise in his head. And Rebel. Bernard's eyes were like torches. He picked up the world-devouring scepter and gradually quickened his pace, walking towards Malachus. Wait a minute. I quickly stopped him. Zero, you should know that, besides your witch, what Dienhua wants most is the power that controls the true death of the borderland, destined death. Bernard said coldly. Besides, his roar will obviously attract the attention of that guy hiding somewhere, and the Black Sword Malachus must be dealt with as soon as possible. I know, but Malachus is on my side, I retorted loudly. It is better to say, compared to Bernal. I trust Malachus a little more. The other party looked at me for a moment. Sighed, really? He is worthy of being a role model for us fated ones. As expected. You came to Famyazra with his help? He actually guessed it. However, Bernal himself seems to have some connection with beasts, and the beast armor is the evidence. Perhaps, in the past that I don't know, he has been with the beast priest. I have met Gulong. Seeing that the other party has let down his aggressive attitude a little, I turned around and approached Malachus carefully. Black Sword Malachus, do you remember me? I am Zero. Ha, Zero? The other party was still panting, raising his somewhat blurred golden eyes. Fated, the fading one, it turned out to be you, Wu. He still remembers me. I quickly summoned Iggy's huge mirror helmet. Malachus, believe me, wearing this helmet should be able to resist the interference of fingers on your consciousness, so that you can feel better. Wu Malachus still clenched his teeth, enduring the mental torture, and even drooling with blood on the ground. I carefully handed Iggy's mirror helmet forward. However, at this moment, Malachus seemed to unconsciously call out a not-so-nice name, Ma. Marika? My heart suddenly tightened, as if someone had grabbed it. The other person's eyes were not on me, but were staring at Melina. Malachus seemed to have accidentally seen Melina behind me, but he mistook Melina for Marika? Although their hair colors were different, they were mother and daughter after all, so they naturally had some similarities in appearance. And it was possible that Malachus had also seen Melina when she was a child. After all, as a shadow beast, he had even met Mondot. But now, it was definitely not the time for him to meet Melina. My brain quickly understood the logic, but it was too late. Ah! Ho! 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 Malachus roared in pain again. He suddenly raised his hand, and slapped me away with my helmet, and then raised the black sword that condensed the doomed death, and slashed at Melina. Dang! Bernard raised the world-devouring scepter horizontally, and in a flash, he used his soft power to cleverly avoid Malachus's slash. Is this the evolution and application of the combat skill? Parry? I have already unlocked the seal on you, and I will return to Zero first. Hearing Bernard say this, Melina nodded, and quickly turned into a dark blue light and shadow, and gathered towards me. And Malachus fell into a state of madness again. No! No! Mother Malika, she is not wrong. We pray for eternity, Woo! Mother? Did Malachus call the finger mother? Bang! Suddenly Malachus slammed his head against the stone pillar of the temple with lightning speed, smashing the pillar into stone chips and shaking. He himself hit his head and bled. For a while, He leaned against the pillar without moving. Malachus? I walked forward cautiously. But Roderica hurriedly shouted, Master Zero. Master Bernard, be careful. This is not Master Malachus now. Huh? I just started to get suspicious. Then I saw. Black sword. Malachus jumped out like lightning, then jumped high, turned into a huge black shadow, and stabbed me with a black sword. This was the move that ended the dragon-clad tree guard just now. I quickly pulled away with the hound step the moment Malachus landed. The black and red flames of his doomed death burst out in all directions with his slash, and also caused a cloud of flying sand and rocks. In the gray smoke, his golden eyes were completely dyed scarlet, as if his snow-white hair was also stained with blood and blinded by the collision just now. Just like Roderica said, Malachus has completely lost himself. Zero. Bernal stepped forward. In his unchanging cold eyes, it seemed as if he had anticipated all this, but he was still asking. So next, as a role model of the fated, what will you do? Don't always use me as a role model. I couldn't help but complain. And Malachus turned his body, and immediately swung a black and red slash at us. Both Bernal and I had to dodge. After all, this kind of slash with a doomed death, if we touch it in reality, I don't know if the flames of Malachus's destined death have any additional death effects. HP burning? I'm afraid it's the same as Amaterasu in Naruto. Once it is stained with the flames of destined death, it will continue to burn until the target is completely reduced to ashes. The crazy Malachus's attack is also extremely fierce. Just as they opened up the distance, the black sword burned with the flames of destined death. With a big leap, he invaded in front of the man, and while swinging his sword, a curtain of fire was ignited. I barely avoided the attack, and then the opponent leaped in the air again, turning his body, and slashed again. I was beaten and ran away. Malachus landed on the pillar and roared at us. He had indeed lost himself. Now he was just a beast that had been invaded, and was determined to annihilate all disrespectful people. What should I do? Now I have to force the death that is destined to happen. Does that mean killing Malachus? Although I know that now is not the right time, I still have some hesitation in my heart. Lord Zero. Roderica suddenly called me. She seemed to see through my thoughts, and said straight to the point. I will find a way to retrieve Lord Malachus's soul, and ask him to come back, and please delay time with Lord Bernard, and try to weaken his power. In my heart, I felt a little relieved. I couldn't help but smile slightly, and held Nightfire tightly. Okay, then leave it to us. Chapter 573, Blasphemous Clause. Part 1. Ah! Malachus roared. His eyes were bloodshot, like a ghostly shadow floating in the temple of Famazra. He moved as fast as lightning, and was as fierce as a raging tide. Every time he slashed, the blaze that just brushed past was painful. When I had no choice, I tried to use blood slashes to resist the oncoming attack, but at the moment of collision, the flames of death burst out like fireworks, and poured towards me like water, if you are not careful. The burning flames will seem to pierce your heart. Moreover, the death fire of Malachus is even harder to extinguish. Just like a ball of oil sticking to your body. It will not stop until it burns dry. Indeed, it is quite similar to Amaterasu. For a while, both me and Bernard were suppressed by Malachus's offensive, and it was difficult to find a chance to counterattack. But this won't work. It won't consume the black sword at all. Malachus. Roderica asked us to consume Malachus's power, to help her find the lost soul of the black sword, and talk to him, and find a way to calm him down. After that, we will put Iggy's mirror helmet on Malachus, to resist the mental interference of the finger. This is our plan. But, ah! Malachus swung at me with great force, bringing up a black and red flame curtain of doomed death. I could only use the hound step. We hurriedly distanced ourselves from him. Seeing this, Bernard quickly swung up the world-devouring scepter, and smashed it at Malachus's hind legs from the side. But the opponent suddenly jumped back, and like a nimble dancer, he spun in the air, and slashed us with several fatal slashes. Just as we desperately dodged his attack, Malachus stepped on the stone pillar of the temple, pushed hard, and raised the black sword to stab us. Boom! The explosion of fatal slashes. It threw me and Bernal off the ground. I rolled several times before I bounced up and stopped. The beast reacted quickly. And this guy was so good at jumping. There's no such a good jumper in the game. Ah! 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 Malachus raised his head and roared, venting his pain and anger. I also took this opportunity to drink a mouthful of the Holy Grail dew, and recover a little. But if I was suppressed by Malicus like this, I couldn't cause any damage instead. We have been dodging with our strings taut. Let alone whether the plan can be implemented, whether Roderica can break through the mental interference of the finger on Malicus. Benner and I will definitely be exhausted first. What should we do? Forget it for now. While Malicus's attention is on Benner, who is closer to him, I will pray for a buff. Pray, Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection. Pray, Beast Vitality. Take a deep breath. I also rushed forward again. Seeing this, Malicus wrapped the black sword around his head and slashed at Bernard with a fierce blow, trying to force him back first, and then swing the sword to the side, or directly spin sideways to swing the blade in the air to attack me. But unexpectedly, a black and red flame suddenly rose from Bernard's left hand, as if forming a large shield, intending to block Malicus's heavy pressure from the front. Bang! The flame of the destined death was indeed blocked and spread out in all directions, but Bernard himself was also crushed to his knees by this heavy blow. Bernard! I yelled, seizing the opportunity that even Malicus hesitated, and jumped towards his hind legs. Combined combat skills, Red Thunder Blood Moon Slash. Thunder struck down, Malicus yelled, and quickly jumped away, and clung to the pillar like a cat. I also hurried forward, and pulled Bernard. Are you okay? Ahem. Bernard couldn't help coughing twice, and said with a sigh, It seems that I used this item incorrectly? I also followed Bernard's gaze, looking at his left arm, and saw that he had an item on the back of his hand that looked like a stone dagger, and inside it was a black and red gem, which sealed the same power as that of Malicus. This is the Blasphemous Claw. Once, after that night of the Black Knight's conspiracy, as a thank you gift, Lonnie gave this item to her brother, Judicial Officer Lackad. And this item can only be obtained by defeating Bernard, who invaded the player Audi from Sky City. It can be said to be a sharp weapon against Malicus. I remember that this thing can only be used when the sword in Malicus's hand lights up golden light. I quickly explained to Bernard. Golden light? Bernard was still confused. After all, we were all exhausted from dodging just now. If Bernal had never seen it, it would be hard to understand. Of course, I don't know the principle of the black sword shining with golden light. It's just set in the game. Just as I was thinking about how to explain it to him, Malicus had already jumped up from the stone pillar, slashed the blade several times in succession, and attacked Bernal and me. Bernal quickly pushed me away to avoid the attack. At the same time, I suddenly reacted. That's right. If I remember correctly, the moment the black sword landed in the last part of the attack, it would rush towards Atai and spin. And this part is the attack with golden light. Pay attention to his last attack. That will be an opportunity. I hurriedly shouted to Bernard. But unexpectedly, after the black sword landed, it jumped up again, raised the black sword and stabbed me. Is this a change of tactics? Although I pulled a certain distance, but he was still beaten back by the sword energy. Bernard used the Blasphemy Claw again, condensed a black and red fire, and rushed towards Malicus. Hearing the footsteps, Malicus turned around and swung, just like playing golf, knocked Bernard out, and hit his head on the pillar. It feels like Bernard still didn't grasp the timing of using the Blasphemy Claw. Just now, the flames he released seemed to have weakened in advance, which also resulted in a failure to offset the destined death released by Malicus. The power of the Blasphemous Claws was overwhelmed, and the flames burned Bernal. Seeing this, I quickly used the combat skill, Thunder God Killing Gun, to attract Malicus' attention. After fighting with him for a few moves, a bright red light suddenly lit up behind Malicus, and he seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the light gathered, it flipped over my head, and turned around to attack the center of the red light with a death slash. Bernal dodged to the side, and then took advantage of the gap, and took off the Blasphemous Claw from his hand, and threw it over. You seem to know how to use this thing better than me. It depends on you. 0. To be honest, even in the game, I have successfully interrupted Malicus's attack with the Blasphemous Claw. There are only a few of them. Moreover, in reality, I have not found an opportunity to use this thing yet. When will the golden light appear? How should I use the Blasphemy Claw? Black Sword. Malicus shook off the slightly burning red flames on his body, like a cat shaking water, and roared again. I couldn't help but clench the Blasphemy Claw. Speaking of which, forcibly interrupting Malicus's attack can also consume a lot of his energy. But if it succeeds, this thing should not kill Malicus. Perhaps, using this weapon well, will be the best choice to solve the current situation. Chapter 574, Blasphemy Clause. Part 2. Blasphemy Clause? Roar. Malicus roared, waving the black sword, as if he had set off a hurricane of death flames. I injected the power of rune into the blasphemy clause, and the death rune contained in it also blazed up. Boom! When the two forces collided, the black and red flames bloomed like fireworks. It felt like being hit directly in the face by a large-scale heavy truck. In an instant, he was flung out, and finally hit the pillar under the broken sky of the temple. And then he fell to the ground and stopped. His skeleton seemed to be completely broken, although he was more or less used to the pain. The burning sensation like a raging fire wrapped around his whole body still made him almost faint. I can only say that fortunately, the previous blow also made Malicus stagger, and Bernal seized the opportunity, launched an attack on the opponent, and forced Malicus back. Otherwise, the big dog would jump over directly and scratch me with its claws, and my life would be in danger. I struggled to drink the last drop of the Holy Grail dew, and barely recovered my breath. Oh! I still can't grasp the timing of using the blasphemous clause. In the game, I remember that there are only two moves that will trigger the rebound mechanism of the blasphemous clause. The first is the multi-stage continuous slash after Malicus flies into the sky. After landing, he will follow up with a sprinting slash. The blade will glow with gold. And the second time, just like before, after swinging it in a circle, when you raise the black sword and chop it on the ground, it should also glow with gold. If you don't block it, it will set off a wave of swords and shadows, spreading all around. But it's too difficult to judge in reality. The black sword has been burning with the black and red flames of doomed death. I almost didn't see the moment when the golden light flashed. Although there have been moves similar to those in the game, I also tried several rounds. But each time it was almost the same as now, injuring 300 or 200 enemies, and losing 1,000 of my own. Every time, I could almost hear the sigh of death in my ear. If it weren't for Bernal's rescue, I would have been killed by Malicus. Near the entrance of the temple, Roderica was emitting a faint green halo. She had tried to find Malicus' lost soul and talk to him. But if we can't use the blasphemous claw properly, weaken his power, I am afraid we will lose. What should we do? Ding-ling-ling just at this moment, the soul-summoning bell on my waist rang softly. The crisp sound was like a pair of hands that cleared the fog in my heart and made me see the bright moonlight in the night sky. Oh! Big sister! I hurriedly rang the bell to summon the Black Knife Dishi. Speaking of which, this blasphemous claw was originally the one that Lonnie stole the death rune by all means. To Lacquard. Then, as one of the executors of the conspiracy, Dishi should know the real use of the blasphemy claw. Lord Zero. Dishi came here as ordered. She already knew the reason why I summoned her, and said straight to the point. The best time to release the blasphemy claw is when Malicus releases his death rune with all his strength. And the moment he attacks. You actually felt it, right? The blasphemy claw will only release a lot of fire at the beginning. It will then fail quickly. That is, there is only that moment, with the power of rapid expansion, combat the strongest force of death, in order to find the opportunity to win to victory, otherwise it will be rejected by the beast clause. In this way, just now, the 1,000 miles hurt myself, there are 500 is itself founding without grasping the opportunity? Is Mary's strongest blow? I looked at the beast of the mad dancing. Biddle alone, obviously. He couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. It can only be said that the world-devouring scepter is indeed powerful. Every time he releases his fighting skills, he can always force Malicus away. Adding Bernard's martial arts, he can barely hold on. I will open up the road to victory for you, Lord Ling. Please grasp the opportunity yourself. After Dishi said this, she turned into a swift shadow and rushed towards Malicus. She waved her hand, and a fatal slash fell on Malicus. This startled him slightly, and he quickly jumped onto the pillar. Woo! Woo! Death! Death! Never allow it! Malicus panted. Dix's appearance seemed to remind him of his mistake of stealing the death rune. He climbed onto the pillar, and his head hurt even more than before. Mother! Mother! I also hurried forward and saw Bernard still kneeling on the ground with great effort, gasping for breath. I asked, "Are you okay?" Bernard did not answer but asked, "Have you found a solution?" Zero. Well, I guess so. Looking at Malicus, I suddenly had an idea. Really? Bernard supported himself and stood up. Under the helmet, his eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. Then, Then I can leave this to you. And Malicus also roared angrily again. I will never let death escape from here. Mother! Ah! I saw. He jumped twice on different stone pillars, then suddenly jumped up, raised the black sword high, and slashed at Dishi. Dishi! I will keep up with your speed, I shouted. If you don't have enough runes, squeeze them from me, and release your death as much as you can. I will obey your orders. Prayer, Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder Protection. Combat Skill, Hound Step. Once, when I was in the King City of Rodel, Black Blade, who guards the Queen's boudoir, has helped Melina train. And I have watched and asked for advice. So it is not a problem to keep up with Dishi, Malicus roared, staring at Dishi and attacking him continuously. However, Dishi changed his steps flexibly, and under the opponent's surging attack, he was like a butterfly dancing in the wind. Difficult to catch. After all, the Black Blade Assassin is said to be the most agile guy in the border area. It's not an exaggeration at all. I looked for opportunities from the side, Thunder God Killing Spear, Flamestorm Slash. Although the long-range combat skills may not be effective, they also made Malicus quite impatient. He kept roaring, and his eyes became redder. It was as if the shadow of the past had once again entangled this beast, but he could not cut it off no matter what. Ah! 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 All of a sudden, Malicus burst into the wildest roar so far. The power of death was released with the fluctuation of the sound. It made my ears ache, and my brain seemed to burst. Even Dishi, who was summoned by the ashes, seemed to be affected by me. He shook his body and stopped. The next second, a black shadow leaped up in the air. Malicus danced in the air, and swung one fatal blow after another at Dishi. Just by looking at it, the aura of death was even stronger than before. Dishi! I yelled. Please! Dishi understood what I meant. She stopped retreating and held the black knife with both hands, gathering her strength on the dagger. A blazing black and red fire burned on the black knife dagger. She swung it at the arcs flying in the air with almost the same slash. Boom! 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 Fireworks exploded in the air one after another. But with Dishi's strength, it was hard to compare with the black sword Malicus. Even if she could barely offset the flames of the destined death, but the gust of wind brought by the slash, like a series of flying blades, scratched Dishi's body, leaving her covered with wounds in an instant, and the wounds glowed with a faint blue light. The last slash, Dishi was already powerless to resist it. The flames of her doomed death burst out at her feet, and the impact also threw her away, and she fell heavily to the ground. Ah roar! In the smoke and black-red flames rising from the fierce battle, Malicus roared, with one sword. I swept away everything that was in the way. The black sword was burning with flames, and slashed at Dishi who couldn't stand up. Sure enough, you are still feeling guilty about what happened at night, and you are thinking about making up for it, and atonement day and night, right, Malicus? The flame of the black sword brought up the golden glow of rune. And at that moment, I flashed in front of Dishi. Well done, Dishi. Profane Claws. Chapter 575 Requiem. Boom, fight fire with fire. In the moment when the two raging flames of death collided, the runes turned into a black and red halo, and spread out like ripples. I squeezed out all the runes I had left, and gathered them into the claws of the blasphemous beast. At that moment, the rising power, like forming an extremely thick shield, blocked the full force attack of the black sword Malicus towards Dixie, and bounced it away. In those crazy eyes, the scarlet faded for the first time. Master Zero. On the side, Roderick's cry suddenly came. The finger's intention has faded, please try harder. To try harder means to continue the attack, right? Malicus, you have to hold on. Taking advantage of the opponent's opportunity to be unable to stand up due to the blasphemous claws, I rushed forward, and jumped up. I jumped and slashed at Malicus. Malicus came to his senses, and quickly fought back, slashing with a sword. I stepped aside. The opponent was about to chase him immediately, but his sword-wielding arm paused for a moment. So I took the opportunity to move forward and strike again, pushing Malicus back. Ah! Ah! The melodious singing voice echoed in this broken temple. I saw the faint green halo on Roderica's body. It has turned into a bright and clear light like the moon in the night sky. And along with the singing, it flows into people's hearts like a clear spring, making all the pain in people disappear and relieved. It is the song from the ancestors, which soothes the soul. Woo-woo-woo. Malik subconsciously jumped onto the pillar, holding his forehead. But in this temple, There is no place for him to hide from the singing. Roar! Suddenly, his dazed eyes lit up red again. Malicus roared, jumped down from the pillar, and rushed towards Roderica. I won't let you succeed. I had expected this, and held the sword in both hands, blocking in front of him. Get out of the way! Malicus roared, and swung the sword at me. But your flames are quite erratic, Malicus. I crossed the night fire without hesitation, gritted my teeth, and forcibly blocked the opponent's attack. Dixie had recovered his energy. And from the side of Malicus, he swung a fatal blow, forcing him back again. Looking at Dixie, Malicus fell into confusion again. Woo woo woo. Malika. Lord Malicus. In the requiem of the ancestors, Roderica prayed, please follow your heart. Don't be deceived by others' words. Listen to the voice in your heart. That is the real answer you need. Facing Roderica's words, Malicus actually flinched. He covered his face and gasped. DC, thank you so much this time. Come back and rest. I should be able to handle it here. I shook the bell. Dixie bowed slightly, turned into a shadow and dissipated. Malicus was still struggling in the shackles and pain of his spirit, and the red light in his eyes was flickering. Lordling. Melina's voice suddenly rang out beside me again. Melina. I was so scared that I quickly used my body to block her. Why are you here? Malicus's mind is still unstable. If he thinks of your mother again, It's okay. Master Zero. Melina smiled at me. Trust me. Although I don't know what Melina wants to do. I swallowed my saliva and I still chose to trust her. Okay. You better be careful. Yeah. Melina nodded. And after I made way, she slowly walked towards Malicus. I naturally followed her. Just in case. Priest of the Beast. Do you still remember me? Melina? Like Mungard? Greeted Malicus after a long absence. Malicus's face became more and more ferocious, and half of his face showed the fangs of a beast. On the other side, he was terrified. Malika. Me. Well, it seems that the beast's mind is still quite confused, and its vision is still seriously disturbed. You are still so loyal, as the shadow of the mother, you have always sealed death and guarded our eternity. Melina walked in front of the other party, and a golden glow as warm as the sun gathered in her hands. Squatting down, Melina placed the golden glow in front of Malicus. The glow sprouted like a seed, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a golden sapling. Pray, little golden tree. Mother has always trusted you. Malicus. Melina slowly raised her head and looked at the branches of the tree. But at the same time, she always felt that she was ashamed of you. You always did so much for her silently, and responded to every request of hers without complaint. But she has nothing to give back. No. Marika. Malicus's injuries were slowly getting better, but at the same time, the red light in his eyes gradually faded. So, you've worked so hard. Melina looked at Malicus, bowed sincerely, and said, although I'm not your mother, please allow me to say this. You've worked so hard all along. Malicus. So no matter what choice you make, we will have no complaints. For a moment, Malicus said nothing. The wind of Famazra was still roaring, but in this temple, there was a calm tranquility, just like the sky reflected in the water in autumn. Without a ripple. You have grown up. Melina, when I remember you, you were only the size of my finger. Malicus suddenly broke the silence. You and your mother really look alike. For some reason, you always look sad, and only in front of that man, occasionally, will you smile. Malicus. Malicus reached out his hand and gently touched Melina's head. Then, he raised his eyes again, and looked at the little golden tree that Melina had summoned. Watching the golden light gradually dissipate, finally, turned into a shadow, and completely disappeared before his eyes. The eternity we created? In the end? Is it still a dream? Marika. When did you realize this? Why? His question, of course, already had the answer in his mind. So Marika's could only sigh helplessly in the end. After all, Marika's was still a tool sent by the finger to monitor Marika, and it had nothing to do with his personal consciousness. At the beginning, if Marika had told him her plan, I'm afraid that time would be the moment when they would truly face each other in life and death. It is for this reason that the Queen would send her trusted shadow to this isolated Forbidden Sky land. I already know your intentions, but I can't go against my mother's will alone. So I'm afraid I can't help you in the future. Melina. Malik sighed again. So, accept it, Marika's child. And the warrior she is proud of, Death, the fate of the borderland, is up to you to change. After saying that, Malikus took a few steps away from Melina. He suddenly roared, and a strong black-red flame rose from his body. The gravel jumped, and the whole temple was shaking. Malikus's black sword that fell on the ground gradually floated up. It kept absorbing the black-red flame released from Malikus. Gradually, it gathered into a crack in the space, and the light of Death shone like a gem. This was the real Death rune. Take it, Fading One. Malikus collapsed weakly on the ground. Go and bring change to this world. I swallowed my saliva and reached out to the crack. Get out of the way. Zero. Suddenly, behind me, Bernal roared. I turned around and saw him swinging his scepter directly at my head. And in his eyes, the red and turbid yellow fire was burning. Chapter 576. Lure the snake out of its hole. Just when Malikus released the real Death rune and was about to give it to me, Benner suddenly attacked me. I dodged his continuous attacks. I saw that. He suddenly stopped moving again, began to cover his head in pain, and staggered on the spot. Okay, Malikus has ended the mental interference of the finger. It's your turn now. Right? Master Zero, could it be that Master Bernard? Melina seemed to have seen the clues. Well, I'm afraid he's here, I said in a deep voice, while looking around the temple, and also gave Roderica a look, asking her to come quickly. However, I didn't find the figure of the Mad Fire. Or, after Tron was given the Mad Fire, he also learned the stealth skills of the Blood Dynasty. He quietly released the remaining rune magic from his feet in the form of wind. It quickly enveloped the temple. As expected, a dark blood clot, like a snake, quickly emerged from the temple door and moved towards the Death rune. I quickly took out a throwing knife from my tool bag and shot it at the shadow. Dang! The throwing knife was bounced away, but the shadow had to reveal its true form. A dark and sturdy body emerged from the blood shadow, with many twisted long horns on its head. The originally golden eyes were also mixed with the red flame light. Sure enough, it was Tron, the underground evil king of Rodel. He suddenly smiled and said to me, "Ha ha, you are worthy of being my half-body. I didn't expect you to be able to convince this black sword Malikus to hand over the Death rune obediently." Half-body? This guy, could he still have the consciousness of Crazy Fire Zero? This reminds me of what Sir Baiji said to me before I set out. Zero, I'm afraid that the part of the Mad Fire that was separated from you will be some kind of more fundamental power. You must be careful, but only you can really seal it. Sure enough, it was you who got your hands on the Mad Fire 3 fingers under Rodel's ground, Tron. I stared at him. And Mad Fire Tron said helplessly, "Who told you not to accept me?" Obviously. As long as our minds are united, it won't be difficult to take this border area into our pockets. Humph. Full of lies. I couldn't help but sneer. From the moment you separated from me, you didn't expect that there would be a day like this. It's too late to try to get close to you now. After all, I was really weak at that time. And I was terribly afraid of death. I was not a warrior at all. Crazy Firetron smiled and shook his head. It's not too late. Everything is not too late. He just finished the second word late. Suddenly, Bernard roared in agony, and the air was filled with burning heat. Pray. Chapalili's roar. He was closest to the Death rune, and my current state was no different from a candle in the wind. So I couldn't get close. Mad Firetron took this opportunity and rushed towards the Death rune behind Bernard. He was not affected by the Mad Fire. This was bad. Just as I saw the Death rune was about to be taken away by Mad Firetron, Roderica suddenly released the Ancestral Spirit's Requiem again. Ah! The song seemed to briefly call back Bernal's will. He raised his hand and stabbed his eyes fiercely. Crazy fire. Bang! The world-devouring scepter and the ominous machete slashed against each other. Sparks flew. Crazy Firetron was slightly stunned and couldn't help showing a fierce look on his face. Bernal. You bastard, do you have to go to this extent? You clearly have no business in this world. Why do you want to hinder me? You won't understand. Bernard squeezed out the words with gritted teeth. Okay. Crazy Firetron simply said one word. Suddenly, the beast helmet flew off, and Bernard's entire head was burning with a fierce red and turbid yellow flame. This seemed to make him lose his mind and strength. Crazy Firetron took the opportunity to grab the world-devouring scepter, then he kicked Bernard straight away. It was too late to intervene in their fight. I rushed towards the death rune at the moment when Bernard's roar ended. Seeing this, Crazy Firetron hurriedly followed. One on the left and one on the right. We reached out and touched the cross of death at almost the same time. Boom! The black smoke pouring down from the crack of death like a fountain turned into a blazing fire. The moment I touched it, I felt as if I was in a furnace of fire, and my body was almost melted into pieces. Master Zero! Melina's voice came from behind me. The next second, there was a strong impact in front of me, which directly bounced me away. Fortunately, someone behind me caught me, and her soft body wrapped me like a spring, quickly absorbing all the burning heat on my body. But in my ears, there was also a harsh laugh. Ha 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 ha. Death is finally mine. In this way, as long as I can enter the interior of the golden tree, this world will once again be embraced by the flames. Come on! It's time to let chaos fill the world again. Marika, this time, let's see what other methods you can use to save it. It's really ugly. Open champagne at halftime. But be careful not to flip over. I gritted my teeth and stood up. My half. It seems that death still prefers the powerful. Mad Firetron didn't mind my ridicule. He gently twisted the black and red flame of death in his hand and put it away. You don't know how many people in this world are resentful and long for chaos. Hybrids, subhumans, mountain goblins. The Golden Dynasty has long been crumbling. Even now, they should be dealing with the wrath of revenge. In this land, there are countless immortals. Wanderers, they are longing for death and destruction. The flame just heard their voices, came for them, and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. So, has your flame ever heard the voices of people who are trying to live? It can't be too sharp. Is it hard to hear? I supported myself and stood up, holding the little flame I had seized in my hand. We are trying every way to make the world a better place. You don't come to stop us. With a wave of my hand, the death rune floated from my hand and entered Melina's eyes. A blazing black and red flame rose from her body, and her sealed left eye slowly opened. It was no longer a gentle golden color, but a cold and indifferent eye of the night. If you are really the king of mad fire of the previous generation, you have not forgotten who ruined your plan in the end. I relied on Melina beside me and mocked Mad Firetron. Right, Melina. The effect was outstanding. The other party's face was twisted and hideous, and the flames in the eyes with Melina's figure were burning even more fiercely. Chapter 577, Crossing the Crack of Time and Space. Sure enough, Ginhuatron still remembers what happened in the last reincarnation. Seeing Melina showing the furry form of Night Eyes, his eyes also wanted to tear Melina into pieces right now. I held Nightfire tightly, whispered to Melina and Roderica behind me, Melina, you come with me later. Roderica, you wait for Nephili and the others to come, put on the mirror helmet for Malachus, find a way to leave here first. Want to leave? It's not that easy. The fire in the eyes of Mad Firetron was blazing, and he shot a mad fire in the air, directly at Melina. Melina and I distanced ourselves from Roderica, and the other party immediately rushed forward, raising the world-devouring scepter snatched from Bernal, and smashed it down at me. There was no time to dodge, so I had to block the other party's attack with my sword. Since you reminded me, then, let this Fam Yazra become your burial place. My stupid half. The opponent's power was getting heavier and heavier, the big snake on the scepter, and its eyes lit up, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Is this a combat skill of devouring the scepter, to extract my power? Seeing that he couldn't hold on any longer, a black sword blade suddenly slashed towards Mad Firetron, forcing him back. It was Melina. She imitated the sword skills of the Black Knife Assassin, and launched a slash. But the situation is still not optimistic. After the battle with Malachus, my strength has not been restored at all. Now it is obviously impossible for me to be a match for Mad Firetron. We must retreat quickly. I gave Melina a look, and she understood, and turned into a shadowy light, and floated towards me. And I immediately ran towards the gate of the temple. Want to leave? Mad Firetron raised his machete, and let the flame of destined death gather on it, and was about to chop it directly on the ground. He launched a slashing blow to chase me. But unexpectedly, a silver-white figure suddenly pounced on his waist, making Ginhuatron stagger, and unable to attack. Go! Bernard yelled. Bernard! Ginhuatron also gritted his teeth, and directly elbowed the opponent, making Bernard lose strength, then grabbed the opponent's head, lifted it up and swung it, and slashed the opponent with a knife, making Bernard feel like he was hit by a racket on a badminton. He flew out and crashed under the pillar of the temple. Now, he should be completely helpless. Bernard. But now is not the time to worry about others. While Bernard was delaying the fire throne, I rushed out of the temple of Famizra and ran down the bridge. As soon as I went out, I happened to run into the fire which hid outside. However, she did not stop me. She was stunned, as if waiting for her king. Glancing back, Mad Firetron decided that it was more important to deal with Melina and me, and ignored the rest of the people in the temple, and chased after me. Come on, I'll take you to a good place. I ran all the way back to the elevator room on the side of the bridge, where there happened to be the blessing light, which would allow me to recover for a while, and also quickly fill up the Holy Grail dewdrop bottle. Boom! The black and red flame suddenly ignited, and actually extinguished the blessing light. Death, Rune, can you still have this kind of power? It was obvious that the Mad Firetron was getting closer and closer. I had no choice but to start the elevator quickly and run down. The only place where Atai could use Michaela's golden needle to seal the power of Mad Fire was in the center of the storm of Famizra, in the gap between time and space. There, the Dragon King Platon Sanks was in charge. I don't know if he was healing or waiting for the return of his missing Godman partner. But anyway, I'm not going to cause trouble. I hope that Lord Dragon King can communicate well, and give me some leniency. We can seal the crazy fire and leave. Of course, if possible, I'd better hope that Lord Dragon King can help me. Buzz buzz buzz, when I went out, I heard the sound of the elevator behind the church starting again. Crazy Firetron really knew my destination, but he still chased me. I passed through the church under the elevator. According to the memory in the game, I followed the edge of the cliff here, and found a road made of floating stones that extended to the central storm of Famizra, and jumped down. I reached the end, the floating debris that looked like a bee's cemetery, and found an empty cemetery, and laid down obediently. The wind blew in my ears, and I watched the stones in the sky rolling with the storm, waiting for the magic in the game CG, which was like the reversal of time and space, to happen. But, Master Zero, what are you doing? Until the furious Melina could not help but appear again out of curiosity. I haven't entered the center of the storm yet. Strange, I should be able to enter the hidden area of Famizra from here, sealing the crazy fire. How? I was like a monk who was at a loss. Is it because of the position I was lying in, or the wrong posture? I changed the pit, and continued to lie down peacefully. But still nothing happened. This is really strange. Could there be other triggering conditions in reality? By the way, Lord Zero, Lord Bernard gave me something before. I wonder what it does, Melina said, and took out a black amulet from her pocket. It looked like a small sculpture made in the image of the four-headed ancient Dragon King, Platon Sanks. This ancient king amulet was a prop that could be found near the place where Bernard was before. It can enhance the effect of prayer and magic. Could it be that this thing has become a switch to open the gap in time and space in reality? I took the ancient king's amulet out of curiosity, and then lay on the ground again. It's completely useless. Even if I put it into the leather bag to play the role of the amulet, there is still no reaction. No, this is not the method. I was so anxious that I couldn't help scratching my head. In a blink of an eye, the figure of Mad Firetron had appeared on the cliff where we came from. He obviously noticed my predicament and quickened his pace. Even the fire which Haida followed closely behind her king. Damn. It's too late. I can't just start fighting in this damn place. Although, it's not completely impossible to fight. But even if I win, what's the point if I can't seal the fire? But you can't ask me to jump into the storm directly to see what's going on. Wait, jump into the storm? I raised my head and looked at the rocks rolling in the storm. Looking back at the completely motionless pumice and slabs on our side, I suddenly remembered the words of the lost knight who loved this storm before. Don't be fooled by the wind that seems to be changing its form all the time. But if you observe carefully, you can find a fixed pattern from it, which is quite strange. The real storm is invisible. But the wind of Famizra can be used as a timekeeping tool, although it is just a weird guy. However, this also shows that this storm is obviously affected by some kind of force. I swallowed my saliva and said to Melina, although I am not sure, I have an idea that I want to try. Melina, can you lend me some of your courage? Of course, Master Zero. Melina took the initiative to hold my trembling hand. No matter where you are, I will go with you. Thank you. I took a deep breath and looked at the wind of Famizra again. Then, jump! Chapter 578 Interlude, Bernard. Part 1. This article is narrated from Bernard's first-person perspective. Lord Bernard. Lord Bernard. I kept hearing the call in my ears. In the dark and lightless world, the scorching temperature was leaving me, leaving only a cold sigh. In a trance, it seemed as if I had returned to that piece of ice and snow. White snow fluttered down and fell into her palm. Hey, be careful not to fall, I can't save you. I reminded her to be careful. I was standing on the edge of a dangerous cliff, and her frail body could be blown away by the icy wind of the snowfield. Lord Bernard, the scenery here is very beautiful. But she didn't care at all, and besides that, she called me to go with her. I sighed and walked to her side. The clouds were passing by, and below, the golden Yatan Plateau was like a picture scroll, spreading before people's eyes. The golden tree is in harmony with the majestic and towering tree. To the sky, the golden branches seem to be within reach. To the ground, the whole world seems to be within reach with one hand. Indeed, it is a very nice view. Right. The other party seemed to be able to read my mind, turned her face, and smiled at me. Her bright smile always makes people wonder how to accept it. I turned around and changed the subject. Let's go, the giant cauldron you saw in the prophecy. It's still a long way from here. Lord Bernard, can I ask you a question? She caught up with me. Even if I stopped her, she would continue to ask. If you can really reshape the Elden Ring, what kind of world would you create? She really did, and suddenly asked a rather strange question. What kind of world? I thought about it for a while, but my mind seemed to be shrouded in a fog, and I couldn't find a good answer. To be honest, I just came back to complete the mission assigned by the Queen. And I haven't thought about this question carefully. Then you think about it now. Anyway, we still have a long way to go. She chased after him. If possible, then create a world with many heroic warriors, so that the fighting skills can be further refined. And I can also learn from warriors with different fighting styles. That's really a Bernard-style answer. She smiled again and said, then when the time comes, I will continue to accompany Bernard Sama on his journey. I can heal your wounds, and find blessings for you. Oh, I can also help you. When Bernard Sama fights, it always seems that he doesn't care about anything, even if he wants to give up himself. Look, what do you think? Bernard Sama. Even if I say no, you will still come. Of course. Obviously, that's what we agreed on. Boom, on the giant snowy cauldron. When I opened my eyes again, she had already been buried in the blazing flames, no longer speaking, nor smiling at me anymore. No, this is different from what we agreed on, isn't it? Didn't you say you would continue traveling with me, heal my wounds, find blessings for me, when fighting? Would you still hold me up? But why now? You are the one serving the fire, leaving me here alone. My head hurts so much, but the fire on her body can't be extinguished. I'm sorry, Lord Bernal. The guidance was ineffective, but I hope you can become the King of Elden. What King of Elden? I reached out and touched the motto she left on the ground. As soon as I touched it, it was like a butterfly that had just shed its wings, disappearing in the flying snow. It's just an illusion. In a daze, on the way back from the snowy mountains, I also heard news about many other fated ones. Wick, the Knight of the Round Table favored by the ancient dragon, for some reason, caused a riot in the royal city of Rodel, and the flames burned most of the lower city area. Some people said that he was bewitched by the flames for the witch and committed a serious crime. Near the glacier river in the giant snowfield, a ghost named Yuno Koslau appeared, wandering around day and night, hunting for people followed by the Witch of the Finger. A knight known as 100 Wisdom disappeared at the border for unknown reasons. Some people said that he knew something he shouldn't know, while others said that he encountered an accident and was locked up in a corner. Countless rumors entered my ears, and made me more and more convinced of one thing. We are all just pawns deceived by Queen Marika or the Witch of the Finger. No one can become the King of Elden. Unconsciously, I returned to Ninjafu, to the land where I met her. What should I do next? I have no idea. I happened to hear that the so-called Golden King, Greg, was hunting down the fated ones in this land. Perhaps it would not matter if he caught me, and I could end my meaningless mission. But on that day, the man named Zero, but he brought a psychic girl named Roderica. Her eyes, although they could not see the guidance of the blessing, but they could see things that ordinary people could not see, such as the souls that had clearly dissipated. Lord Bernal, it turns out that you are also like Lord Zero, always following the witch around to protect you. The moment I heard that, I felt as if my heart skipped a beat, and then I began to speed up and chase after it. I swallowed my saliva, suspecting that I had misheard something. You? What are you talking about? Roderica. If I offend you, I'm very sorry. But I did see a faint shadow beside you. And thought. Ah. Roderica covered her mouth quickly, as if she had let something slip. You? What did you see? Roderica. Yes. I'm sorry, Lord Bernard. The girl was so scared that she apologized immediately. I came to my senses then. I grabbed her weak shoulder in a way that made her eyes sparkle. I quickly let go of her hand. No, I should apologize. I lost my temper. It seems that she is very important to you, Lord Bernard. Roderica forgave me, but asked with some curiosity. But why does your witch seem a little angry? Angry? Is she angry? I couldn't help but laugh. I should be the one who should be angry. At the giant cauldron in the snowy mountains, I don't know what tricks he used to make me faint. He broke our promise without saying a word and left without saying goodbye. What right do I have to be angry with such a person? They, Lord Bernal? You, what's wrong with you? Have I offended you again? Roderica beside him suddenly panicked. She frantically searched for something, and finally took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and handed it to me. Yes, I'm sorry, please use this. So, is it me who is crying? I took her handkerchief, and wiped my cheek, and the wet handkerchief still had a trace of warmth. Ah, so, she hasn't left yet, and has kept her promise to stay with me? My finger witch Cecilia. Chapter 579 Interlude. Bernard 2. This article is narrated from Bernard's first-person perspective. I didn't expect that the man named Zero actually defeated the Golden King, reattached Greg, and obtained the half-god Great Rune. This news was enough to shock most of the border area, and it also made a group of people who gathered in my broken house excited and noisy around him. However, this man can indeed be called a hero. My instinct told me this. He had a unique power. A power that attracted people to him. Even Roderica, a simple and timid girl, was attracted by his radiance and regained her courage, hoping to embark on a journey to find her own mission. Speaking of which, the people in my room are all gathered here because of this man. Roderica was saved by him. Ishtopia also seemed to have a deep friendship with him. The two Caden mercenaries, Kate and Bane, were also given a break by that guy, and then were influenced by Roderica, not to mention the swordsman named Roger who followed him, and the forge knight named Herdic. They were companions who fought against the tyranny of Greg with Zero. How should I put it? It would make people a little envious. And after Roderica left, Zero came to the door alone again. He asked me how to use the combat skills. When we got along, I found that this man was quite frank and friendly, and always had a rare vitality in this dull and chaotic world. These points were somewhat similar to Cecilia. After all, in the past journeys, I always seemed to be the one who didn't talk. In addition, Zero's combat spirit was also quite good, and he had the motivation to persevere. It only took one night for him to basically master his original moves. On the road to becoming the King of Eldon, this guy should become a strong rival. I couldn't help but think of this. And at the same time, I couldn't help but laugh. So, deep down, I still have such thoughts. I already know that it's all a scam, and nothing can be achieved. But if it was you, what choice would you make? Zero? Can you save Cecilia? Such thoughts sprouted in my heart, but of course, there is no answer. Gradually, people left and the tea became cold. I also left Nymphu and planned to return to the Yatin Plateau to take a look. I was invited to the Volcano Mansion. They accepted the Fated Ones, and planned to rebel against the Golden Dynasty, and reshape the law. I was a little interested, so I joined them. In the mansion, I unexpectedly discovered many secrets. Death was sealed, and the border was eternal. He was hidden at the end of the distant sky, the floating earth called Famizra. And that power will be the key to becoming the King of Eldon. Only death can truly kill God. Not long after, I heard that Zero also joined the Volcano Mansion. Will that man betray the Golden Rule and join this rebellious camp? I was quite surprised. But when we met, I realized that the man in front of me was not him. The girl who brought him here had a strange fragrance on her body, although it was very faint. It should be because of the use of the charm branch. And the mistaken person. The man had an extremely dangerous smell, and his eyes were burning with flames. The wailing of countless wronged souls came from him. He said, "You are the Bernard, the man known as the master of combat skills. I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, I want to ask, Bernard, What do you think of this world full of lies? I can't remember the answer at that time. However, from the few words, I can feel that this man seems to have a twisted obsession with the real Zero. After all, even his appearance is exactly the same. His heart is toward the flame, hoping that the flame can melt everything. Hatred, fighting, curse. Everything will be purified by the flame, and the whole world will eventually return to a huge one, back to its original appearance. He also told me that the only person who could truly guide the flames in the cauldron on the top of the giant snow was Zero's witch. If she turned into a fire, she could lead to Famizra. I was shocked. Before, the question that occasionally popped up in my mind came up again. Zero. If it was you, what would you do? I didn't expect that this time. It was really his turn. I couldn't help but become more concerned about Zero's situation. And I also joined forces with a fire maniac who looked similar to him. Of course, the closer we get, the more we can feel the danger of that man. His goal has never been to return everything to its original state, but to simply destroy. To simply burn the entire world. After defeating the big snake Lackad, he even planned to drag Zero, whom he called Half-Body, into our camp, claiming, in this way, everything in Marika will be completely destroyed, and the world will burn in raging flames again. Again? That man, did he really say that? The woman I kidnapped was quite confused. Yeah. I just nodded. Of course, it's up to her to believe it or not. The witch named Melina was silent for a while, and then asked, but since Lord Bernard, you didn't accept the mad fire completely voluntarily, why don't you work with Lord Zero to find a way to deal with him? Why do you have to use this method? This method? Is it because I kidnapped her? Maybe it's because of jealousy? I murmured. Lord Bernal? The other party was suspicious and terrified. I'm kidding. Even I found such a thought ridiculous, and I also told another truth. That crazy fireman seems to have been confident that he can drag your king to our side. I only know that his trump card is in the king's city of Rodel, but what it is, he never told me. So, I want to use you, the last resort to force out the mad fire. I believe you also know that this flame is a force that destroys everything. A force that will never be allowed to exist in this world. If your king is really forced to be given the mad fire, then I will kill him in Famizra, and then die at the hands of Malachus. In this way, the mad fire will have no trump card at all, and no one can set foot in Famizra again. I said my plan lightly. Silence pervaded among us for a long time. The witch sighed, still asking in confusion, but why did you do this, Lord Bernard? I thought again, and there was only one answer in my heart. After all, this is the world where she existed, which? Lord Bernard. Lord Bernard. The call of someone sounded in my ears again, so far away that it was hard to tell. The power was draining away, my body was getting colder and colder. I'm dying. Right? This is really a relief. Zero. You are worthy of me. You didn't have to hurt your own witch. Nor did you have to be blessed with insanity. You found a unique way to come to Famizra. If you were the one in front of the cauldron, she would have survived. In the dark world like the abyss, it seemed that snow was falling again. Cecilia, I seemed to see her smile again. Next, I can only ask you to protect the world where she existed. Zero. And you never let people down, don't you? Chapter 580, The Center of the Storm. Wow. Although I mustered up my courage, with Melina, I jumped directly from the stone slab that remained still even at the edge of the storm. But when the wind blew me around and I was tossed around, I still couldn't stop the fear in my heart, as if the roller coaster I was riding suddenly derailed, and even huge rocks would hit me from time to time. How could I not scream? Today, I'm afraid I'm going to be finished. Master Zero. Melina suddenly grabbed my hand, turned her head, and said loudly, use your runes, use your power, to respond to the storm. Huh? Respond to the storm? Although I didn't quite understand what Melina was talking about, I didn't care. Combat skills, storm foot. I released the power of the wind from the soles of my feet. I thought that, with just my insignificant wind, I would be crushed by this strong storm in an instant. But I didn't expect that my wind actually merged into the central storm of Famizra. As if an invisible hand was holding me and flying into the center of the chaos. The sound of the wind was natural and uninterrupted. But I could feel that the wind was gradually weakening and slowing down. Slowly. It was coming to a stop. Stopped? I opened my eyes, and saw that I had unknowingly come to the center of the storm. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Red thunder flickered faintly. Below, the broken beast cemetery was pieced together again, forming a huge and empty circular plaza. A bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum. Time and space really flowed backwards when I closed my eyes, showing us the former glory of the ancient dragon civilization. We were suspended in the air, and after taking in all of this, we began to fall. Master Zero, be careful! Melina shouted loudly. It brought my nerves back. Ah, we are falling. I quickly used Storm Foot again. Fortunately, the height that the wind lifted us up was not too high, about 3 or 2 floors. In short, I used Storm Foot to slow down, like a hero, and landed safely on the ground, and then... Ugh. Zero, Lord Zero, are you okay? As a spirit, Melina naturally landed safely on the ground. Seeing me retching, she couldn't help but ask with concern. I wiped the corners of my mouth and stood up shakily. No, it's okay, just a little dizzy, much better now. How could I not be dizzy? How could I not be dizzy? This damn storm made me dizzy, and the wind and sand blinded me, making it impossible to find the direction at all. Even after I followed Melina's instructions, released the power of Rune, and summoned my own storm, that power seemed to pull me in the opposite direction and began to spin. It was like falling into a drum washing machine, tossing back and forth. By the way, the principle of crossing this central storm seems to be to release one's own rune power to respond. Does that mean, actually, like in the game, lying in the vacant position of the stone cemetery and releasing the rune might also allow one to come in? Forget it, I'd better stop thinking about this. That is not good for my face, and just treat it as if. In reality, I must jump down and get involved in the storm first. Boom, suddenly, a red thunderbolt exploded beside Melina and me. In the center of the stone pillars in the cemetery, the Dragon King Platon Sanks had awakened. He spread his huge and damaged dragon wings, and his 2 heads stretched straight up to the sky. Roaring loudly, Platon Sanks. I shouted loudly, trying to explain my intentions to the other party. Boom! But another thunderbolt interrupted my words. In fact, there were more and more thunders. In the whole beast graveyard shrouded in dark clouds, because of the Dragon King's call, red thunders began to strike one after another. Are you so grumpy after waking up? I dodged another thunder and took a breath. And Melina suggested, Lord Ling, the thunder is too loud, maybe we have to go there first, to have a chance to talk with the Dragon King. That's what I meant. I raised the night fire to the sky. Pray, Lance Sanks's dragon lighting protection. Summoning the lightning, I used the hound steps, and rushed towards the Dragon King Platon Sanks quickly. The opponent saw this, and 5 red arcs of light gathered on the dragon claws, and then swung in my direction. The 5 arcs of light seemed to turn into a huge net, and covered me. I also gathered the lightning given to me by Lance Sanks on the blade, and roared, and rushed towards the increasingly huge lightning net, sword dance. Slashing, although my steps were slightly delayed, the equally powerful thunder allowed me to tear open the Dragon King's lightning net and rush forward. Boom, another thunder, like a pillar of heaven, slammed towards me. I hurriedly dodged to the side, but I didn't expect that, after landing, the arc of electricity spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Combat skills, Storm Foot. I had to fly into the air, avoiding the large circle of spreading electric nets on the ground. And the next second, in the sky, several bolts of lightning were aimed at me, and while I couldn't move freely, they flashed over. Damn, it was too hard to dodge. The night fire burned with blazing flames, following the wind, wrapped me up. In the fire, there were also flashes of lightning, which forced me to forcibly block the several bolts of lightning that came from all directions. As soon as I landed, I quickly accelerated and rushed towards the Dragon King. I was getting closer and closer to the opponent's huge body that was like a fighter plane. I shouted loudly, Dragon King Platon Sanks. Please calm down. We are not here to be your enemy. If it is an offense to trespass here, please forgive us. Son of man. Platon Sanks heard my voice and lowered his head. His golden eyes were like X-rays, examining me. The power in you, as expected, belongs to Lance Sanks. His other head also took over. Is this person really not sent by Baal? We must be careful. Tell me, son of man, how did you know that we are in the center of this storm, the crack in time and space? The head with more momentum asked loudly. I really couldn't answer it for a while. If I say that I came from another world and broke in through the game knowledge there, I'm afraid that the Dragon King would think it was a joke and slap me flat. Lord Dragon King, please forgive me. Melina stepped forward, holding the ancient king's amulet in her hand. We have heard rumors about you in Famizra, and we have the courage to come to see you. Yes. In the game, This amulet is indeed the clue that guides the player a tie to the storm. The amulet describes the Dragon King sitting in the center of the storm. Platon Sanks looked at Melina for a moment, and asked, "Your soul body has the scent of Marika. What is your relationship with her?" "Lord Dragon King, I am the daughter of Marika, named Melina." Melina bowed slightly. The dragon head looked at me again. I also introduced myself quickly. "My name is Zero. I am a fated person traveling with Melina. We came here, just to borrow the gap between time and space, to seal the power that intends to destroy the border, Mad Fire. So we are not here to fight with you." Platon Sanks. One dragon head remained silent. The other said, "Since Lance Sanks favors you, we can give you a break, but is that person the power of destruction you mentioned?" Melina and I hurriedly looked in the direction of the Dragon King, only to see a black shadow fell from the sky in the distance. Mad Firetron and his witch Haida really chased after us. Chapter 581, The Crazy Fire That Holds On. Just when Melina and I finally got the Dragon King Platon Sanks to forgive our sudden intrusion into this storm, Crazy Firetron also passed through the storm and stepped into the gap between time and space. However, seeing that he fell from midair like me, so I guess this is the first time for Crazy Fire to enter here. I responded to Platon Sanks' question just now. Yes, this guy is the one who wants to destroy the border. The flames on his body can burn the whole world. A hurricane suddenly surged beside me. Looking up, I saw the Dragon King Platon Sanks flapping his wings and flying up. "Huh? Dragon King, where are you going?" I asked in surprise. "Your affairs. Why do we need to interfere?" Platon Sanks responded. "After you are done, leave this place immediately. That guy wants to destroy the border area. Can't you help? What does this have to do with us?" After saying that, the huge figure of the Dragon King Platon Sanks actually disappeared into the dark clouds, and even the flashing thunder seemed to be taken away by him. This ancient Dragon King is too careless. If the madness starts, Thamazra, and even this chaotic crack in time and space can't escape. "Lord Ling, they are coming," Melina reminded me, and I could only give up. After all, the dragons have disappeared. What else can I do? "Melina, won't you come back first?" Suddenly, I realized that Melina did not turn into a spirit body and disappeared. Under the cloak, she even clenched the mission dagger in her hand. Melina explained, "In this gap between time and space, I seem to be able to appear alone. So, please let me fight with you this time." Lord Zero. Really? I understood Melina's intention, and couldn't help but smile. "Then you have to be careful. You never know if the maniac will attack you." Understood. I didn't expect that there is a different world in this storm. "You are worthy of being my half-body. You can even find such a place." Maniactron walked in front of us leisurely. He sneered. "However, the helper you want to find doesn't seem to be very willing to help." Hearing this, could it be that Mad Firetron didn't realize my real intention of bringing him here? "To deal with you. There is no need for the Dragon King to come. We are here just to ask him to spare some time." I continued the other party's topic. "In addition, I am also sure of one thing." "Oh, what half-body? Let others think you are my dark side. I've been in a lot of trouble." I mentioned Nightfire. You don't have much to do with me. Don't be so cold. After all, you and I come from the same body." After saying the word come, Crazy Firetron gathered the last strength of Dragon Thunder's protection and pierced the guy's smiling face with a sword. Combat skills, Thunder God Killing Gun. The other party dodged, and Melina immediately rushed forward. The light in the other's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot out at Melina. "Pray, I can't stand the fire." "Melina, be careful." I also hurried to catch up, but I saw Melina quickly took off her cloak and threw it at the Firetron. The burning fire almost ripped Melina's cloak into pieces in the blink of an eye, turning it into ashes. She had already jumped into the air, and the mission dagger condensed to black and red flame. I swung a fatal blow at Mad Firetron with all my strength. Mad Firetron was not in a hurry. The fire of fatal death was also condensed on the machete. I slashed back with a sword, and it was wider and bigger than Melina's. The two slashes exploded in the air, and the scorching flames formed an impact, which flew Melina, who was unable to land. As expected, Melina's strength alone was not enough to deal with Mad Firetron. I took over and slashed the opponent with a lion. Tron quickly raised his machete to forcibly block my attack. Seeing that he actually defended himself, I also used the force to flip backwards. As soon as I landed, I rushed forward again with the hound steps, and the blood wiped the blade. I swung my fighting skills. Wolf attack blood dance. At Crazy Firetron. He had no time to dodge, and could only use the machete as a shield to block my attack. But the son of Evil Omen was so big, and the width of a machete was not enough. The remaining sword energy of blood slashed toward the opponent's skin. But unfortunately, the wound was quite shallow. Crazy Firetron turned his sword and chopped me all over. I quickly dodged to the side. Sure enough, the ground cracked, and a black and red sword energy almost stuck to my side, whistling away. Seeing this, Tron swept his sword again, trying to persuade me to retreat from him and keep a distance. But after I stood firm, I asked Nightfire to burn a scorching red fire. He swung his sword in the opposite direction. Bang! The black-red flames and the red-red flames burst into a pale glow, and the impact made us both retreat. Are we evenly matched? But we still have Melina on our side. Like a black knife assassin. With silent steps, and as if emerging from the opponent's shadow, Melina appeared behind Tron, raised the mission dagger, and stabbed him. Lord Tron, be careful behind you. Haida suddenly shouted, alerting Tron. He also reacted, turned around and blocked Melina's attack with his shoulder, opened his mouth, and suddenly let out a beast-like, deafening roar. Pray. The roar of Chapalili. Melina missed the opportunity, and could only retreat as quickly as possible. I faced the noisy Crazy Firetron with a long-range fiery storm slash. Shut up. You? Crazy Firetron could only interrupt his roar, retreat to the side. Melina seized the opportunity, and almost at the same time, set a fatal flying blade, leaving Tron with no way to avoid it, and his body was instantly burning with black and red flames. I followed him closely. But the guy suddenly took out a silver-white scepter from his back, and slammed it on the ground. Suddenly, a bright red halo spread rapidly. Get out of the way, Melina. I stopped my steps, and did not let the halo cover me. Melina also listened to my reminder in time, and jumped back and forth, with only a little spark, which landed on her feet. Combat skill. Devouring the world. Can take away the opponent's blood and restore her own combat skills. Sure enough, this guy took Bernal's weapon and used it. You two are really tricky. Mad Firetron stood up, and a golden halo appeared under his feet, which made the wounds on his body heal quickly. Mad Fire Witch Haida. It seems that she has also learned a lot of basic prayers of the finger witch during her travels. I gave Melina a look, signaling her to restrict Haida, and seeing that a burst of scorching flame suddenly erupted from the body of Mad Firetron, the red and yellow turbid fire burned on his body. Then I should also respond to you seriously. See for yourself, what is the real Mad Fire King? Chapter 582 The Curse of Evil Omen. The fire is burning. The scorching flames released from the body of the Mad Firetron were like waves, and they surged more and more, making it difficult for people to approach. Even his Mad Fire Witch Haida stepped back 3 points. I have a bad feeling. Perhaps I should take advantage of the opponent's transition process and strike first. Pray, Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder Protection. Pray, Beast Vitality. Be well prepared. I raised the Nightfire, prepared to split the burning flames, and rushed towards the opponent. But unexpectedly, the burning flame suddenly contracted, and Crazy Firetron suddenly covered his head, knelt on the ground, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. But damn it. Damn gold. The opponent suddenly did this, which was quite confusing after all. It seemed that this was not as simple as exposing his flaws. No matter what, I rushed forward with my knife, with a red lightning and a thunderbolt strike. The opponent reacted almost subconsciously, grabbing the machete beside him, raising his hand to block. When, I always felt that the opponent seemed to be weak. Even though the sword was blocked, it still fell on his shoulder, and it was only blocked by his body. Damn it. The opponent raised his head, and a trace of surprise seemed to flash across his eyes burning with turbid fire. You guy, is it Zero? I was also slightly stunned, and then, Tron grabbed the blade directly, and threw me out with it. Seeing this, Melina immediately rushed forward, and the blade brought up the black and red fire of death, and stabbed straight at the opponent. Wait a minute. Melina, something seems wrong. I shouted hurriedly. It felt like Tron had regained consciousness, and seemed to have just woken up, and I didn't know what was going on. But it was too late. Melina stabbed the opponent in the abdomen with a sword. The opponent had no time to defend himself, and could only grab Melina's wrist, gasping, "You. Woo-woo, ah!" As if he had used up all his strength, Tron pulled out the dagger and threw Melina out again. You? He screamed in pain. Why? Marika, why? What is the bad omen? What is the curse? I was born like this. Why should I be hated by you bastards, and abandoned to the dark and dirty underground? What eternity, what blessing, are just your hypocritical lies. Now, even Melina noticed something was wrong, turned her head, and cast a confused look. Master Ling? I don't know what's going on. What on earth is that bastard Yinhua trying to do? I could only look at him vigilantly. After all, these are all developments that have never happened in the Ring of Magic game. Just like me. And the nation buried underground. Lord Tron is also a poor man abandoned by the border. The witch Haida approached us at some point. We are all abandoned by gold. Not blessed. And suffering from the world's condemnation. Therefore, the flame will give us real guidance. Shut up, Tron roared. I don't need your pity. I don't need any damn guidance. After saying that, he picked up the machete, rushed forward, and chopped us down. Get out of the way. I took the initiative to step forward, took a deep breath, and forcibly blocked the opponent's attack. Tron, wake up. Don't let the madness lose your mind. Perhaps, awakening Tron can also seal the madness. But the opponent didn't take my words seriously at all, and roared in anger. He also chopped in anger. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You bastards who enjoy the grace of gold. How can you understand me? Have you ever felt the fear of being abandoned in the dark since birth? Have you ever been chased by endless monsters day after day since childhood? Have you been cut open by gargoyles? And have your fingers gnawed by rats? No, you haven't. You golden people only look down on us from a high place. Like looking at garbage. Tron vented his anger, my own hatred. That is also the painful experience that all the children of evil omen will suffer from birth. Some will be even more cruel. They will be forcibly sawed off their horns and abandoned in the wilderness to fend for themselves. I can only persuade them, but it will change. Mungert. Or, should I say Marquette, the teacher will definitely find a way to change all this, so that you will never experience the same thing again. But it has already happened. What's the use? Flames ignited on Tron's blade. I realized that I couldn't resist this move head-on, otherwise I would suffer a great disaster, so I had to dodge. The sword hit the ground, and then, the burning fire was like a fountain, lifting a large piece of floor and erupting. Marquette. You are also one of them. Tron murmured and stood up. Although you were also abandoned, didn't your mother go to see you? In that church. But my father, never set foot in the dark underground. Tron. I don't know what to say. Perhaps. This is the fundamental difference between him and Mondot. Although Mondot lacks love, he may have felt Marika's love for him, even if it is very small, which makes Mondot instinctively desire love. But Tron has never had such an experience. Even if he has become the king of the underground, I have been suppressing my rage for revenge. When I feel the power of the mad fire, I am more easily bewitched by it. Indeed, your experience is not easy. But I'm sorry, Lord Tron. At some point, Melina suddenly appeared behind Tron, raising her dagger with both hands, and stabbed her head decisively. But no matter what, the mad fire cannot exist in this world. Woo! Tron hurriedly swung his machete, turning back. Melina's attack deflected and landed deep in his neck. But the black and red flames of death blazed at the wound. This made Tron become like a mad bull, shaking his body wildly. Melina took the initiative to flip away, but still couldn't stand firm and fell to the ground. When she raised her head again, Tron seemed exhausted, staggered a few steps, raised his head, and fell down. Is this the end? I looked at the motionless Tron with some disbelief. Suddenly I remembered that I still had Michaela's golden needle that I hadn't used. If I had stuck the needle into Tron just now, would it have been able to seal the fire in his body? But Baiji seemed to have said that. The fire in his body came from me. After all, the other party has always called me a half-body. So I have to find a way to seal him back into my body. Otherwise, let him borrow the body like Xiao Baolai, but it's quite troublesome. So what should I do now? Just give myself acupuncture? Finally, are you finally willing to come? Our king. Seeing that Tron had completely fallen, Haida behind us seemed extremely excited. She knelt on the ground and prayed. Ah, what a warm power, please lead us to become one. May chaos fill the world. The wind brought a heat. I turned my head quickly. I saw that Tron had stood up again, no, to be precise. He was pulled up. His head was replaced by a burning red and yellow fire, like the rising sun, slowly hanging in the air. Chapter 583 Mad Fire Arrives Part 1. The Mad Fire King. Looking at Tron's current appearance, I only have this answer in my mind. Perhaps we have fallen into Mad Fire's trap, killing the real Tron, so that the Mad Fire King can completely take over. But no matter what, now is not the time for me to continue thinking about right and wrong. The Mad Fire King's flames are burning more and more vigorously. The resentment of the son of evil omen, the curse of the wandering people, it seems that they have all gathered together. It formed a fireball several times larger than Tron himself. In the wind, with the burning heat of fire, it gripped people tightly and entangled them. I gathered the power of Dragon Thunder and thrust my sword through the opponent. Combat skill, Thunder God Killing Spear. The red thunder penetrated Tron's body, but it seemed to have no reaction at all. Then, the huge burning fireball smashed towards me. Combat skill, Hound Step. I quickly pulled away with all my strength, and the fireball fell to the ground. Suddenly, in the gap between time and space, a huge wave of fire rose up, rushing towards the surroundings. Fortunately, there were many pillars in this beast tomb. I quickly hid behind those pillars. The crazy fire hit the pillars, and even the stones were burning. The air, which was originally damp and thick under the rain, was dried and dry, as if it had suddenly arrived in the desert on the equator. And it even seemed that the oxygen was consumed in an instant. It was so hard to breathe. After the King of Mad Fire's blow to the ground completely subsided, I dared to lean out from behind the pillar. I saw, in the middle of the square, on Tron's sturdy body, the red and yellow turbid fire was burning quietly, burning. Boom, as if it sensed my sight, a Mad Fire sniper suddenly shot over. Oh, is this a prayer? Mad Fire in the sky? It was originally just a beam, like a rifle bullet. Now it has become an electromagnetic cannon. I quickly dodged the attack. That shot even melted a gap in the rock pillar that it passed by, and it started burning when it was touched by the flame. Is this the real King of Mad Fire? I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Luckily, Melina was also safe, and she rushed towards the King of Mad Fire mercilessly, just like before, and the dagger in her hand burned with black and red flames again, destined death. But Mad Fire turned around and swung his sword at her. The ground was immediately stirred up by a flurry of flying sand and rocks, which could actually become fuel for Mad Fire. In a blink of an eye, a curtain of fire was formed, which spread towards Melina. Be careful, Melina. I hurried forward. Melina, with a fatal slash, cleared a way for herself. Seeing this, Mad Fire King leaned forward slightly, and from his burning head, the fireballs were like hail and rain, splashing in front of him. Pray, are you in a state of insanity? It was faster, had a wider range, and had almost no starting moves. Melina couldn't rush forward at all, and there were still many fireballs on her body, causing the wounds to emit faint blue fragments of light. I quickly blocked in front of her, stomped my feet, and kicked up a hurricane. The molten flames of the night fire rolled along the wind to form a barrier, barely helping to block the fireballs that were like machine guns. Master Zero. Be careful, Melina warned. As soon as she finished speaking, my flame barrier was torn apart by the opponent's black and red slash. Luckily, I managed to dodge it. Otherwise, I would have been torn off half of my body. This King of Mad Fire also has the power of the Death Rune. Oh my god. This is too tricky. I didn't expect there would be such a boss battle. I couldn't help but complain. All the moves were changed, and there was no relevant information regarding the content of the Mad Fire King. I only knew that after the ending, Melina became as angry and evil as she is now, and was going to send him to his doomed death. But with this strength, I began to worry whether Melina in the parallel universe could beat him. I saw that the Mad Fire King also took out the world-devouring scepter, ignited the big snakes wrapped around the scepter, leaped up, and smashed us with a hammer from a distance. Boom, 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 boom. First, there was a burst of explosions as the ground was smashed. Then, large pieces of bricks on the ground were blown away, and the burning flames spread in a fan shape. Okay, did you learn skills from Radagun? Melina and I can only dodge left and right, making it difficult for the opponent to judge which direction to hammer next. Did you choose Melina in the direction? Then I quickly used the hound paste to speed up. The flames may not cause too much damage to him. Then let the blood penetrate the blade. I swung my sword at the head of the Mad Fire King. But to my surprise, the opponent did not dodge or evade at all, and just took my attack. The flames were swaying, and my left arm immediately swung the machete and slashed at me. There was no time to dodge, so I could only take the attack. Suddenly, a scream of curse broke out from the burning fire, and I couldn't help but frown, and my spirit was slightly shaken. Then, I was kicked hard in the chest, the whole person flew out, fell and rolled several times. When I looked up, the head of the King of Madness seemed to be burning even more fiercely. I hurriedly continued to roll back, and then bounced up. Boom! Another crazy fire that was like a cannon melted a big pit directly at the position where I was just now. The opponent began to accumulate power again, and I could only move sideways quickly, staring at the blazing fire, getting ready, and dodging immediately at the moment of the burst. And my eyes seemed to be staring at the fire for a long time. It started to hurt slightly. I gave Melina some space, so she had a chance to get close to the King of Mad Fire. But this time, the opponent seemed to be prepared. At the moment Melina raised her dagger, he actually stopped the mad fire, and almost seamlessly connected with the unbearable mad fire, which burst out directly above her head. It was too close. Melina had no time to react or dodge, and could only let the dagger bring up the black and red flames, and try to block the falling fireballs. But in this way, the lower body was naturally vulnerable. The world-devouring scepter swept across, hitting Melina's waist and abdomen, and hitting her like a baseball. Damn it! I jumped up. The scarlet blade was lightning, and I combined it with the lion's slash, and chopped down at the King of Mad Fire with all my strength. The opponent hurriedly crossed the weapons in both hands, forcibly resisting my red thunder blood moon slash. But this is my strongest fighting skill. The bloody slash is irresistible. Although the power was weakened after being blocked, it still landed on the opponent's shoulder, causing the Mad Fire King to bend his body. The flames seemed to flicker. I quickly retracted my strength and jumped back to avoid it. As expected, the Mad Fire King's curse roared, and I almost got hit. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Boom! What? Suddenly, a flame blocked my view, causing my spirit to shake again. The air seemed to become drier. Just breathing in, my dry throat hurts a little. And just in this trance, when I came to my senses, the King of Mad Fire had already rushed in front of me, raising his scepter and smashing it down. I hurriedly rolled to the side to dodge. But in the next second, a large red light spread from the scepter in the hand of the King of Mad Fire, and enveloped me. Not good. An alarm flashed in my mind, but it was too late. In an instant, my body seemed to turn into dry firewood, burning fiercely, and my eyes hurt so much that they went straight to my brain, making me want to dig them out. Fighting skills. Devouring the World Mad Fire Detonation. Chapter 584 Madness Fire Arrives Part 2. Cannot be looked at directly, cannot be observed. In my body, the moment the madness value was detonated, the first thing I felt was not the pain of the burning flames, but my mind. As if it was branded by the King of Madness Fire, the flames burned fiercely. I saw my head turned into that appearance, in the world of fire, roaring crazily. Master Zero. Just when consciousness seemed to be lost, Melina's call suddenly pulled me back from the raging fire. Her gentle voice was like an inclusive sea, absorbing all the burning heat in me. Calm down, Master Zero. She seemed relieved and comforted me softly. You will be fine, Melina. I was in her arms, running. Looking back, the burning head of the King of Madness seemed like a huge red and turbid yellow madness pupil. Looking directly into my heart, caused a burst of red fire to fall there, and suddenly my head felt slightly hot again, and my eyes seemed to be stung by the overly strong light, making me feel uncomfortable. Could it be that, when dealing with this crazy Fire King, is it really impossible to look directly at its flames? What kind of Cthulhu monster is this? How can I fight it? And Melina seemed to have read my heart, and said again, Don't worry, you will be fine, Masterling. Be careful behind you. Pray, a fire of madness streaked across the sky. The sniper cannon fired again. Melina seemed not to notice. I could only protect her head, turn my body, forced her to fall to the ground, avoiding the attack of the King of Madness. At this time, I suddenly discovered that a red and turbid yellow flame was burning behind Melina. Was that the fire of madness? And unconsciously, she had also lost her black and frizzy state, and returned to her original gentle appearance. Shusa's eyes had closed again. At the moment when my mind was eroded by the fire, what happened? It was obviously not as simple as Melina saving me from the opponent's attack. But I didn't have time to figure out what was going on. The fire cannon, that was still continuing, began to move down. You have to roll away, Melina. I hurriedly reminded her, and then pushed Melina hard, rolling to both sides, to avoid the crazy fire of the King of Mad Fire. Seeing this, the opponent also calmed down, like a hunter, slowly walked in his hunting ground, approaching the helpless and struggling prey. The fire was still burning. My eyes hurt. I should look away, and I should not look away. If I don't look away, I will naturally accumulate crazy points like before, although the speed is slower, but if I am hit by the opponent's large-scale combat skills again, I'm afraid the situation just now will repeat itself. But I looked away. Several of this guy's prayer skills seem to be instant. If I don't observe carefully, how can I dodge? In the dilemma, I don't even know how to fight. Don't worry, Master Zero. Melina repeatedly comforted me. Death has linked our fates together. Master Zero is worthy of being a warrior recognized by Malachus. I didn't expect that when it was implemented, it's surprisingly simple. Why are you saying this now? I was a little confused. But when I saw the flames on Melina's back were still burning, a terrible guess suddenly popped up in my mind. Melina, could it be you? Melina nodded slightly. It's okay, Master Ling. Didn't you tell me that? I can look directly at the virtual image of fire, and become a fire seeker? This little pain is nothing. As expected, it was Melina who absorbed the damage of the crazy fire for me. So, let go and fight. I will defend you, Master Zero, from the crazy fire, and you will become the true king of Elden. Right? As soon as Melina finished speaking, Nightfire responded to her, and a black and red flame burned on the black sword. She even entrusted me with the power of her destined death. Death has linked our fates together. So that's what it means. Now is not the time for me to hesitate. I look at the Mad Fire King again. Although my eyes still feel burning like before, I don't feel the chaos in my mind, nor the mark left by the Mad Fire King. I'm afraid that this is Melina helping me resist the opponent's mental attack. Above the night fire, the flame of death is even stronger. It seems that I have to make a quick decision. Boom, red thunder descended, Dragonlance Sanks protected me. A gust of wind came from under my feet. I rushed directly towards the King of Mad Fire. The raging fire on the opponent's head also burned more vigorously. Is it the accumulation of mad fire? Or is it the unbearable mad fire? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the King of Mad Fire burst out countless flowing flames, like a huge hand, trying to grab people. Combat skills, molten flame, hurricane dance, change, destined death. I swung my sword and rolled up a hurricane, the strongest fire that can bring true death. Formed a blazing black and red tornado with the wind, blocking all the attacks of the crazy Fire King. The dragon dance whirlwind rolled in front of him. I suddenly changed my moves, riding the wind and leaping up. In a blink of an eye, the flame turned into a giant dragon, opened its big mouth, and roared to swallow the crazy Fire King. The opponent also clenched the sword in his hand, burning the same fire of death, and slashed at me. Bang! Suddenly, the wind changed drastically, as if countless wronged souls were wailing and taking advantage of the scattered flames to flee. The King of Mad Fire was somewhat unable to withstand my attack, but the fire on his head flashed, and a common mad fire shot straight at me. I had no choice but to withdraw my strength and jump back, avoiding the opponent's attack. But I saw him suddenly slam the world-devouring scepter in his other hand into the ground, and the red light quickly dissipated, and the burning feeling of the mad fire immediately enveloped me. Combat skill, world-devouring madness fire attachment. It was this move just now that detonated my madness value. But now in my mind, my consciousness is still extremely clear. Since this move is difficult to dodge, then I simply don't dodge. I will attack instead of defend. I will see how you will defend next. Combat skill, water birds dancing wildly. All of a sudden, I was completely immersed in the sword and the shadow, and the destined death attached to the sword was like the god of death waving his sickle. Every attack was harvesting the opponent's soul. The King of Mad Fire was beaten back by me, and only relied on Tron's strong body and the two weapons in his hands to barely block the attack of the water bird. In the last section, the air blade suddenly exploded, and the King of Mad Fire was thrown out. Unfortunately, after performing a whole set of water birds, I was so tired that I couldn't catch the opportunity to go forward and finish off the opponent. However, after being hit by the water bird and the effect of the doomed death, although many attacks were blocked, even the most tanky fire giant in the magic circle could not bear it. The King of Mad Fire still struggled to stand up. In the air around him, a thick turbid fire was visible to the naked eye, and it quickly repaired the wounds on his body. On the side, The mad fire which Haida suddenly groaned and knelt on the ground twisted. And the turbid fire, it was emanating from Haida. Could it be that the mad fire king directly drained the witch's vitality to forcibly restore himself? By the way, Haida knows some restorative prayers. If he had to use this method, perhaps the golden tree's prayers would not work on the mad fire king in his state? With a plop, Haida fell to the ground. And the mad fire king had stood up again, his flame still burning. Chapter 585, A Desperate Fight. I didn't expect that he would drain the vitality of his own witch to restore his strength. The king of mad fire stood up again. However, I'm afraid I can't say anything to him. Melina, she is taking my place, absorbing the king of mad fire's mental interference on me, and absorbing the mad fire into her body. The flames are burning Melina. I can't delay any longer. I must find a way to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Ah! The king of mad fire suddenly released a piercing roar. The noise was so loud that my head hurt. The next second, this guy followed up with a mad fire. Wow, he's quite good at combination. The roar that sounded like a demonic sound held me in place without any time to dodge. Seeing that the mad fire cannon was already coming towards me, I could only release the power of death that Melina gave me again. Ha! The night fire bear ignited a black and red flame, aimed at the mad fire cannon, and slashed it with a sword. The flames were chopped off by me and spread to both sides. The king of mad fire suddenly jumped up, and the burning fire continued to expand. Expand? And expand again. Could it be that this guy was gathering strength and intending to release the meteorite fire that almost covered the field before? The stone pillars around the entire field were still burning. If you want to hide behind the pillars, you may still have time to run now. But Melina behind him was burning with turbid fire. I couldn't move at all. The attack of the mad fire king would definitely hit me directly. Whether I took Melina away or tried to divert her, she would definitely be affected. And now Melina probably has no spare energy to resist other damage. I must find a way to interrupt the opponent's move, or block his attack from the front. I accumulated all the strength in my body, turned it into a red arc of light, and it danced on the blade. Combat skills, Thunder God Killing Gun. Boom! The red lightning aimed at the blazing head of the mad fire king, hit it with one strike, and then penetrated it. But it seemed to have no effect at all. The flames were still burning and expanding, and even began to show a tendency to fall. Oh, even the head is not this guy's weakness? And attacking his body, the mad fire king is like a robot, and he didn't want to be completely destroyed by the water bird just now, and he couldn't stop it at all. It's too late. The huge flames, like a planet on the day of destruction, slowly fell towards me. The scorching wind became heavier and heavier, even making it difficult for me to raise my head. I clenched my teeth, looking at the blazing fireball like the scorching sun, but a cold and dark moonlight clearly emerged in my mind. Lonnie. Please, brother Teardrop. I hurriedly shouted. Transform everything I have into magic. Dingling-a-ling. Ringing the soul-summoning bell, at the same time, I hurriedly drank the Holy Grail dewdrops, to try to recover all my physical strength. The simulated tears also responded to my call, and the cold magic spread from my body, resisting the scorching wind released by the fireball of the mad fire king. The dark moon became clearer in my mind. My whole body also floated up lightly, and then curled up into a ball, transforming into the shadow in my mind. Magic, Lonnie's dark moon. Before I could even get out of the moon, the blazing sun of the mad fire king had already crashed into me. Okay, let's do it. The cold dark moon and the crazy blazing sun collided in the air. The two unprecedentedly powerful forces burst out with a strong impact, causing the entire gap in time and space to vibrate violently. The pale light illuminated the entire cloudy world. Frost and fire, the surging power surged in all directions. The stone pillar, which was originally burning, was burned by the spreading incense in the upper part, and quickly turned into ashes and dissipated. The lower part, together with the flames, was frozen by the blue cold. My power is completely equal to that of the Mad Fire King. But, behind me, there is Melina. There is also this whole world. And those who trust me and support me. So I must not lose. And you? Even your own witch, are you going to give up too? Crazy Fire King. Unforgivable. Ha! Roaring, screaming, I tried my best, trying to push back the blazing sun of the Crazy Fire King. But the other party carries the anger, the hatred and revenge of countless creatures in the border area, which cannot be underestimated, and it still makes people feel a little breathless. Then carry it. I will find a way to carry it together with those. So never give up. What I want to create is a happy ending. I shouted desperately, and my voice became hoarse. From the other side of the fire, I seemed to hear a faint sound. Can I really trust you? Zero? How do I know if I don't try? That's true. As expected. You are worthy of me. Zero. No wonder that witch didn't like me. But she could do everything for you. Tron? Say something to Marquette and me. Too. Next. It's up to you and him. The voice disappeared in the light. I only felt my consciousness, in the last surge of white light, turned into a blank and nothingness. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a cold wind blew, or someone's fingers touched my face, which made me wake up suddenly. The battle is over? I twitched my nerves a little, and I felt pain all over my body, almost fainting again. Every part of my skin, every bone in my body seemed to be melted by the fire, and my brain could not feel them at all, leaving only the word of pain, which kept echoing in my mind. But none of this mattered. Where was the King of Fire? I turned my head reluctantly, and saw a black shadow lying not far away. That was Tron's body, and on his head, the red and yellow turbid flames were still burning, but they were pitifully small, like a flame lit with a lighter. It seems that he can't move now. He should only have one last blow left. My brain began to desperately give orders to my limbs. Move, as long as I can move first. This victory. Fire is burning. Ah, King, the King who came for the suffering we are waiting for. Another extremely weak voice came to my ears. I saw the crazy fire which Haida was praying weakly. Take everything I have. Haida is willing to give you everything, including her life. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of something rolling. The warm flames gathered towards the King of Mad Fire. His flames seemed to grow a little bigger, and a finger twitched slightly. No! It's already this time. I need to let the King of Mad Fire recover a little bit of strength, so that he can move earlier than me. Everything will be over. I struggled hard to break free from the shackles of pain. Haida, the crazy fire witch, thought she had been drained of energy just now. At this moment, she came out to mess things up. Gurgle. Melina couldn't move either. Or rather, I didn't know what happened to Melina at all. I could only see that she was still on fire. Everything was about to end. Haida shouted excitedly, Please, King, please. At that moment, suddenly, a pale arm rose from the ground, and then with one claw, it dug directly into the heart of Tron's flesh. Chapter 586, Sealing the Mad Fire. The space-time rift, where the Dragon King Platon sank, was originally a beast graveyard, with corpses and remains everywhere. But what was totally unexpected was that, just when the Mad Fire King and I had exhausted our strength and fell to the ground unable to move, the arm of the skeleton suddenly pierced through the other's chest. In the beast's graveyard, there was actually a dead born hidden. The incident happened so quickly that everyone present was unable to react. Even Haida watched her king with her own eyes. The flames on his head gradually weakened, extinguished, and finally dissipated, turning into a faint layer of turbid red flames that filled the surroundings. Did he win? No. I'm afraid not yet. In the skull of the dead-born, a pair of pupils turned red and yellow. Those were the eyes that were gifted with the insane fire. Moreover, after killing the King of Insane Fire, the flames in the air began to gather towards the dead-born. It also made his eyes more dazzling. Under the dim sky, he stood in the cold wind like a real god of death. And compared to the other dead-borns, who looked quite mindless, the guy in front of him looked cold and murderous, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After killing the King of Mad Fire with one blow, he also stood there silently, until he absorbed the diffused Mad Fire aura and inherited all the power of the King of Mad Fire. He took out the halberd. I'm afraid the next target is me. Ah, what? For some reason, the other party seemed to just glance at me, and then walk towards the Mad Fire which Haida. King! The development of the situation clearly also exceeded Haida's expectations. She looked up in confusion. Although Haida couldn't see the figure of the person in front of her, she should be able to feel the power of the other party. Could it be that, the Mad Fire which still wanted to kill Haida, to take away the little power left in her? I realized that I couldn't watch any longer, and I struggled to stand up. On the other side, the Deathborn suddenly spoke. As expected, It's you. I've been looking for you for a long time. A long time. Irina. As he spoke, the Deathborn actually leaned down, opened his arms, and embraced the crazy fire which Haida I'm sorry. I made you feel wronged. He? What did he say just now? Irina? I suspected that I had heard it wrongly. Haida also doubted the other party's identity. She struggled for a while and pushed the deadborn away. She couldn't stop shaking all over. She didn't know whether she was afraid or angry. Shaking her head, Haida said in a sharp voice, You are not our king. Although you have his breath on you. Who are you? Irina. After all, the deadborn can't show any expression. But his voice seems to be full of heartache and repentance. Edgar. There was only one answer in my mind. I stood up with all my strength. Is it you? Edgar. The Lord of Morn City in the Weeping Peninsula. Brother Zero. Long time no see. The other party responded. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Surprised and happy, sure enough. But what is going on? How did you become a dead birth? And how did you appear here? It's a bit long to say. Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. Edgar turned his head and glanced at the mad fire which again. But the other party was like a frightened little rabbit and didn't give him any chance to get close. He could only sigh and walk towards me first. That Lord Baiji told us that only your body can truly seal the power of the mad fire. Although I don't know exactly what's going on, but please, Edgar said, while patting his head twice. The pair of golden beads that seemed to be picked out of the fire, it actually fell out and landed in his palm. I was stunned for a moment, wondering if I had seen something wrong. Edgar explained, the flame resides in the eyes. After I killed the so-called king of mad fire, the power of the flame could not wait to gather in my eyes. In other words, the power of mad fire should be here now. In this way, in the mad fire branch, Edgar's eyes were originally used as the grapes of Chapalili, dedicated to Haida, so that she can become a real witch of mad fire. I took the grapes of Chapalili from Edgar in a daze, and couldn't help asking, but, are you okay? Edgar? After becoming a deadborn, eyes have long been dispensable to me, Edgar said lightly. Although, my original intention should be whether Edgar himself is still affected by the mad fire. But looking at his appearance, that death should have completely freed him from the curse. Looking at the eye of madness in my hand, I swallowed my saliva, and then stuffed it in. It was like taking a big bite of a freshly baked steamed bun. The hot juice immediately spread in my mouth. But I was worried that the power of madness would leak out. So I could only cover my mouth with both hands and swallow the eye of madness hard. Of course, the taste was definitely not as delicious as the steamed bun. It was better to say that it had no taste at all. And it was not sweet or sticky. I just swallowed the medicine with hot water. A burning sensation started to rise from my stomach to my brain. I quickly summoned Michaela's golden needle from my blessing backpack, and then stabbed it into my chest without hesitation. Suddenly, the power that had been melting my bones since just now, along with the burning heat, all gathered at the place where the golden needle stabbed, and then disappeared. Edgar seemed to feel the flames on my body dissipating, and said, This will completely seal the insanity fire. How do you feel? Zero? Or rather, I don't feel anything at all. I touched my chest, and only when my fingers touched the water lily-like pattern did I feel the pain of a needle piercing my body. However, what puzzled me most now was, Edgar, how did you become a deadborn? To be honest, I don't know much. In my memory, I only vaguely remember that day. After I lost to you, a woman's voice called me faintly, and woke me up again. When I climbed out of the stone tomb, I remembered that I was still in the Storm City Stonewell. A woman's voice? Could it be Queen Marika? Speaking of Stonewell, I remember that when I brought Edgar's remains back, Stonewell was treating the dead prince's sore underneath. At that time, everyone in the round table hall also went there. During that time, dead sleeping girl FIA seemed to mourn Edgar. So that's why Edgar became a deadborn? After waking up, I didn't know where to go, so I went back to Morn City. Not long after, I met the new Storm King Nephili who led people to recapture Morn City, but after all, it was my negligence which led to the fall of Morn City, and I was too embarrassed to see the brothers there again. Speaking of which, when I went to get the Source Stone from Teacher Salian's body, I also took it back from Morn City. I met my brother, Dairos, who had followed me and Edgar to fight the lion hybrids. At that time, he was somewhat suspicious that Morn City was haunted. Could it be Edgar that he was talking about? Later, I heard a lot of rumors about you, and gradually learned a lot about Mad Fire. He took advantage of my desire for revenge, and caused you a lot of trouble. Brother Zero. I am really sorry for the offense. Edgar bowed slightly to me. I quickly waved my hand. Don't say that, I hid the matter about Irina from you. Which is not good. And if you, Edgar, were not here today, I would probably still be defeated by the King of Mad Fire. I just heard from Sir Baiji that sealing the Mad Fire requires a special place in Famizra. So I asked the dead-born here, and they told me that the Dragon King has been in the center of the storm, waiting for his return. Edgar seemed to be smiling and said, but it was a thrilling battle just now. The King of Mad Fire forced you into a desperate situation, and I can't help but worry about you, Brother Ling. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ha! I didn't expect things to become so difficult. Speaking of which, where is Melina? Turning my head, I hurriedly looked for Melina, but she was still lying on the ground far away. Chapter 587 The Dragon King's Vision. Melina. I found Melina and ran over quickly. Damn, I was a little too heartless. That reminded me of my little wooden man. But it was mainly because Edgar appeared too suddenly, and it was with his help that the Mad Fire King was completely sealed. So I forgot in my surprise that Melina had not turned into a spirit and returned to me. Forget it, I'd better not make excuses, I'm just heartless. I apologized to Edgar and hurried to find Melina, because the King of Mad Fire was sealed. The flames on her body had subsided, but Melina seemed to be unconscious. I quickly picked her up and called out anxiously, Melina. Melina? Wake up. Melina? There was no response. I don't know if it was because of the spirit body made of runes, or for other reasons. The flame seemed to have consumed all her strength. I only felt that Melina was terribly cold. Melina, don't scare me. I was so anxious that I almost cried. Oh, let's leave this gap in time and space first. After finding the blessing point, feed Melina some Holy Grail dewdrops. Since her spirit has not dissipated, it means Melina should be fine. Wait a moment, Melina. I closed my eyes and silently chanted the blessing and transmission spell in my heart. A cool and refreshing breeze suddenly blew across my face. Then, a soft voice came from Melina in my arms. Woo! Melina! I opened my eyes quickly. I saw a faint magical light penetrate into Melina's brows. She slowly opened her eyes, her tightly knitted brows relaxed, and her dried lips responded, calling my name, Master Ling. As expected, you won? I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and smiled. Well, I won. The rage had been suppressed by Michaela's golden needles. We succeeded? Great. Melina finally smiled. Yes, great. Lord Kuling, why are you crying? She slowly raised her hand, as if she wanted to wipe away my tears. Did I cry? That's too embarrassing. Fool. I couldn't help but grab Melina's hand and blamed her. You scared me, I thought. Roar. At this moment, in the center of the storm, in the crack of time and space, the roar of a dragon suddenly sounded. The dark clouds rolled, and the red lightning flashed again. In the surging wind, the Dragon King Platon Sanks came again. I couldn't help but sigh unhappily. This guy, the Dragon King, can't read the air at all. Why did he come back at this time? After all, we just borrowed his place, now that the Mad Fire has been successfully sealed. It is time to return it. Melina smiled helplessly. Lord Zero, can you help me for a while? Yes, of course. I helped Melina up and walked towards the Dragon King Platon Sanks. The Dragon King was still as proud as ever, with his two big heads raised in the air, and in his eyes, golden light shone brightly. Lord Dragon King. Melina thanked Platon Sanks on my behalf. Thank you for letting us have this gap in time and space to solve and seal the maniac. Now, the matter is over, and we will leave now. There is no rush for this matter. Marika's daughter, Platon Sanks, actually tried to keep us. However, his majestic gaze was on the maniac, which Haida and Edgar. I quickly explained, Lord Dragon King. Although the father and daughter have some conflicts, they should have little to do with the maniac. I'll take them away in a while. It's okay. After Platon Shanks finished speaking, his eyes fell on Haida's head, and he seemed to glare at her for a moment. A faint golden glow spread. I saw Haida, who was still resisting Edgar's approach. Suddenly, like a puppet with its strings cut, she stopped in a daze and fell to the ground. Lord Dragon King? Platon Shanks explained, don't worry. When the girl's soul returned to the tree, she was bewitched by the flames and became a witch. I just restored the events of the peninsula for her. Whether she believes it or not is entirely up to her. As expected of the Dragon King, Platon Shanks could actually do such a thing? As if his mind was read? Platon Shanks said to me, I was once the king of Eldon, sitting in the cracks of time and space. So I naturally know the power of time. And such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Good. Very impressive. I couldn't help but marvel. However, this also means that the Dragon King is in a good mood now. Otherwise, he doesn't need to care about Edgar and his daughter. And now, his two huge heads are also staring at me tightly, making me afraid to move. Son of Man, Zero? Platon Shanks suddenly spoke. I ask, you came from another world, why are you so obsessed with this world? Sure enough, this guy just now was through the time omnipotence. Did you read my past? I thought about it in silence for a while, and said honestly, persistent? In fact, I didn't think so much at the beginning. I was brought to this world in a daze, even saving my own life is a huge problem. Surviving is hard enough, but... Looking at Melina beside me, I couldn't help but smile and said, but, there's a girl who has always been by my side, encouraging, I believe that I can change the world. And along the way, I also met many like-minded people, who also struggled for their dreams in this bad world. I also thought, since I have some power, I will try it. How long can I struggle in such a world? Can I make this world a little better? Unconsciously, I have come to this day. The Dragon King is still staring at me, and Melina was also looking at me, which made me feel a little embarrassed. I quickly cleared my throat, and prepared to end the topic. In short, try to do as much as you can. After all, I hate the world of bitterness and hatred. At least, I want to make the people around me happier and happier, and I don't want to let them down. Maybe this is my obsession. You and her, good, side, very similar. After listening to my thesis defense, Platon Shanks commented, it's a pity that evil has been blinded. Good has been distorted. The beast doesn't understand human feelings. And doting has turned into a cage, inflating the bubble of eternity. Platon Shanks' words made me confused. What good? What evil? But could that beast refer to the beast of Eldon? After all, Platon Shanks also said, I was once the king of Eldon. And I may have seen the Eldon beast riding on a meteor. However, what does it mean that love has turned into a cage? It is hard to understand. After the riddle was finished, the riddle man did not reveal the answer, but continued, go. Son of Man, tell the beast of God what you think. Change his mind. And change the world outside. If fate really favors you. I also hope you can help me with something. Zero. I didn't expect that the Dragon King Platon Shanks would be so polite. And even use the word hope on me. However, before I could be surprised for long, he suddenly roared and the red lightning swallowed up everyone in the crack of time and space in an instant. Chapter 588 Returning in Triumph. In my ears, the roar of the Dragon King gradually faded away, until it disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, we had returned to the broken gravestone outside the storm. The wind roared as usual, and the Dragon King Platon Shanks still sat in the middle of the crack in time and space. Although he controlled part of the power of time, Platon Shanks seemed to be able to only read the past, but could not predict the future, so he could only wait indefinitely for his god to return. By the way, what would the Dragon King entrust me with? Could it be to help him find the Dragon God? Well, there is no point in thinking so much now. Platon Shanks also said, if I can defeat the beast of Eldon, it won't be too late to come back to him. Master Zero. At this time, Melina suddenly called me. She was looking down at my right hand, and red arcs were dancing in her golden eyes. I lowered my head, and I was also startled. Wow! I unconsciously grasped a red lightning in my hand. But the moment I noticed it, the arc of light penetrated into my palm. In my mind, the flashing runes of red lightning, and the scene of Platon Shanks holding the lightning gun and releasing a large-scale lightning strike on the ground suddenly appeared. What? What is this? It seems that Master Zero has been blessed by Master Dragon King. Just like Master Lance Shanks once shared her blessing with you. Melina explained. Oh! I recalled the prayer rune of the red thunder again, and suddenly, the mighty thunder, and gathered in my palm again. Just as a stone in front of me was swept by the storm, I threw the thunder gun directly over. Boom, the thunder exploded, and it easily penetrated the boulder, and even exploded a huge red thunder net. Great, thank you, Platon Shanks. I waved to the storm. The Dragon King should be able to hear it. Turning back, I saw that the dead-born Edgar was holding the unconscious fire which Haida. Or rather, his daughter Irina. Platon Shanks seemed to have seen through the past, and told Haida what happened in the Weeping Peninsula. Originally, after Irina was killed, her soul returned to the tree, and with the blessing of eternity, she should have reshaped her body and been reborn again, but the fire interfered. I remembered, when I first met her after Stonewall City, Haida seemed to still have some memories of Irina. But she was taken away by the crazy fire A Ling and traveled with him. The remaining memories must have been completely erased. She might even be deceived into thinking that Edgar deliberately abandoned her for the so-called morality and duty, which led to her tragic death at the hands of the hybrids. After all, from their reunion just now, Haida seemed to be quite afraid of Edgar and disgusted with him. "Edgar, where are you going next?" I asked kindly. "With the help of the blessed teleportation, we can take you a distance. You still have to go to the royal city of Rodel, split the thorn of rejection, and repair the Elden Ring." Adager really knew the current situation. "So, don't worry about us, Brother Zero. But when the ring is repaired, I'm not sure what will happen to the Deadborn." I honestly expressed my concerns. "To be honest, you are the only Deadborn I have ever seen who has retained his sanity, Edgar. But most of the other Deadborns have been imprisoned in this half-dead body for too long. When the new law is implemented, you may all return to death. Perhaps it is because Edgar has not been a Deadborn for too long, or perhaps it is because he is obsessed with finding his daughter Irina. So, I cannot guarantee how long Edgar can maintain his current sanity after everything is over." Edgar was silent for a moment, and there seemed to be a hint of relief in his words. "Really? However, it doesn't matter. After all, I have died once. As long as Irina is fine, everything is worth it." As he said this, he couldn't help but touch his daughter's sleeping face. "I will take Irina back to Morn City. Although there may be some painful memories, it is also the place she is most familiar with. If the Elden Ring can really restore the order of the border, then I will leave it to you, Brother Zero." "Okay." Roar. Just as we were talking, a dragon roar came from the direction of the storm. I saw an ancient dragon came through the hurricane. But the other party did not show an attacking posture, but flew near the stone slab, and then hovered. "Why does it feel like a taxi? Master Ling, this ancient dragon seems to be here to pick us up." Melina also had the same guess as me. "But don't they hate people riding on them?" I thought of Lance Sanks. I asked her to take me to the royal castle of Rodel before, but I was caught by the dragon's claws. And Melina explained, "Now that Master Zero has the protection of the Dragon King, the ancient dragons should also regard you as an equal." "Really?" I approached the ancient dragon carefully, and the other party did not show any dissatisfaction. "Then I'll leave it to you, big ancient dragon." Roar. The ancient dragon responded. It just so happened that I was also a little worried. How to climb back from the cliff here? This saves a lot of effort in blessing and teleportation. Riding the ancient dragon, we returned to the Temple of the Black Sword first. Nephili and Alexander have also arrived here. After Malix put on Iggy's huge mirror helmet, he rested for a while, and looked much more energetic. Roderica was still holding Bernal, sitting on the ground. When she saw me, she forced a smile. "Master Zero, Sister Melina, welcome back." As expected, that flame is no match for Master Zero. Without everyone's help, I would have been eroded by the turbid fire and died. I walked in front of her, knelt down, and looked at Bernard. "How is he?" Roderica shook her head. "Really?" Sighed. Until the end, I couldn't understand Bernard. This man, but he must have helped me a lot behind the scenes. "By the way, Lord Zero, Lord Bernal, on his deathbed, wanted me to give these to you." Roderica raised her hand, and saw two red rune lights emanating from her body, converging towards me, and finally, forming two large rune patterns on my hand. They were the large runes of the Great Snake Lakad, and the Blood King Munger. "In this way, you will surely be able to repair the Elden Ring, please." Roderica seemed to be relaying Bernal's words. "Yes, of course." I nodded, and took the great rune into my body. "Now, let's go back to the royal city of Rodel." After saying goodbye to Malachus, I rode on the broad back of the ancient dragon with everyone and left Famazra, passing through the sea of clouds. In the distance, the golden tree had completely dyed the entire sky with flames. Countless bright red sparks, like heavy snow, fell from the sky, and gradually, a gray dust fog covered the land under the foot of the holy tree. The ancient dragon took us to the royal city of Rodel quickly. I saw that there were also flames in the gray fog. The dead-born, the immortals, were like zombies, wandering around in the city. There were also many monsters running rampant everywhere. The corrupt tree spirits twisted their bodies, like snakes, slithering on the piled ashes, crows, violent dogs covered with blood stains, running rampant everywhere. There were also hybrids among them, and they became one with the knights stationed in Rodel. Big ancient dragon, go and help, please. The ancient dragon accepted my request without hesitation, roaring, swooping down, spitting blazing fire in the air, burning the monsters that were in the way below, and making them flee, winning cheers from the knights. And near the throne of King Eldon, I found the tall, thin and familiar figure. He also raised his head and looked at me. Zero. Teacher Mungert. I waved my hand excitedly, saying hello. I'm back. Chapter 589 Rodel Conference. I didn't expect that. When I came back to Rodel from Famizra, the royal city was in chaos. The corrupt tree spirits are needless to say. Probably when the trees were burned, they were transformed by the resentment of the golden tree. In the game, you can also see 3 corrupt tree spirits wandering behind the royal city, and you can even pick up the most useful amulet among them, the grace of the golden tree +2. It seems that the hybrids were bewitched by the king of mad fire before. They also took advantage of Rodel's emptiness to make trouble here. However, Qin Ling did not expect that the Blood Crow and Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Blood Dynasty would also come here to cause trouble. Could it be that Marenia had already marched there and accidentally drove all these monsters out? Of course, it is more likely that the King of Mad Fire had set up a trap. Perhaps originally, he planned to steal the Death Rune and then take advantage of the chaos to enter the interior of Rodel King City and burn the thorns of rejection on the tree. Destroy the Elden Ring, let the madness burn the whole world. However, Rodel's defense is also quite complete. Not only does it have the knights who volunteered to stay led by Monget, but also the new Kalia knights who came from Linia with Latin. The Crucible knights are stationed at the main roads. At night, the few knight cavalry scattered in the snowfield have also been recalled. The defense is comparable to an iron barrel, and it can be said to be indestructible. The only chance, maybe it is like me riding an ancient dragon from the sky, maybe it would make the garrison defenseless. But it's hard to say. After all, Rodel is not without anti-air power. Well, in short, after returning to Rodel Royal City, I also joined the garrison and helped to clear out those monsters that were causing trouble. 3 days later, Rodel Royal City was completely pacified. King of Blessing, Mungert, Star Crusher General, Rutten, and the newly promoted Storm King, Nephili Lu, all gathered in Rodel Royal City. It also represents all parties in the border area except the Forbidden Snowfield, and discusses the reconstruction of the Elden Ring. In the hall of the conference, I closed my eyes, concentrated the runes, and made the sword of Nightfire burn with black and red flames. This is indeed the flame of destined death. It seems that you, Brother Zero, have indeed received the power of death from the priest, Rutten said with a smile. In this way, we can also destroy the thorn of rejection and enter the interior of the tree. Had you repaired the ring? It won't be that simple, Baiji said. Zero, you probably haven't told them something? As expected of him, Baiji really knows the situation inside the golden tree? I nodded, and told everyone everything. Queen Marika was punished for breaking the ring. After entering the tree, her other half, Radagon, will come to fight. After defeating him, the beast of Eldon that guards the ring will appear. Dragon King Platon Sanks once told me that beasts do not understand human nature and have turned the border into a cage. Therefore, the battle with the beast of Eldon is inevitable. Only by defeating it can we repair the Elden Ring. I ended with this. Baiji added, that is the real God. I am afraid that among us, only Zero, who has the power of death, can really cause harm to it. Of course, this is not the case in the game. But Baiji said so. Maybe the reality is different. But I am not sure what will happen. After all, Baiji is right. What we have to face next is the real God of the border. In the discussion room, everyone was silent. It should be the fact that Marika and Radagon are one and the same, which shocked Mungert and Latin for a while. Well, your mother can change her sex to become my father. If you say such a thing, even the demigods don't know how to react. In that case, we have to conserve Zero's strength. Right? After all, he is now the only killer who can face the gods directly. Nephili, who was not involved, took charge of the situation. So, it's best to let us deal with the hero Radagon. Well, that's perfect. Rutten came back to his senses. He took a long breath, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his shoulders seemed to tremble slightly. I also have a lot to say, asked that hero. I can't say it directly. The Radagon inside the tree has completely turned into a puppet of the beast of Elden. I'm afraid he won't answer any questions. But maybe after seeing his son, the human side of Radagon will be moved? And Monket also put away his complicated thoughts and said seriously, in the next 2 days, I will select enough warriors and enter the tree together. Just like what we discussed just now, Zero, leave Radagon to us. You just concentrate on maintaining your strength and dealing with the beast god. Understood. Also, I have some bad news. Megot looked at me. I guess it's just me now. The new law, it's not yet complete, Zero. Huh? Is it because everyone's laws can't be integrated? I couldn't help but frown. Megot shook his head. The golden holy rate calculated by the master of the golden mask, it was quite easy to combine with the dark night law brought by the princess general. But there were some problems with the death reconstruction of the dead sleeping girl Faye. The specific reason was that the door could not be found. Door? Oh! The one I saw when I fought against the remains of Godwin in Fia's dream. The master of the golden mask has gone to the nameless eternal city to help. But there is no news yet. Mongot sighed slightly. By the way, Malachus should know a lot about death. Alas, I forgot to ask him. He patted his thigh unconsciously. Also, Dragon King Platon Sanks might also have some concerns about that door. Why don't you let the master of the golden mask go to ask the Dragon King? Mongot also nodded. I will arrange for the witch to go and ask the master of the golden mask to go to Famizra. Well, there's no need to rush the law. I recall that after defeating the beast of Elden in the game, we didn't immediately start the next round. If we can really solve everything successfully, we should have enough time to repair the ring. If there are loopholes in the new law, we should be able to change it. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Otherwise the queen wouldn't have to smash the ring. Lord Baiji reminded. It's better to wait until the new law is formed. Realizing it once through the Elden Ring, randomly modifying it, will only disrupt the natural order one after another, and plunge the border into chaos again. Sir, you are right, I am sorry, I took it for granted. I apologize sincerely. It doesn't matter. After all, the biggest hidden danger has been solved. Now, we have enough time to prepare. Baiji comforted. And at this moment, a soldier suddenly knocked on the door of the conference hall anxiously, and shouted loudly, Report! The enemy is attacking. The gate of Rodel has been breached. He is heading here. Chapter 590 King Jefuli. Just as we were discussing the relevant laws, and the final battle against Radagon, the beast of Elden, we did not expect that. At this time, someone would attack the royal city of Rodel. Mongot asked hurriedly, Who is coming? Is it another hybrid? Or a monster that escaped from the Blood Dynasty? No. The soldier's eyes were somewhat evasive. Reporting to the King of Blessing, he is back, the King of Jefuli. Ah, it's old Gu. Of course, I had expected it, but I didn't expect that the time when Gufule appeared would be so consistent with the game. He didn't come earlier, nor later, and there was no news about him before. Could it be that Marika deliberately set a limit on her king, and recalled Gufule after the release of Rune of Death? After all, this person can be said to be the person the queen trusts the most. And is also the last trump card. After hearing this news, the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop to 0. Boom, boom, outside the window, there was a sound like an earthquake. Nephili was the first to complain. That king came back at this time. What exactly does he want to do? Of course, to see Her Majesty Queen Marika. Baiji said it in one sentence. And Monget was silent for a while, and stood up first. Let's go, maybe we can have a good talk with that person. Speaking of which, in the game, Audi 1, Death, Rune, when Famizra returned to Rodel again, you can see that Jefuli was holding the fallen Mongot, which shows that old Gafu is not an unreasonable person. If he can be used as one of the forces to fight against Eldamon, wouldn't the picture be too beautiful? I have seen Eldamon being picked up by Jefuli's throwing technique, and making a slam dunk on the earth. However, even if it is old Gafu, if he saw Marika become Radagon with his own eyes, you will be so shocked that you will be speechless for a long time. In a sense, the picture is also beautiful. We followed Mungert, and headed for the throne of King Elden. On the long steps to the throne, there were already many knights guarding the city, but none of them dared to step forward rashly. When they saw us coming, they all made way. In the open-air courtyard of the throne, several furnaces and knight commanders collapsed on the ground. Looking at the end, I saw, in the red burning crack of the golden tree, a tall and sturdy figure slowly walk down. He held a huge axe in one hand, and on his shoulder, he carried a lion-like beast. His gray hair fluttered in the whistling breeze, and the crown of the king was even more dazzling. Father. Mongot could not help but be slightly moved. King Gufule obviously saw him, and greeted him. You have grown up. Mongot. The golden tree is already burning, the border is so chaotic, you can protect Rodel. Well done for protecting your mother. For a moment, Mungert was speechless, and tears welled up in his golden eyes. After a long time, he responded, this is just my duty, as a member of the Golden Clan. Really? Jefuli also looked very relieved. But no matter what, you have worked hard. The beast's Prime Minister Sir Lashu, who was leaning on Jefuli's shoulder, seemed to whisper a few words in his ear. And Jefuli looked over at me. Death, rune, is it in your hand? Yes. I nodded. But beside my ears, I only heard a sound. Gufule, who was still 10 meters away just now, seemed to have only taken one step, and stepped in front of me, holding the giant axe with both hands, and chopped it down on my head. Hand it over. Under the strong pressure that came like a tidal wave, I seemed to hear those 3 words, and subconsciously drew out the night fire to block it. But a silver long stick got there first. He stood in front of me. Mungert blocked Jefuli's sudden attack for me, and defended me. Father. Zero is not our enemy. Although Jefuli took a few steps back, he was obviously not in a state of giving up the attack. He is too dangerous. Marika. Never let him get close to Marika. What is this old good talking about? Could it be that Sir Lashu just made a slanderous statement? However, combined with the situation that he just asked about death, rune, could it be that Gufule also knows something about the current situation in the Golden Tree? In that case, I also responded loudly, King Gufule. Perhaps you don't know that Queen Marika smashed the Elden Ring, causing the border to fall into such chaos. Although I don't know whether the queen is willing to be punished. But in the tree, her soul may have dissipated. And she is just a puppet. We need to correct the Elden Ring, and find a way to get the border back on track. Defeating her is also a last resort. At the same time, it was also a choice made by the queen herself a long time ago. After all, judging from the game screen, the punished Marika had already turned into a stone statue. After the battle with the Beast of Elden, the queen's body was even more shattered, and it was impossible for her to be alive. In other words, you also want to become the king of Elden, right? Gufule still did not put down his battle axe. To be honest, I am not very interested in becoming a king or not. After all, if I really had to govern the country, it would probably become even more chaotic, and I would be in a state of panic. I still spoke the truth. But, if we talk about whether I have the ambition to realize my wishes, I am indeed the same as you. Once again, I also mentioned the night fire and made a gesture. In this land, only those who have real power can be called the true king. Isn't it? Gufule's words were all about coming to protect his Marika. If we want to achieve innovation, we must abandon the queen who has passed away. If no one can give in, the battle between us can be said to be inevitable. After hearing what I said, Gufule seemed to understand, and said several times, very good. Very good. Zero. And Monget looked at the two of us, his face full of worry. I comforted him, don't worry, Mr. Monget. I will not lose. Absolutely. It seems that you are very confident. Fated one. A warrior who is not blessed by gold like me. Gufule also stared at me closely. Back off, Sir Lashu. Facing such an invitation, you must not lose your manners. As soon as he finished speaking, Sir Lashu roared loudly. But Gufule gave him a look, and the beast seemed to sense his determination. So it could only transform from a spirit into a real form, and climb down from Gufule's back. Then, Golfer said loudly, my name is Golfer, known as the original king of Elden by the world. However, at this moment, I am Holu, a warrior who returned from Marika. Since the other party was so frank, I also generously gave my name. My name is Zero, the fated one who came from another world, just to reshape the Elden Ring. Very good, Zero. Golfer roared like a lion. Then let us fight. Chapter 591 King, known for his strength. Burning fire, scorching wind. Mungert used his eyes to clear the field, and blocked the rest of the people from the throne room of King Elden. After Gufule and I exchanged names, the opponent stepped on the ground with force, raised the giant axe and chopped at me. Combat skills, Hound Step. I kept my usual style, avoided the opponent's frontal attack, turned around and used blood to draw a slash. Gufule didn't dodge or evade at all. He used his battle axe to split my bloody sword and raised his foot to stomp the ground. Boom! The powerful force shook the whole Imperial court. However, I jumped into the air and avoided the opponent's war trampling. The wind wrapped around my body, and the night fire burned with red flames, and chopped down Gufule with all my strength. Bang! It felt like I was chopping on a mountain, and it didn't move at all. After Gufule easily blocked the attack with a giant axe, he took me to the side, and at the same time, his left hand was like a bear's claw, grabbing at me. As soon as I landed on one foot, I had to quickly dodge. After seeing Gufule's attack miss, he turned around, holding the battle axe with both hands again, stepped forward, and chopped me with all his strength. This force was too domineering and strong. Before it even hit me, there was a gust of wind as strong as level 10, which was about to lift me up from the ground. Blown away. When the blade and the axe collided, in an instant, my whole body was blown away, and fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. The tiger's mouth was cracked and painful, and the arm was numb and trembling. As expected of a first-class tough monster in the magic circle, every move is so heavy. Is this your power? Faded 0. Gufule was not in a hurry to attack. I didn't say much, but when I heard the thunder, the red arc of electricity wrapped around me. Pray, Lansanx's Dragon Thunder Protection. Oh! Seeing this, Gufule suddenly jumped up, turned around and swung. The battle axe was like a hurricane sweeping towards me. I quickly pulled away to the side, while gathering the power of Dragon Thunder in my hand. Pray, Dragon King's Spear. But what was unexpected was that Gufule didn't even pick up his battle axe. After landing, he seized every minute and second, and rushed towards me directly. I was thinking of shooting him with my Thunder Spear when he was about to pick up the axe. It was too late to change my tactics. In this case, I continued to hold the Thunderbolt with one hand. The opponent's claws suddenly lifted up from bottom to top, and I had expected this throwing skill, so I directly pressed the Dragon Thunderbolt towards Gufule's hands. Boom! I was directly knocked out by this blow. But the Dragon Thunder Spear exploded, releasing a large circle of red thunder net, which caught Gufule in it. He also failed to follow up with the last dunk of the shot. I quickly adjusted my body posture in the air, and took out the Dewdrop Holy Grail bottle to recover. Gufule was also interrupted by my unexpected attack, and stood up again with the arc of electricity on his body. While the opponent didn't take up the weapon, I quickly rushed forward with a hound step. The blade wiped my palm, the blood blade slashed twice. Roar. Relying on the strong body to block my attack, Gufule suddenly let out a deafening roar, interrupting my attack. I looked up and saw him raise 1 foot high again. I quickly jumped back and backed away. Gufule stomped hard again, and this time the power-accumulated kick made the ground shake more violently than before. With the ripples of the vibration, the stone slab shattered in circles around Gufule, and a lot of gravel burst out. I had just landed. Then I saw Gufule lift his arms with force. Suddenly, flying sand and rocks turned into a wave that covered me. Combat skill. Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. I quickly summoned the flames to resist the opponent's attack. But the next second, the opponent had already recalled the battle axe, directly tore my storm, and chopped me down. Switching to the release method of Storm Foot, I quickly dodged Gufule's attack to the side, and then leaped into the air with force. Combat skill. Water Bird Dance. The water bird didn't get up to dance. Just after the first 2 swords hit the opponent, just as the third sword was swung out, Gufule grabbed Yoa with his hand, and then threw me out again. Ah, it's really a case of one force defeating 10 skills. I quickly got up, because Gufule was already chasing me quickly. His battle axe dragged sparks on the ground, and he slashed at me with a wind blade. I dodged sideways and rolled to avoid it, and the opponent turned around and stomped on me again. Are you really not afraid of tearing this place down, old Gu? I quickly distanced myself to avoid this move. At the same time, I was thinking, Gufule's moves are too overbearing. If we just compete in brute force, he is no match for me just because he is twice as big as me. If I want to interrupt him, I have to use the same overbearing power as the Dragon King's thunder just now. Now is not the time to hold back. Since it is said that strength is the foundation of being a king, then Gufule is just a stumbling block that I have to step over. I took a deep breath and swung my sword, and a black and red flame flashed across the sharp edge of Nightfire. Even the arcs that were wrapped around me were stained with the color of death. Are you finally willing to use it? Destined Death. Gufule seemed to have been waiting for me to use this power. He was not afraid at all, and rushed towards me again. Accumulate power, combat skills, flame storm / destined death change. Death. The hurricane rolled towards Gufule, but the opponent still directly chopped it with an axe, then turned around, swung the battle axe with one hand and chopped it towards me. The wind was surging. I stepped on the wind and rose up, surrounded by the flames of destiny death, transformed into a giant dragon, opened its mouth and bit the opponent. Gufule also subconsciously raised the battle axe to block my attack. But the improvement of dragon thunder protection, the power of the destined death, also made Gufule's body sink. And the flames poured down, completely engulfing him. Even so, Gufule still had the strength to push me away. As soon as I landed, this time, the battle axe stuck to the ground and rolled over. I hurriedly rolled to the side to avoid it. And then, Gufule, with fire on his body, pounced out again like a ruined bear. With his claws crossed, rushing in front of me, as if to tear me apart. I leaned back, almost touching the ground, and dodged Gufule's attack. The opponent also scratched the ground with his claws, so that sparks flew. I stopped my steps, turned the corner, and then stepped forward quickly, and scratched me madly again. But I dodged all of Gufule's attacks, and after I stood firm, I also stomped my feet hard on the ground. Combat skills, Molten Flame Hurricane Dance Destined Death Change. The black and red flames that rose rapidly from the ground. This made Gufule take a step back. Seeing this, I gathered my strength on the blade, and then pierced through the opponent with all my strength. Combat skills, Thunder God Killing Spear Destined Death Modified. The thunder roared like a lightning dragon. He was wrapped in black and red flames, and rushed straight towards Gufule. And the warrior still had no intention of dodging. He also roared loudly, clenched his fists, and directly responded to my attack with all his strength, and punched out. Boom! Chapter 592 King. Respected by demeanor. Boom. The black and red thunder seemed to tear the space apart instantly. And the turbid dragon roared, swallowing the man in front of me. The impact of the explosion spread with the turbulence of lightning, causing the entire courtyard to tremble for the enchanting flowers in full bloom. The red thunder bestowed by the ancient dragon, plus the power of death. The move just now is already the strongest attack I can release now. But looking at the rolling dust in front of me, after taking a sip of the blue dewdrop Holy Grail bottle, I still held my sword tightly and kept my guard up. The hot breeze gradually dissipated the smoke and dust in the throne room. I saw that a large piece of stone bricks was lifted up in a fan shape, and on the ground, there were black and red flames of doomed death everywhere. In it, King Gufule supported his knees with one hand and stood up slowly. The fire touched his body and burned. His armor was cracked and damaged, and his whole body was oozing red blood. Gufule stretched out his hand and tore the armor into pieces, throwing it on the ground. As expected, he still hasn't fallen yet? I had no choice but to attack again. The opponent also took a deep breath, waved his hand, and made the broken battle axe fly back to his hand. So that's it. You do have the strength to challenge the king, the fated one. But, enough. Suddenly, Mungert interrupted the other party loudly. He strode forward, exerted force in his hand, crushed the silver cane, and once again revealed the cursed sword wrapped in it. Zero's power is indispensable for us to create a new era. Moreover, among all the people here, only he may know how to deal with the beast god. I can't let you fight like this anymore. Father. Mungert held his sword horizontally behind me to protect me. Even General Rudden laughed and said, although I intervened in the fight between the two warriors, it's a bit unromantic. But what Brother Mondat said is right. It just so happens that I can't wait to see it. Next, can you let me experience your power, King Jefuli? Jefuli's eyebrows moved slightly. I remember that you are the descendant of the Full Moon Queen. Latin respectfully performed a knight's salute. It's an honor that you still remember me. Respected King Jefuli. I am the eldest son of the Full Moon Queen Rhaenyra. Latin. If you still want to continue fighting, then please let me teach you. After saying that, Rudden also drew out his two star-breaking swords. It looks interesting, Nephili also said, and stepped forward to join in. Speaking of which, Zero, you still have to save your strength. Next, let us do it for you. It's too early to save your strength. You haven't even entered the tree yet. I couldn't help but complain. Nephili immediately gave me a look that told me to shut up. And Mondat continued to persuade me. Father, you have been away from the border for a long time, and you may not know what happened afterwards. Mother smashed the ring that maintained Eldon, causing the natural order of the border to collapse. And for the so-called fight for the God King, there have been years of fighting, and the people are living in poverty. The border is heading for destruction. Now, we have finally gathered everyone's strength, and seized the opportunity to save the border. Therefore, please take a look. There are also warriors who have followed you to fight all over the world. We have longed to rebuild the magic circle. If you insist on blocking us, don't blame us for disobeying you. Mingot's words were stern and righteous, which moved Jeffuel. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the throne court. Rodel's knights, the Forged Knights, also saluted and advised loudly, "King, please think twice. You are the person my mother trusts the most. He should be the one who knows her best, father." Mingot sighed, and then said, "In this situation, if mother is here, what choice do you think she will make?" Malika. Jeffuel seemed to be touched by Mingot's words again. He turned his eyes and looked inside the golden tree. I thought about it carefully and said, "King Jeffuel, actually none of us knows the situation inside the tree now. If Queen Malika is really still conscious, for your sake, it would be best if you could help us repair the Elden Ring. So when the time comes, let's go into the tree together. How do you think?" Silence lasted for a long time. And finally, Gufule finally put down his battle axe. It seems that this is also a good choice. Seeing this scene, it can be felt that everyone in the entire throne room breathed a sigh of relief. After arranging the soldiers to go back to guard their posts, Mongot also stepped forward and briefly told Gufule about the general situation that would happen after entering the tree, and the plan we had discussed before. Of course, Mongot did not explicitly say that Radagon and Marika were two souls in one, but simply said that at that time, the hero might appear and hinder us from reshaping the Elden Ring. After all, the news was so explosive that even Mongot himself might not know how to accept it for a while. We can only choose to decide when the situation arises. If we tell Gufule about this in advance, we don't know what he will think. After all, Radagon is Marika, in other words. Is she also Gufule's wife? If we think about it in an extreme way, in order to protect Marika, Gufule will fight with Radagon. It is not impossible. We can't say it directly. We can only see what the situation will be like at that time. However, I am still quite curious about how Gufule views Radagon. From what Marika said, that man is her distant relative, and he does have impressive strength. Moreover, he is very loyal to the basic laws of the Golden Doctrine. And when he was shaping eternity, he also made many military achievements, and he can be regarded as Marika's confidant. Since he settled down, Gufule has been sitting in the throne room, looking at the burning golden tree, recalling the past. I am also quite interested in that man. After all, as a warrior, I want to fight him a few moves. But I was always stopped by Marika, and Radagon seemed to always avoid me, which was quite cold. Shouldn't he avoid you? It would be bad if the person who knew Marika best found out the flaw. I complained in my heart. But I didn't expect that after I was exiled, so many things happened in the border area. Gufule suddenly sighed. Since I woke up, I followed Marika's voice back here alone, thinking that something big had happened to her. But I didn't expect that she would even break the eternal world she created. I don't know much about the law. Now I think if I could share some of her worries when she was in trouble, maybe everything would be different. In comparison, the man Radagon may understand the Golden Law more clearly than I do, so he can help Marika. He was so helpful that the queen in the later period almost hated her half. I even remember a text where the queen called the other party the dog of the Golden Rule. And Gufule, who didn't know the truth, continued, "You amended the law, reshaped the ring, and inherited Marika's ambition, helping her complete her unfinished business, which is really valuable. A warrior like me can only use this battle axe to help a little." "Don't say that, King Gufule," I said with a smile. "With you here, everyone's fighting spirit is higher than before. Moreover, we are more confident in defeating the beast of Elden and realizing the new law. So, father, you should know how mother created the Eternal Dynasty, right?" Mongot suddenly asked. "Have you ever seen the closed Gate of Death?" "Gate of Death?" Gufule was slightly confused. I also hurriedly explained. "It is a gate made of many people melted together, which leads to the world of death. Our law is now at this stage. There is a problem." Gufule frowned and thought for a long time, then said uncertainly, "From what you said, it seems more like the gate that Marika passed through when she truly became a god." "Huh? Is there really such a gate?" Gufule nodded. "However, that Gate of God is in the Shadowland, which is Marika's hometown." "Huh? The Shadowland. Chapter 593 Tree Opening. Land of Shadows? When I heard Gufule say this word, I couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, I suddenly remembered the Elden Circle DLC, Shadows of the Golden Tree that Hidetaka Miyazaki had not yet served before I came to this world. Oh, why didn't I remember it? Since it can't be found in the border area, it will naturally be hidden in the content of the expansion pack. But I haven't played the Golden Tree Shadow yet. I don't know what happened on that land, or what happened there. I only know that, according to the reviewers, it's at least half the size of the main game. This time, Xiao Gao is responsible. Mongot also hurriedly asked, Father, then do you know how to get to the Shadow Land? Gufule was silent for a moment, shaking his head and sighing. When Marika officially became a god, she completely sealed the door. After that, she created eternity at the border. That piece of land was filled with the breath of death. Only by truly dying could one enter the land of shadows. Mongot and I looked at each other. Real death. But in this border, it is probably difficult to do. No matter how ordinary people die, they will be blessed by eternity and complete the resurrection cycle from the golden tree. Even if their bodies are destroyed, the tree will reshape them. However, degenerating into a wanderer or an immortal, or even a deadborn, is another matter. After the death of those abandoned by the blessing of eternity, their souls seem to be directly broken with the rune, and also return to the golden tree. Similar to the fated ones, the bosses of various regions, and the demigods on my side. Of course, I don't know if they can go to the Shadowland. After all, there is no news about this. Perhaps I should try with the power of the death rune in my hand? But no matter success or failure, if the other party can't come back, how can we know the real result? After thinking about it, it is still an endless cycle. However, Marika once told me that even the Shadowland seemed to be part of the border in ancient times. Gufule suddenly said, with the advent of the gods, the Supreme will separated that piece of land and used it as the shadow of the border to accommodate death. The underworld turned over. The shadows were hidden, and the empty land turned into a vast sea. So it was sunk to the depths of the sea? I asked in confusion. Just like Atlantis in Greek mythology, it became an underwater capital. Gufule shook his head. It is in another dimension opposite to us. Or it can be said to be the kingdom of death. It sounds like the Shadowland is quite similar to the concepts of the underworld and the underworld. In order to create eternity, Marika closed the gate to the underworld, the Hades. So the people here cannot die and can only wander. No wonder those immortals and the dead are really like irrational zombies. After all, in the movie, zombies are described as souls trapped in the human world and unable to go to hell. In this case, the Shadowland must be in a similar situation. With death everywhere, no one can be resurrected. If that's the case, perhaps the beast god in the tree will know the way to the Shadowland. Mengot pondered. He knows, but he may not tell us. With a sigh, I stood up and looked at the dark crack on the red golden tree. If that's the case, we must hurry up and defeat the beast of Elden. Even if he doesn't agree, we can try to use tough means to make him send us to the Shadowland. Open the door of death, and help FIA complete the great rune of reshaping death. 2 days later, in the throne room of King Elden, Munga gathered the people who entered the tree. The king of the beginning Jefuli, General Star Crusher Rutten, Storm King Neferi Lu, Warrior Pot Alexander, Forge Knight Turdik and Paris Brothers, Snake Man Leia, Half-Wolf Blaze, of course, and me. This lineup, just looking at it, I can't imagine if Ratigan will regret it and turn back into Marika after falling down with the speaker. In this way, let old Gu go up and talk to the queen, maybe we can pass the level directly. 0, long time no see. Blazer came over with a modified mirror helmet and said hello to me with a smile. By the way, a mage from the Ria Lucalia Academy asked me to send you something. I hope it can be useful. Oh! I took the parchment from Blaze curiously. There was a fluorescent green magic pattern drawn inside. There were even words like War Grey underneath. What is this? It seems to be called Top's Force Field. It is the most popular research in the Academy now. It is said to be able to repel all visible offensive magic and prayers. Blaze explained. The magician said that he was inspired by your battle with Seelan. Not only did he learn this new magic, but he also transformed it into combat skills. Oh! Did Mr. Tops finally succeed? I've been waiting for a long time. I accepted this timely gift with surprise. When dealing with the Beast of Elden, the teacher's force field can be very useful. After a brief greeting with Blaze, Mongot invited me to come forward. After all, everyone had already made preparations, and was waiting to enter the interior of the golden tree. After the final battle, I have corrected the Elden Ring. With everyone, I strode up the last step, and stood in front of the golden thorn of rejection. I drew out the nightfire, took a deep breath, gathered the runes, and a black and red flame burned on the blade. Cut! I slashed at the thorn of rejection with a sword, with great force. The thorns were only scratched with a crack, and the flame of death burned fiercely and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the golden thorns turned to ashes. And the inside of the tree also emitted a hazy and soft halo, as if it was the first time to come to the borderland, and reach out to push open the fog door. Warriors, the great Elden Ring is right before our eyes. For the rebirth of the borderland, to put an end to all the suffering, this battle will be our final battle. Repair the ring, reshape the law, and let the borderland return to peace. Gufule delivered the final mobilization speech. His high voice was inspiring. Fight for the borderland. Fight for the borderland. Everyone raised their arms and shouted, together pushed away the fog in front of them, and stepped into our final battlefield. Chapter 594 Final Battle, Golden Radagon. Ah, the fated ones, the dead who still cannot sleep forever. The blessing lost long ago is calling out, go through the other side of the fog, reach the border, see the Elden Ring, become the King of Elden. Split the thorn of rejection on the golden tree. I led the soldiers through the gate of light and fog. In my mind, the first time I passed through the fog appeared, the scene when I arrived at the border. The sound like an ancient bell ripples in my heart, and countless memories of the journey also emerge. The first challenge. Evil Omen Demon Marquette. The first time with Neferi Lu, defeating the demigod. Golden King Greg, on the red sand dunes. The painful and heart-wrenching roar of General Shattered Star. Under the full moon, the elegant queen, like the night chants the light magic chant. In the deep sleep, monsters lurk in the fog of death. In the distant ideal city, the red lotus blooms proudly in the blood and corruption. Our journey has reached the end. Next, we will face the test set by the final god. After passing through the thick fog, there is an extremely empty space in front of us. The outside of the golden tree is burning bright red, but inside, there is silence and darkness. On the ground, it was covered with golden fallen leaves, and even some tender branches, which were not sure whether they were branches or saplings, grew out of the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, rolling up the fallen leaves, like butterflies dancing. I couldn't help but look in the direction of the wind. There, in the deep sky, a golden ark was hanging. At the border, the eternal Queen Malika, who had disappeared for a long time, was just like the suffering Son of God Jesus, imprisoned on that curved ark. Her petrified limbs, like sculptures, had long been broken. Half of her body was also broken, and there was even a vermilion spear piercing her waist and abdomen. That was the curse and punishment that the queen received for smashing the Elden Ring. Crack in the silence, suddenly there was a sound of sugar shells breaking, and it seemed that the curved ark had sensed the new intruder, and suddenly broke apart, and asked Queen Marika to release it. It fell from midair to the ground, and landed in front of a stone platform. There was a stone hammer. A whole arc gradually scattered from the air, and many fragments merged into the stone hammer, causing golden runes, like blood, to flow through the broken hammer, and even a few branch-like spikes grew on the hammer handle, piercing the palm that held it. Queen Marika, no, her long golden hair was slowly dyed red like fire. A substance, like black mist, was overflowing from the worn body, filling the gaps in his body. In the middle of the black mist, overlapping rings of light also lit up, which was the broken Elden Ring. At this moment, she was no longer Marika, but Radagon, the hero known as the Golden Hero. I couldn't help but tighten my long sword Nightfire. Everyone, pay attention. He is coming. Where is he? I glanced around. I just realized, how come I am the only one who entered this area? Where is Neferi? Where is Jefuli? Where is Mongot? Everyone disappeared. No wonder, when I saw Marika just now, I always felt that something was missing. Otherwise, at that time, Jefuli should have rushed forward with a flash step, and hugged his fallen wife. I fought Radagon alone. And the Beast of Elden later, is it true? But it was too late for me to be surprised. I saw Radagon leap up, and his black hand quickly condensed a golden spear through the Elden Ring in his body, and threw it at me. I quickly used the Hound Step to pull away from him. The next second, the spear exploded violently where it hit the ground, causing broken stones and fallen leaves to fly everywhere. Radagon, holding a stone hammer, smashed towards me like a meteorite. There was no time to dodge, so I could only cross the long sword and try to forcibly block his attack. Bang! My body sank involuntarily, but I gritted my teeth. I could also withstand the power of God. Radagon stared at me proudly with his eyes shining with golden light, and above the hammer, there was also a golden flame, as if he wanted to crush me directly. But don't underestimate me. Lewin released. The sharp blade of Nightfire suddenly burned with red flames, and at the same time, the wind rushed under his feet. If I remember correctly, the fire attribute attack, the damage multiplier that can be caused to Radagon is the highest. Then let me give you a taste of my fighting skills. Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. The flames blazed, dancing along with the wind. Radagon saw this, and indeed stopped exerting force, flipped backwards, and leaped away. At the same time, he swung his left arm and threw out several golden flying knives condensed by a rune. I rolled up the firestorm again, blocked the opponent's attack, then, directly started the Hound Step, held the Nightfire in both hands. He drew a flame path on the ground and rushed towards Radagon, who had just landed. Seeing this, Radagon's left foot also burned with golden flames. At the moment when I slashed with the reverse cassock, he raised his foot and stepped on my blade. Boom! The golden light and the blazing fire collided with each other, and the hot flame suddenly spread around with the pale light. My offensive was directly broken, and I couldn't help but stand out from the rising smoke, sliding back. And I also forced Radagon to fly up. But it seemed that he had expected this. In midair, he raised the stone hammer high. The arc that had not yet broken completely, all the afterglow gathered on the hammer. The arrogance was so strong that the hammer looked twice as big as before. It was coming, Radagon's classic triple hammer. I secretly poured rune magic under my feet, to be ready for the Hound's pace at any time. I saw Radagon coming with a stone hammer. Bang! The first hammer fell. Suddenly, the golden light of the Elden Ring formed a large fan-shaped area, rapidly spreading from the ground, directly covering most of the area on this side. Seeing this, I quickly moved to the side, and at the moment when the golden light lit up under my feet, I flew out. Boom, boom, boom! There was a series of explosions behind me, causing the broken stones to fly everywhere, and the golden leaves to scatter. Before I could stand firm, the next hammer had already fallen. Bang! A brighter light than before, spreading towards me at a faster speed than before. And this time, it directly tore the ground apart, and then flew up. There was no time to dodge, so I could only quickly take out my shield, put it in front of me, kneel down, and turn myself into a stone to forcibly resist the opponent's attack. But it was just this impact. I was thrown off my guard, and my defense was broken, and I almost fell backwards to the ground. A disgusting smell of rust accumulated in my chest, as if I had been hit by an oncoming car, and was a little dizzy. I raised my eyes, and the arc under the Elden Ring appeared above Radagon's head, and the heaviest third hammer had already hit it. Bang! Chapter 595 Final Battle. Son of God and Man. The irresistible impact, that is the golden hero, using the glory of God, released great power. The third hammer of Radagon has already smashed down. Bang! Instantly, the pattern of the Elden Ring stretched directly on the ground. The ground was torn into pieces, and the golden light turned into a huge wave, carrying the broken stones, and rushed towards me. The range is even larger than in the game. Still can't dodge. I swallowed my saliva, and clenched the shield in my hand, with only 2 words in my mind: fight. I gathered the runes on the shield, and the runes drawn on the shield surface lit up with a fluorescent green glow. In an instant, the golden wave of the heavy hammer swallowed me up, and also caused half of the field to fly with sand and stones. Radagon stopped his action. But at that moment, the red thunder exploded in the gray smoke. I tore the curtain apart directly, and with a sword from Nightfire, I slashed at his neck. Radagon seemed to be a little slow in his reaction. When my sword landed on him, he suddenly flashed with golden light and stepped back, causing his body to sway slightly. You didn't expect that. I looked at the shield on my back, and the runes had just faded away from their green glow. Combat skills. Top's force field. Just as the fierce wave was rolling in, I unleashed the fighting skill that Blaze had given me earlier. The latest magical achievement developed by Teacher Tops, a force field that can repel all magic and prayer. The ground around me was as flat as before, unable to be torn apart, and the golden light also retreated in front of the force field. Radagon didn't expect that I could block his strongest attack, but he didn't waver or get impatient at all. After standing firm, He picked up the hammer and stomped slowly towards me. That's right. This guy is now a robot controlled by the beast of Elden. How could he waver? I gathered the power of Dragon Thunder and pierced through him with a sword. Karadagon's reaction was also very fast. He used his black mist-like hand to wave casually, and like a top's force field, he deflected my Thunder God killer gun. Damn God. The power that humans have worked so hard to develop. In his eyes, is it just a simple action like waving a hand? The opponent suddenly changed his rhythm and appeared in front of me with a sway. He swung a stone hammer and smashed it towards my head. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and swung my sword to block his attack. In terms of strength, it seems that Radagon and I are evenly matched. His hammer swung faster and faster, and my blade slashed faster and faster. I left a flaw, and Radagon's blow was swept away. I took the opportunity to jump back a step, and then my feet jumped up like a compressed spring. Fighting skills, water birds dancing wildly. In an instant, several knife marks fell on his body. With a flash of golden light, Radagon, retreat from the attack range of the water birds, then jump up again and gather the Spear of Glory in his hand. Pray, Spear of the Dragon King. I also cut off the water birds without hesitation, gathered the thunder power in my body into my left hand, turned it into a red spear, and threw it towards Radagon. Boom, scorching light splashed, thunder exploded. Unexpectedly, after landing, Radagon quickly condensed the Spear of Glory and threw it at me. My speed of condensing dragon thunder is not as fast as his, so I can only dodge to the side. But I heard a bang. The opponent used the Spear of Glory to attract my attention, and used the teleportation trick to suddenly appear beside me. The arm made of black fog was like a snake, and it rushed towards me before I could stand firmly. It opened its mouth and bit me. I could only lean back with all my strength, and ended up falling on my butt. But luckily I wasn't caught. If I was hit by this throw from Radagon, he would have grabbed my neck and pressed me to the ground and beat me. In the game, if you control your health well, you won't be killed in one blow, but in reality, that hammer has the magic power of Radagon. If he hits me on the head twice, I'll be crippled if not dead, and if he kicks me again, I'll be dead. Even if I didn't catch it, Radagon had already raised the stone hammer and smashed it down at me. I quickly rolled to the side, and saw the golden light below, and quickly bounced back, and stood firm. Seeing this, Radagon raised his hammer high. Is it coming again? The Lost-style triple hammer. This time, before his first hammer fell, I prepared a shield and rushed forward with all my strength. Combat skills, Top's force field. When, the force field offset the golden power of Radagon, but his strength as a god, still smashed down hard. I gritted my teeth and withstood the attack, roaring, and slashed down with my backhand. Ha! The half of the body covered with black mist was already in tatters, and my defensive counterattack actually slashed Radagon's shoulder and made him kneel on one knee. Good opportunity. Was he executed? The night fire was accompanied by thunder and lightning. I thrust my sword straight at Radagon. But I didn't expect that. The moment this guy regained consciousness, he turned into golden light and flashed backwards, and forced me to interrupt my attack and dodge to the side, to prevent the remaining golden light from exploding. He regained consciousness too quickly. If I had known, I would have kicked him directly, and knocked him to the ground, which might have been better. While watching Radagon's every move, I took out the Holy Grail bottle. I quickly took a sip to restore my strength. The opponent seemed to have also felt the difficulty of the Top's force field, and was not in a hurry to attack. We looked at each other for a moment, and almost at the same time, rushed towards each other. Radagon's stone hammer brought up the golden light of Rune, like the flames of a furnace, and I was not willing to be outdone. And the night fire burned, which was the black and red fire of destined death, life and death, golden eternity, and the reshaping of order. Our flames collided again, but neither of us was willing to lose. The stone hammer clashed with the blade, smashing, slashing, and the impact of energy accompanied by sound waves continued to surge in all directions. Suddenly, a white light suddenly appeared, causing both Radagon and I to step back a little. But the golden flame of the stone hammer in Radagon's hand seemed to burn more vigorously, and I clenched my teeth, causing the breath of death to spread more and more above the night fire. Radagon raised his stone hammer, slammed it heavily on the ground, and set off a golden frenzy again. If Top's force field is used, it should still be able to block this wave of attacks. But I came here, not to fight you with all my strength, to be on par with you, but to defeat you, to change the laws of this world. Above the night fire, the black and red flames burned more and more vigorously. The red dragon thunder wrapped around me. It was also stained with the same color. Facing the golden tide that was about to swallow me, I took a deep breath, used all my strength, stepped forward, raised my sword and slashed down. Give it to me, cut it open. Ah! The black falling sword seemed to tear the space in front of me, and then, even the golden huge waves were torn apart from the middle by this sword. In the huge waves, the slash of death collided head-on with Radagang, who was rushing with a hammer. Swish. Chapter 596 Final Battle, Refining. The god's hammer set off a wave of violent attacks. Breaking the surface with a single point, I responded to Radagang with a full-strength attack, and the black and red blade of the fateful death directly tore through the huge waves that were rolling in. Coincidentally, Radagang seemed to have corrected his previous strategy, and after swinging the hammer spark, he rushed over immediately, wanting to chase him as soon as I used the top's force field to defend against the attack. But I didn't expect that. I hit him by accident. He ran head-on into the lightning-like black slash. Swish. Subconsciously, Radagang stretched out his divine hand wrapped in black mist, trying to block the slash. The light of the Elden Ring grew along his arm, released from his palm, and actually made Radagang forcibly block my attack. However, I was somewhat surprised. After all, Radagang and the Beast of Elden are both highly resistant to holy attribute damage. Although it is the power of death, but this is also one of the sacred powers of the gods, which can be resisted by Radagang. So, after taking a breath, I raised the blade and rushed forward along the path opened by the slash. Rune quickly transformed, and in a flash, night fire wrapped in red flames swung at Radagang. This time, Radagang, who had just resisted the black slash, was completely unable to dodge. I slashed the sword hard on his waist and flew out, falling all the way. A lot of stone chips also fell off, making his already incomplete body even more incomplete. Under his chest and abdomen, the Elden Ring was shining. Seeing that Radagang stood up again as if nothing had happened, I couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that the ring was his weakness? In any case, it was worth a try. I quickly drank the Holy Grail bottle to restore my health and mana. Radagang also jumped up immediately and threw his spear of glory at me. Seeing the spot where I was dodging, the golden flames burned under his feet, and he trampled directly on me. Bang! This kick, the light of Rune once again tore the ground apart in the shape of a grid, and shook the dust into the air. I used the Hound Step, and after pulling away again, the long blade swirled and rolled up a storm. The flames wrapped around me, and I soared into the air with it. Combat skill, the Turbid Fire Dragon. Radagang's reaction seemed to be a bit slower than before, and he failed to dodge. He could only hold up the stone hammer and forcefully resist my attack. Although he was able to hold back the sword, the Turbid Fire Dragon roared and swallowed up Radagang in one gulp. I didn't think of killing him with one blow, so I used the force to flip backwards. Radagang also swung his hammer to dispel the flames wrapped around his body. His eyes fell on me, and he took a step forward, swinging the stone hammer and hitting me hard. Combat skills. Top's force field. When the blue fluorescent magic glow and the golden rune glow burst out circles of halos, I blocked successfully, then raised my sword and jumped up, and slashed at Radagang's shoulder. The stone on his shoulder broke again, and I saw that Yehua's blade was about to cut through the layers of black fog and touch the Elden Ring. Radagang's black fog hand grabbed the blade fiercely, and threw me out. Sure enough, he was afraid that I would touch the ring in his body. After standing firm, I quickly prayed for myself. Lansanx's Dragon Thunder Protection. Then, combat skill, Hound Step. My body merged into the wind, turned into a ghost wolf, watching the opponent's flaws. The moment I got behind Radagang, I turned like lightning, raised Nightfire, and pierced his back with a sword. But a golden light flashed before my eyes. Radagang used his body flickering technique, avoided my attack, and at the same time, pulled the distance, raised the stone hammer in his hand. I won't give you a chance. In my left hand, the power of dragon and thunder had already been condensed. Pray. Dragon King Spear. Boom. A thunderous sound. Radagang did not change his moves, but directly hit my thunder spear with a heavy hammer. Suddenly, the red thunder burst out, intertwined with his golden light, and turned into a huge firework. At this moment, I used my fastest speed, passed through the exploding fireworks, and jumped up. Radagang just raised the stone hammer again. Looking up, my figure was reflected in the golden eyes. Stab! Without any tricks, I pierced through Radagon's chest with a sword, so that the whole Nightfire was completely immersed in his body, and then with a slight turn, the blade completely tore the Elden Ring apart, and slashed out from the broken half of Radagon's body. Just like a robot suddenly lost power, the glow in Radagon's eyes went out, as the Elden Ring in his body was shattered. After I pulled away, he could no longer support himself, and the stone hammer in his hand fell to the ground, and Radagon also fell headfirst. Everything fell into silence. In the end, it was finally solved. I took a deep breath, and it was okay now. My mind was clear, and my body was a little hot due to the surge of adrenaline. I counted the recovery items, and there were 3 uses left for the red dewdrop Holy Grail bottle, and there was only 1 sip left for the blue dewdrop. Plus, the elixir Holy Grail bottle still has dewdrops that can restore half of the health. That means there are probably 2 more chances to recover from the low health, one of which can be completely full. After all, dealing with Radagon is not the end. And next we have to face the god who truly rules this border area, the Beast of Elden. In the blink of an eye, the black mist in Radagon's body has overflowed, almost engulfing this land. It's almost coming. At this moment, a voice came from behind me. Zero? I turned around and saw Nepheli breathing heavily, walking towards me with a slightly confused look on her face. Her body was covered with wounds, as if she had just experienced a battle. Nepheli. I was surprised and happy, but also worried. Are you okay? Where did you go just now? I was just about to ask this question. Nepheli also saw Radagon lying on the ground behind me at a glance. After a moment of silence, I breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. You defeated him. Huh? I was confused. Melina also appeared at this time, explaining, it seems that all of us who entered the Golden Tree have been assigned different trials. Master Zero. Really? I suddenly realized. No wonder there was no one just now. For a moment, I thought everyone had abandoned me. Or because I was the first person to come in, the others were immediately blocked out. By the way, Nepheli, what was your trial just now? Was it also a single fight with Radagon? I couldn't help but feel curious. The other party shook his head. I went back to my childhood. Robbers broke into the village, and slaughtered people wantonly like hell, and I seem to have turned back into that powerless little girl, and I have been there. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that Nepheli's trial was her heavy past, I regretted asking. I glanced at Melina. She seemed to think I was waiting for her answer, and immediately said, even as a spirit, I seem to be regarded as a challenger, so I was not able to accompany Master Ling just now. As for the trial I experienced, it was a burning flame. Flame? I roughly knew Melina's trial, and quickly stretched out my hand. Stop, I understand. Anyway, you two have worked hard, we can talk later now. Before I could finish, Latin's laughter came again. Ha ha, Brother Zero, you won too. Oh, Brother Latin. According to what he said, I'm afraid Latin and I had fought against Radagon alone. However, as a son, although Latin looked calm now, there was still some fatigue left on his face after the hysteria. He looked around and asked, are we the only ones? For the time being. That King Jeffuli was also slowed down. Latin sighed slightly. According to everyone's situation, I guess, Jeffuli probably met Marika, rather than Radagon. He originally came back for Marika. If the magic ring creates a dreamland for old Jeffuli, making him trapped in it, it is understandable that he can't come out for a while. Everyone, be careful. Melina suddenly reminded. Master Zero is right. It's not time to chat now. Looking back, I saw a big hand suddenly stretched out from the dark black fog, pressing Radagon into it. The Beast of Elden is coming. Chapter 597 Final Battle, Beast. Passing through the mist of the trees, we passed our respective trials, and gathered together. From under the fallen wreckage of Radagon, a huge hand suddenly rose from the ground. It seemed to be shaped by layers of black mist, among which the golden light of the Elden Ring formed all the veins of the hand. Then, the hand pressed Radagon down under the black mist. Subconsciously, Rutten took 2 steps forward in a trance. But then, the body of the godman turned into a spiral golden sword, and pulled it out from under the rolling black fog. At the same time, the huge beast also appeared, with its upper body floating on the water, like a drop of Rupert's tear, and its whole body was wrapped in black fog. Gold formed its veins, and its body was like a vast universe, with golden fragments of light everywhere. He held the sword in his hand, the whole body stretched out. The wings behind were like banana leaves, and the head which was as long as a teardrop, stretched upwards, as if a cosmic explosion had occurred, continuously releasing dark purple mist like a nebula. And all this was so peaceful and tranquil. Only in the ears, there seemed to be a faint and soft sound, like the sound of an ancient bell, rippling in the vast mountains and rivers, and like a rolling sea wave beating against the beach. This is the true God who knows everything about the past and the present. Almost everyone was stunned. The surroundings that were originally filled with black fog turned into a vast ocean without knowing when. We stood on the vast sea level, far away. We could see the sunset, the golden-orange color on one side of the sky, and faintly, we could see many golden trees, standing tall, reaching the sky, and only the trunks could be seen, like stone pillars holding up the sky. Nephili couldn't help but murmured and asked, "Is this the beast of Eldin? Zero?" "Yes, it is also a god we have to face." I regained my spirit. The beast of Eldin stopped releasing the nebula and lowered its head, looking at us. Although he has no eyes, we can feel how small we are under his gaze, like ants, like sand and stones on the roadside, like saplings that can be pulled up at will. What should we do next? Is there any need to say that? Gripping the nightfire tightly, I yelled, roaring. He rushed towards the beast of Eldin, awe under his body. He swung his sword and slashed. It was like using a sword to shatter a layer of fragile glass. And some golden light fell from the gap. But the wound of the beast of Eldin was healed in the blink of an eye. He let out a low roar, and his big hands pushed the seawater from the side, and slapped me. I quickly pulled back to distance myself, and saw the golden veins on the beast of Eldin stretched its whole body. Suddenly, a strong light was released, like a wild animal awakened. Then, stars shot out from his wings, scattered and fell straight towards everyone present. I jumped one after another, avoiding these rays. Seeing this, the beast of Eldin was like a swan on the water, and it moved forward, raised its divine body, and turned into a sword, turned around and slashed. On the water surface, a grid-like golden pattern was spread out with a slash. The sea tide rolled in. This was the third heavy blow that Ratigan had used with all his strength. I took a deep breath, gathered the power of death on the blade, and then slashed at the surging waves with all my strength. The sea water spread to both sides, and the next slash followed. All of a sudden, I was thrown out and fell heavily on the water. I saw Nephili roaring, holding lightning with both axes, and slashing at the beast of Eldin. Rudden's double swords also released the purple flame of gravity magic, and suddenly slashed at the water surface, and the water condensed into stone meteorites, and flew towards the beast of Eldin. Just like my previous slash fell on him, the beast was hit by them, and its crystal shattered, and golden light splashed, but there was still no obvious effect. Buzz, the beast of Eldin, made a sound, making Rudden and Nephri beside him slightly dazed. Taking advantage of this interval, he suddenly dived into the water. It slid for a long distance before resurfacing. Before I could catch up, it quickly dived again and ran to the other side. Ah! Is this the beginning of a marathon? But, after landing again, a large amount of light suddenly emanated from the beast of Eldin, like a dandelion blown by the wind, flying into the sky. And he also circled several times in place, and gradually took off. Only then did we see the true appearance of the beast of Eldin, just like a plesiosaur from ancient times, and his tail is like the roots of an old tree. No, now is not the time to think about this. Originally, the scattered light reappeared in the sky, gradually forming a circle of overlapping rings. I looked around. Sure enough, a huge golden ring also appeared on the ground, framing all of us inside, and began to tighten. Just now this guy was running around. Could it be that it formed the diameter of this big ring? Everyone, get out of this ring, I shouted to remind my companions. And they naturally felt something was wrong and ran out. With a slide, I got under the tightening ring. Looking up, I saw the beast of Eldin spreading its many wings, and behind it, the pattern of the Eldin ring became more and more complete. Below, from the tightening position of the ring, there was a circle of spells faintly. It seems that I have to keep running. I have to run out of that range. Combat skills, Hound Step. Just when I rushed out of the ring, the beast of Eldin made waves of ancient bell vibrations. The Eldin magic ring in the sky was completed. The circle of seals below also shrank into a point. Then, the volcano erupted. The scorching flames of the furnace gushed out from under the sea, and even engulfed the beast of Eldin in the air. Although I ran out of the range of the flames, but the following tide instantly submerged me. Like a swamp filling my mouth and nose, I was knocked to the ground, choked and almost choked, and then the hot water poured down on my body, and the pain of countless needles caught me off guard. Ahem. Ahem, is everyone okay? I stood up, and saw that Latin and Nephili were in a similar state. And I saw Melina holding up a ball of golden light, which fell to the ground, and grew and sprouted into a golden tree. It emits a gentle light, healing our wounds. I can't find any flaws in this beast god. The feeling of cutting him feels strange. Something is wrong. Rutten raised his double blades and frowned. I felt the same way. Nephili said, Zero. Try to use the slash with the fate of death. We will attract your attention and create space. Okay. I was thinking that. At this time, a powerful voice came from behind. It seems that I am late. Everyone. Sorry. I was delayed by the illusory shadow. Looking back, I saw the king of the beginning Gufule holding an axe in both hands, and stepped into this final battlefield. Chapter 598 Final Battle, God's Punishment. King Jefuli? Just when we were having trouble dealing with the real god, the beast of Eldin, that man returned to the battlefield. Jefuli didn't say any more nonsense. Holding his battle axe in one hand, he strode towards the beast of Eldin. Roar. Ah! Roaring like a wild beast, he suddenly swung the battle axe in his hand with all his strength, and directly chopped the chest of the beast of Eldin. Then he jumped up, grabbed the axe handle with both hands, and pulled it down hard. Suddenly, a long cut appeared on the body of the Eldin beast, and a large amount of golden runes poured out from it. Even the beast seemed to scream in pain. He raised his divine body and turned it into a sword, and slashed at Gufule. But Gufule did not retreat at all, using his battle axe to block, chop, and fight back. The rest of us couldn't help but look at each other. As agreed before, Nephili and Latin went to support Jefuli to protect me, and I accumulated strength, and the night fire burned the fire of death. Pray, Lansanx's dragon thunder protection. Pray, the beast's vitality. After the strengthening and amplification, I stared at the figure of the Eldin beast. He was being surrounded and attacked by Jefuli and the other three. One hand swung the sword to send out the rune slash, and the other hand held up a purple-red nebula. I casually swept my hand towards the area below me. Suddenly, the nebula exploded, forcing those who were too close to retreat. Then, the beast of Eldin got a chance, and dived under the water. There. I rushed directly to the position where the other party landed, and at the moment when the beast of Eldin surfaced, I jumped up, and Nightfire, with the power of the death rune, swung towards his neck. Buzz, 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 the strong sound of pain hit my ears. It made my brain buzz. The beast of Eldin seemed to have not expected my reaction to be so fast. It was unable to stop itself from surfacing. I slashed it from the shoulder to the tail. It flew up, and the veins of its body shone with a strong glow. I was also knocked to the ground by the strong impact caused by the huge body surfacing. When I raised my eyes, I saw countless bright lights flying out from the beast of Eldin. All of them fell towards me. I hurriedly climbed up. Combat skills, hound steps. I ran at my fastest speed, and then those arrow-like lights were left behind, and fell into the water. On the other side of the beast of Eldin, even with such a serious knife wound, even though I had used the power of the death rune, but his wounds were all healed in the blink of an eye, and he even wiped the divine body sword with his hand, and cut a wound on himself. A golden red glow gathered in his hand, and then he gently released it. The light was like a satellite of the beast of Eldin, irregularly surrounding him, and at the same time, it continuously released a large number of golden red meteorites. Pray, Eldin meteor. I was already dodging the arrows of light, and I had to dodge the playful and mischievous meteorites like fairies. I was really good at thanking you, and I couldn't stop my steps. Seeing Gufule yelling with each heavy stomp, the waterways surged. Seeing this, the beast of Eldin quickly controlled the meteor and charged towards Jefuli head-on. But Jefuli ignored these fancy attacks. He took the last step of the triple jump and flew up. He raised his battle axe and split the meteor head-on. Another axe hit the chest of the beast of Eldin. Rutten appeared from an unknown angle, his body flashing with purple arcs of gravity magic. The two swords swung like a tornado, and also chopped the back of the Eldin beast with a golden glow. Runes everywhere, and even cut off one of the beast's wings. These two seemed like flying gods. I looked at Nephili, who could only run forward with 2 feet like me, and I felt relieved for some reason. Why are you grinning? Zero. Hurry up and find a chance to attack. Nephili sensed it, and she urged casually. There is some bad news. I rushed forward with her. Even if it is the death slash, I always feel that the damage to the Elden Beast is about the same as before. Huh? Our attacks may not be able to cause damage to the Elden Beast. It seems that it will only make it particularly angry. I looked at the Elden Beast. The wound on its chest that was pierced by Gufule had long recovered. And after the wing cut off by Latin merged into the water, it also turned into black mist in the blink of an eye. Reshape it on the back of the Elden Beast. What should we do? Nepheli asked. I also asked, I want to know what should we do? Nepheli. Nepheli was silent for a moment, but she looked forward with determination. Even if our power is only half of that of God, I will give everything I have and continue to fight. After all, if we want to change the world and reshape the Elden Ring, it is not a simple matter. Right. Zero. You're right. I took a deep breath and rushed forward. Nepheli couldn't help but yell behind me, wait a minute. Nepheli was right. Challenging the gods, changing the world, these are not something that can be done by one person alone. Since we are already standing on this stage, there is nothing to hesitate about. Ha ha ha. I yelled. Since death is for the Beast of Elden, it is not a killer move. So, there is no need to hold yourself back for last. Go all out with your friends. The Beast of Elden was surrounded by us, although it was slashed by runes and meteorite arrows. But those who are here have all passed the test you set. First-class warriors. We kept attacking, and the endless runes on the Beast of Elden poured down the entire sea. If anyone can't bear it, we had to give up. Melina immediately used her prayer to help us recover from our injuries. Buzz, buzz. The Beast of Elden once again made a sound that seemed full of anger. On the top of his head, the brightest star eye, just like at the beginning, suddenly emitted a dark purple nebula mist. Suddenly, under the feet of all of us, the sea water began to surge, forming an extremely huge whirlpool. Below, like countless schools of fish, just like the stars in the vast universe, countless points of light rolled along the vortex. No, it is better to say that it was those lights that rolled up the vortex. That was the rune we cut off from the Elden Beast before. The Elden Beast also dived into the water, and was constantly surrounded by this huge vortex. Only the head was still above the water, emitting nebula mist, which gathered at the center of the vortex. Similarly, it formed a star vortex like the Milky Way. The two whirlpools attracted each other, making it impossible for us to escape. Everyone, come to my side, Rudden shouted. He thrust his two knives into the sea, releasing a barrier of gravity magic, like a reef on the sea, standing still in the whirlpool. We finally entered Rudden's barrier, and saw his face was hideous, and his blue eyes filled with magic were even filled with blood, leaving scarlet tears. Melina, please treat Brother Latin quickly, I shouted hurriedly. In fact, beneath us, a prayer rune of great recovery had already appeared. I'm already treating him. Master Zero. Melina said so. Latin gritted his teeth, staring at the nebula that was spinning faster and faster. At the same time, his gravity magic actually formed a reverse vortex in the vortex. The next second, the Milky Way nebula of the Beast of Elden, explosion. Boom, buzz, an extremely strong golden impact came towards us. The sound of the explosion finally formed a ringing in people's ears, and the eyes of people suddenly went dark. In the last sight, I only saw Latin standing under the light. In the name of the broken star, the starry sky must be under my control. In the dark world, gradually came the sound of the sea tide, the cold and gentle touch, caressing people's faces. I suddenly stood up, and the others also came to their senses at almost the same time. We actually survived the explosion? But only Latin. He was still standing, and there was a golden glow on his body. Brother Latin. I hurried forward. Zero. The other party turned his head, and smiled at me awkwardly. Sorry. It's up to you to convince him. Then, Latin turned into fragments of light, and dissipated. I couldn't help but widen my eyes, and was stunned. The sea water under my feet kept surging, and suddenly, a dark cloud came over. Zero. Lord Zero. Amidst the shouts, I looked up, and saw the Beast of Elden suddenly appear from underwater, and its big hand flashed with golden light, grabbing me. I couldn't move my feet, but was pushed away by another figure. Gufule, he was caught in the air by the Beast of Elden for me, and instantly, several golden rays pierced him, who couldn't move at all. This is the throwing skill of the Beast of Elden, the same torture attack as Queen Marika. At this moment, there was only a desperate echo in my mind. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 599 Final Battle. God does not understand human hearts. I watched as Jerfuli was captured by the beast of Elden instead of me. The golden light in his hand formed a curved arc that could imprison people. Then, countless arrows of light penetrated Jerfuli, and finally, exploded with a loud bang. Even the king of the beginning, Jerfuli, who was as strong as a bear, was defeated by this move. He lay on the sea, stretched his hand toward the sky, and called out feebly, "Marika." The next moment, the surging sea tide swallowed him up. The beast of Elden turned his head, and the star eyes shining with white light seemed to be staring at me. What should I do? Can't give up. Nephili's voice responded to my heart. But she just forced herself to stand up. And she was already panting. Although Latin forcibly saved us in that attack comparable to the Big Bang. But the residual power plus the previous battle, it has already made people physically and mentally exhausted. But Nephili still cheered up, holding the Storm Eagle axe, and rushed forward with big strides. I can't stand such a chaotic world where the strong prey on the weak. Even if you sacrifice your life, even if you are a real god, don't get in our way. She roared, and rushed towards the beast of Elden, and even a flying eagle with wings spread seemed to appear on her back. But, no matter how strong the consciousness is, in front of the irresistible power of God, Nephili, dragging her broken body, was stabbed down by the Elden beast, who lifted her divine body and turned it into a sword, and pushed her directly into the sea. As the rune glow burst, Nephili also dissipated. Humans cannot defeat gods. And next, it's my turn. The same voice sounded again. After Nephili was dealt with, the Elden beast looked at me again. What should I do? We have already risked everything. He caused so much damage to the beast of Elden. But he remained unharmed, while his companions who fought with him fell one after another. I was trembling in my heart, and I was completely at a loss. Buzz, the beast of Elden hummed, as if it was reading out the judgment to me. He raised his divine body and turned it into a sword. On the entire blade, runes shone brightly. Swoosh! Master Zero! At the critical moment, Melina threw me away, avoiding the sword of the beast of Elden. It was like a slash that split the world apart. That was close, Lord Zero. What happened to you? Melina's voice came. I had already closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I saw her gentle and worried face. Can we really defeat the gods? Melina. This is no longer a question of whether it is difficult or not, but it is something that cannot be done at all. Melina also remained silent for a moment and sighed. I don't know either. Then, what's the point of fighting? Fate seems to have arranged all the endings. We have tried our best until now, but we still can't change it at all. If we all fail here, it really can't be considered a good answer. She looked up at the beast of Elden, her hands still emitting gentle light, healing the wounds on my body. Fate has always been playing tricks on people, Lord Zero. Then why do we still have to fight? But the reason I have been fighting till now is not to change the world, to reshape the ring, Lord Zero. Melina turned her head with a smile, and said to me, just like Lord Jerfuli returned for his mother, I will stand here, just because I want to stand by your side, for a moment, for a second. If there is still a future, maybe it will be better, just like the battle against the Mad Fire King, Master Zero. So what about you? Master Zero, your reason is... Before Melina finished her words, the beast of Elden had already gathered his strength and swung a sword, slashing out a blow that neither Melina nor I could dodge, announcing his judgment. Golden, but filled with the glow of death, coming with the tide. And my answer is, I am the same as you, Melina. I took Melina behind me, and held the Nightfire tightly. Because during this period of time, I always discussed the future of the border with Monget and others, and wanted to change everything. Reshape the Elden Ring. And reshape the Order. But I forgot that when I first came to this land, I just wanted to start with Melina. Save Irina. Save Blaze. Save Millicent. And save Lonnie. There were failures. And there were successes. But the reason that supported me to fight on was always these people. Death, Rune, responded to my strength, told me to strike with all my strength, and swung at the Elden beast's slash. Suddenly, a burst of intense white light flashed, so bright that I couldn't even open my eyes. Buzz, the Elden beast's cry brought me back to my senses. He was still in front of me, and the surroundings were calm, as if nothing had happened. Zero? Suddenly, Nephili's voice rang again behind me. Turning back, I was stunned for a long time. She was still puzzled. Why do you seem to have become shorter? You have become taller, Nephili. I looked at Nephili, whose height suddenly became the same as that of the demigods such as Marnia, and even seemed to be a little more muscular, and my eyelids trembled slightly. What's going on? Is it really like this? Nephili frowned, tooted her lips. This stupid god, I don't want more power, but we don't want a world where the weak are the prey of the strong. Did he force such power on me? It seems that the beast god is really not very humane. Latin's voice has returned? And he has turned back to the original Star Crusher general, not the puppet reincarnation. No, he even looks stronger than before, after all. He has both legs intact, and can stand on his own. Latin also complained. I finally thought about blocking the explosion, save you. When I came to my senses, I only felt a little stronger. Not only the two of them, even Mungert, Blaze, Leia, brothers of the Crucible Knight Turdic, Alexander, even people who were not selected to participate in this god-killing war, came one by one. Rodlika, Sir Baiji Iggy, Queen of the Full Moon, Renala, Mug Ram, Patch, Kenneth Hyde, Kale. Anyone who has had a relationship with me, they were all pulled to this land of the sky and sea, and many of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Hey, wait a minute, why was Marenia also pulled here? She and Latin noticed each other at first sight, luckily. They didn't get angry, or rather, Marenia was even more confused as to why she suddenly came here. Now, I completely understood the true meaning of the Dragon King's words, that beasts don't understand human hearts. Seeing that the number of people was still increasing, even Nephili held her forehead, sighed and asked in confusion, Zero. What did you answer him in the end? Answer? I also held my forehead awkwardly. Secretly glanced at Melina. I was just thinking about whether I could continue to be with you all. Puff, it's over. Nephili laughed directly. Very much your style. Zero, I blushed with shame. And Mungert seemed to have sorted out the clues. He raised his head and looked at the beast of Eldon, and said loudly, God who governs the border area, can you listen to our true voices? Chapter 600 Final Battle, Voice of the Masses. Buzz, the beast of Eldon made a sound that seemed to come from the universe. In that slash, he complied with my inner wishes, and summoned more and more people to the alien space within this golden tree. After roughly understanding the situation, King of Blessing Mongot was ready to step forward and negotiate with the other party. But the beast of Eldon seemed to be unappreciative, and the divine body turned into a sword and shone with the golden light of Rune, slashing at the crowd. Faced with the surging waves and the golden slash, those who didn't know what was going on were naturally in a state of confusion. For example, Patch was already desperately running back. But Munger calmly ordered the cursed sword to release the flames from the furnace, and swung the sword forward. Of course, I was also worried, and I stepped forward to help resist the attack of the beast of Eldon. Zero. Munger was quite confused. Did I anger the beast god? Or what? To be honest, I don't really know. I smiled bitterly. After all, this Eldon beast is completely different from the one in the game. It does have almost supreme power, but we can't speak the language, and its behavior is extremely puzzling. I, Jeff Yule, Latin and Nephili fought for most of the day, and we thought we would all be defeated by it one by one, but unexpectedly, after those fatal attacks, the Eldon beast fulfilled our wishes. I pinched my face, and the pain told me that it was not a dream. I looked at Nephili and Latin, and they did not know the principle of making a wish to the beast of Eldon. Could it be that I really died at his hands? But, Gufule, I don't think I have seen the figure of that king come back. It is your wish, Lord Blessing King. At this time, an old woman, supported by Roderica, came forward tremblingly. Tell the god, your true wish, and respond to the beast god with your runes. It was Inya, the finger-splitting grandmother in the hall. Has she been summoned as well? My wish? Mongot said without hesitation. My wish is naturally to hope that the Golden Dynasty can be revived, and that the prosperous times can last forever. Inya shook her head, interrupting the other party. It's too general. The beast god cannot understand what a dynasty is. Prosperity, eternity? All of this is just a vague concept to him. It must be a specific wish like Master Zero. Actually, my wish is not very specific, and it is somewhat misinterpreted by the beast of Eldon. After all, what I want is to be together, not to have everyone teleported here. Mongot looked at me, and then he turned around and looked at the people behind him. Although among the people I am familiar with, naturally, many people have only heard of the name of the Blessed King, but have never seen him in person. Some people have fought against the Golden Dynasty and invaded the city of Rodel. But the land under the Golden Tree belongs to the king, no matter who they are. They are all living creatures in this border area. He couldn't help but smile and said, "My wish may not be much different from Zero's. If the border area can continue, I want to live on this land with more people." Mungert clenched the cursed sword and cast his rune. He rushed towards the beast of Eldin and slashed at it. Although the beast was busy dealing with the returning Rutten and Neferi, and the new warriors who joined the battlefield, he still responded to Monget's voice. Buzz, as the golden light lit up one after another in this sea area. First, the soldiers guarding Rodel were summoned, the son of Evil Omen, the hybrid, the immortal. In the royal city, anyone who was regarded as a subject by Mondot also appeared one after another between the sea and the sky. Summoning more and more people, naturally consuming the power of the beast of Eldin, it seemed to be a lot thinner than when we first saw it. Seeing this, the people who were summoned earlier also vaguely understood the power of the beast of Eldin, and rushed towards the generous god. Even Patch ran back again. "Didn't you leave just now?" I couldn't help but grab the bald man. "Are you not afraid of death now?" He. "Old man, I can't escape from this damn place even if I want to," Patch said to me with a smile. "Besides, there is a good opportunity to realize your wish. Why not fight for it?" As he said that, this guy broke free from my hand and rushed towards the beast of Eldin, shouting, "God, give me runes. I want countless runes." What an ambitious guy. But others are no less ambitious. For the princess, for the sake of the royal family of Kalia, let me break free from the control of the finger, sever the fate connected to him. This is Blaze's voice. "I am Alexander the Iron Fist. If you must say it, give me more trials. Let me fight." "Ha ha ha. Brother who? Don't do it. You should have had a big fight with Radagon. Isn't it enough? Don't let this place suddenly become a Shura field. I want more power. His, like Zero, the power to protect everyone. His. Leia, the little snake has grown up, relieved. I want to be the king of Eldin. Please give me supreme power. That guy, where did he come from to mess things up? Drag him out." Everyone has a variety of wishes. Some have beautiful dreams. Some want to fish in troubled waters, take advantage of the chaos to realize their ambitions. In contrast, Marinia seems to have said that she only wants her brother Michaela to come back to her side, with her. This wish is the smallest and easiest. Of course, this is except for people like Edie and Rhaenyra, who have already fulfilled their wishes, or are indifferent. No matter whose wish it is, the Elden Beast will accept it, even though they were fighting against the Elden Beast at the beginning. Neferi, Latin and others had to protect him. As the power to fulfill wishes was greatly consumed, the beast became smaller and smaller. Regardless of the final result, the people whose wishes were fulfilled by him were slashed by the beast of Eldin, and were mostly returned to the outside of the tree. Gradually, the field began to clear again. When Mungert and I returned to the beast of Eldin, its huge body was less than half of its original size. "Buzz," the beast of Eldin was still making a sound, as if asking about our wishes. "Good God." Mungert bowed to the other party and said loudly, "Thank you for your generosity, and for accepting our wishes. But there are countless creatures in that borderland, and they also have their own complicated wishes. Buzz. Also, although we can realize our wishes with your help today, but people's ambitions will not stop. If I call them back again, I believe everyone will have new ideas. By then, can you still make it happen?" "Buzz, the orcs of Eldin are still chirping, but it also seemed to be a little exhausted." "That's right, the god of the borderland." I followed. "People all desire growth, desire development. The eternity that Queen Marika hopes for is not a fantasy that restricts progress, but that everyone can continue to thrive like a tree under your blessing, to create an eternal and everlasting prosperity. But such a world does not necessarily require you to force it to be realized, but relies on everyone's hands." "Buzz, I don't know if the beast of Eldin can understand my words." Mungert and I looked at each other and said our last wish to the beast of Eldin. "So, you can take back all your power. God. But please give us the Ring of Eldin. We will implement new laws, reshape the order of the border, and create eternity with our own hands." As he said, the shining rune light condensed on the night fire. I stepped forward and swung my sword at the beast of Eldin. Buzz, 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 with a continuous and intense sound, the beast of Eldin shook its body, releasing a large amount of nebula light, and finally disappeared into it. The sea and sky gradually dissipated, and the people who stayed behind returned to the fallen leaves in the golden tree. I saw that Gufule was holding the broken Marika in his arms, and he seemed to have been waiting for us. "It seems that you succeeded. that God is only willing to return the Elden Ring to the border area. Well, it's quite unexpected that God is very easy to talk to. I walked forward with a smile. I saw that the broken Elden Ring in Marika's body was faintly flashing. Mangot also came over and said, "Then next, we just need to wait for us to find the door of death and complete the law, then we can reshape the ring. But mother..." "Go ahead, Mangot. This is also Marika's wish." Gofule gently stroked his wife's damaged face. "However, speaking of the death gate, I was thinking about the topic of wishes, and so on, and forgot to ask the beast of Elden about this matter. But it seems that even if he answered, no one present would understand." I looked at Monot, but there seemed to be some surprise in his eyes. "Master Zero, you!" Melina suddenly shouted to me. "What's wrong with me?" Looking down, my feet, my hands, my whole body, for some reason, were all emitting golden light. "Master Ling." Melina seemed to have sensed something, and ran towards me anxiously. I also subconsciously stretched out my hand. The golden light finally engulfed me, and I disappeared at Melina's fingertips. Chapter 601 Awakening from a Dream? No patching. Beep, beep, beep. In the cold morning, the sound of cars outside the window is like an alarm clock that never stops, waking me up. I opened my eyes, and it was a familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. "Xiaoling? Xiaoling. It's already 8 o'clock, get up. The food is cold." I heard my mother's voice in my ear. I turned on my phone and saw that it was only halfway through 7 o'clock, and the so-called food was cold even though it was just out of the pot. Did this include the time I had to get up, dress, and wash? It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Sighing, I slowly got up from the bed. Yes, I returned to the original world, or should I say reality. After reconciling with the beast of Elden, I was about to discuss the matter of the door of death with everyone, when I was swallowed by Rune's golden light. And then, I opened my eyes again. It was the ward in the hospital. Beep beep. The ECG monitor was beeping at the head of my bed. When I sat up, my mother was walking in from the door. She was so surprised that her eyes were wide open that people were worried that they would pop out. Then, she threw herself on me and started crying, attracting doctors and nurses. According to her, I seemed to have stayed up late playing games, caused shock, and almost died suddenly. I was in a coma in the hospital for about a month. But the strange thing is that my physical condition was quite stable. Occasionally, there will be a violent reaction. So I have been kept in the hospital for observation. 1 month? Although I don't know if it can be considered as saving the borderland. But did my dreamlike journey only last for a month? Although it must be more than that physically. But, Xiaoling, let's go out. You stay at home. After a pause, my mother added, by the way, don't play games all the time. Read a book when you have time. In addition, work matters. Dad coughed for a while, and Mom stopped talking, and both hurried out. After returning from the hospital, Dad and Mom seemed to be extra careful with me, after all. Their son, who was away from home, almost fainted, which made them have a little more white hair than the last time they met. Let me thank you with gratitude, Dad and Mom, for their hard work. But the game that should be played must be played. While I was sleeping, the French Ring DLC was finally served. Following Michaela's footsteps, review the past stories of the Junction, witness Marika's true path to godhood, and shape the eternity of the Junction. At the beginning, I was tortured to death. What a lonely night. What a wicker man, pure effort and sweat, without any numerical value. The lion dance is so handsome. The multifaceted elemental attribute attacks make people dazzled. Double Moon Reina. No, it's Double Moon Reina. Good sister is elegant, chopping a tie into pieces. By the way, what should mother-in-law's sister be called? Mesermo? Brother-in-law. Okay, Littlewood's brother is Bigwood, by the way. Our queen is really fertile. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 roughly speaking. There are 5 children. Once again, I gallop with Tourette in the Shadowland under the world view of Elden Ring. Adventure and exploration are still refreshing. My blood was boiling. Even at the end, I realized that the gate of God that Michaela passed through was not the gate of death that we have been looking for. As Gufule said, after Marika became a god, she sealed the gate, so that the Borderland and the Shadowland were no longer connected, and then she became the Queen of Eternity. By the way, Michaela, this little Nan turned out to see Latarn this way. But I seem to have saved the general. I wonder if the little Nan will be so angry that she will stamp her feet. Ha ha ha. After laughing, I couldn't help but feel empty. That unforgettable journey, Even if I went through it again in front of the computer, every detail along the way was still vivid in my mind. Melina, Teacher Mungert, Brother Latin, Leia, Blazer, Alexander, are you all okay in the end? After I left, did you create a new law and bring about a new life in the border area? All that really was just after I fainted. Is it a dream? I stood on the balcony, looking at the traffic downstairs. The full moon in the sky was covered with a layer of faint blue tonight, looking particularly sad. I don't know if that period of time really existed, or if it was just my fantasy, but anyway, I hope that the end of that story can have a perfect ending. Sighing, I couldn't help but touch the ring on my hand. Yes, I don't know why, after I woke up in the hospital, I had been wearing this dark moon ring on my hand. At first, I thought it was a joke and wanted to take it off. But it was like it was growing on my finger. It hurt me so much. But I couldn't take it off. The loneliness on the other side of the darkness that should have belonged to Lonnie is now tied to me. I asked my parents and the nurse, but no one knew what was going on. Some even said that I seemed to be wearing it when I was admitted to the hospital. But I don't remember buying any peripherals for the ring. Moreover, it is so exquisite and perfect. It is this dark moon ring that makes me doubt that I am not fully awake yet. And maybe I am still dreaming. After being discharged from the hospital, I also tried to exercise more. My physical fitness seems to be better than before. I can jog 1,000 meters without panting. Of course, I can never use the blood slash. Forget it. Never mind. Never mind. Mighton has not been defeated yet. I have to check the strategy. How to defeat this crazy dog boss. It's too hard. Compared to him, Lian in the second stage seems much gentler. I scratched my messy hair, opened the balcony door, and walked into the house, thinking that my parents would be home soon, and I had to cook a few dishes. What should I eat in the evening? 0. The cold wind passing through the hall brought a gentle call, so light as a floating shadow. I turned my head subconsciously, but on the balcony on the 10th floor, how could there be a figure? Is this an illusion? Mumbling, I continued to walk into the house, and turned on the switch in the living room that had been turned off at some point. Click. Click, and no response. Power outage? That didn't seem right. 0. I finally found you, so you're here. Sure enough, it was Lonnie's voice. I turned around again, and looked toward the balcony. There, cold mist suddenly poured in from the open balcony door, and it flowed over my feet. I rushed out. The car stopped. The lights went out, and the whole world was silent. Only the blue moon hanging in the sky shed its radiance. Turning my head, I saw that Lonnie was sitting on the balcony railing as elegantly as always, looking at me with a smile. And another familiar figure suddenly threw herself into my arms. Sobbing, we finally found you. Master Ling. Ah. Melina. I couldn't help but hug the warm girl in my arms tightly. My heart had been beating uncontrollably since just now, and it was almost in my throat. I didn't know what to say for a while. As expected, I could only respond like this. Long time no see. Melina? Lonnie, I miss you too.